Chapter 1440. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Green Heaven. A large area of hazy rainbow dream realms floated quietly as time passed. A portion of self-will stopped here. Its face was identical to Feng Yuan's. It was very lifelike. In the self-will, there was a small pile of red date immortal essence, as well as some goo worms. This is the last attempt. Feng Yuan's self-will muttered as it started to act. Red date immortal essence was expended rapidly. At the same time, self-love immortal goo and affection immortal goo were activated. Next, several supplementary mortal goo were used. Soon, a large amount of self-will surged out, causing the normal-sized Feng Yuan's self-will to expand into a will giant of tens of meters. After stopping the goo worm activation, Feng Yuan's self-will rested for a while. The entire self-will giant shrunk by 10%, it became more solid and agile. Next, Feng Yuan's self-will activated another immortal killer move. This move did not have a name, it was created by Feng Yuan recently, it was specially used to deal with dream realms. The immortal killer move shined with a bright light, it was like sharp swords that pierced into the huge dream realm. 15 minutes later, Feng Yuan stopped activating the killer move, the entire self-will giant shrunk to the size of a baby. The pile of red date immortal energy was almost completely depleted. I failed in the end. Feng Yuan's self-will sighed deeply. In the dream realm battle, Feng Yuan obtained many pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. But on Feng Yuan's way from southern border to western desert, he sacrificed most of the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to block the pursuers. Next, the remaining pure dream reality seeker physique bodies in his possession, because they were all defective products, they had reached their time limit and turned back into dream realms. These dream realms were left in mini green heaven by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's sovereign blessed land had the layout of the 5 regions and 9 heavens. The vastness of the space could scare goo immortals in the world. But most of the regions were managed by Feng Yuan, they were filled with vitality and resources. Only 2 places were the most spacious. One was the Little Scarlet Sky, and the other was the Little Green Sky. Not long ago, Little Scarlet Sky had been chosen by Feng Yuan to be his battlefield against the immemorial Year Monkey. As for the Lesser Green Sky, it was filled with dreams. These dreams were all eroded by providence. In other words, these dreams were not simple. They were filled with danger and filled with providence. When providence existed in Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, providence could be connected to it, even if the sovereign immortal aperture was isolated from the outside, even if Feng Yuan had dark limit immortal goo, providence would sense it. This was the truth that Feng Yuan had figured out on his own a long time ago. However, Feng Yuan had been hit by the investigative killer move of Celestial Court Fairy Myrtle not long ago. Dark limit immortal goo was also gone, he was already exposed, so it was not a big deal to store providence in the sovereign immortal aperture. Feng Yuan had been thinking about how to use providence and extract benefits from it. Exploring dream realms, absorbing the true meaning and raising his attainment level, this was beneficial to Feng Yuan. Especially since these dream realms were carefully selected by him, they were very suitable for him. But because he was being chased and the dream realms were eroded by providence, Feng Yuan did not have the conditions or environment to explore them. But what if I remove all the providence in the dream realms? This thought emerged in Feng Yuan's mind, and from then on, it could not be stopped. In theory, this was possible. Because the true meaning was hidden in the dream realms, when ordinary people successfully explore the dream realms, they would be able to absorb the true meaning and advance to their attainment levels. And because providence could erode dream realms, since providence could erode them, it could naturally be removed as well. Furthermore, if providence could erode dream realms, why couldn't self-will do the same? In the 500 years of his previous life, Feng Yuan had heard of some rumors that a wisdom path great expert in a certain region had researched wisdom path methods that could use wills or emotions to invade dream realms and explore them. All sorts of examples proved that Feng Yuan's idea was very feasible. However, Fang Yuan's progress on this path was not good. He used many methods and even designed immortal killer moves, but the results were not ideal. Not only did he not even manage to touch the edges of heaven's will, but his attempts to corrode the dream world had all failed. It seems that I only have the advantage of rebirth in terms of dream realms. To be honest, I did not have any deep research on dream path in my previous life. Maybe in the future, after my wisdom path attainment level advances rapidly, I will have some progress in this aspect. Fang Yuan calmly recognized this weakness of his, and no longer hesitated. He targeted the dream realms and activated another immortal killer move. Soon, these dream realms turned into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Fang Yuan had inherited Zishan Makoto's inheritance. He naturally had the method to turn dream realms into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Of course, the refined pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were all defective. In fact, because they lacked some immortal goo, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies could not compare to the batch created by Zishan Makoto in the dream realm battle. But even so, Fang Yuan was satisfied. Because he only wanted to move these dream realms out of his sovereign immortal aperture. A moment later, the dream realms in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture turned into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and were taken out. Next, under Fang Yuan's arrangements, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were placed in the positions that Zhou Xiang had been prepared for. Next, Fang Yuan ordered these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to self-detonate and turn into dream realms again. These dream realms formed a tight defensive line that could obstruct enemies. Even if the Celestial Court's rank 8 Gu Immortals came, they would be helpless against the defensive line of the dream realms. After the arrangements were made, Fang Yuan started to set up an immortal Gu formation. Right now, he was deep underground in a nameless desert. There was a huge natural karst cave here. The sand here condensed into golden sand, forming countless golden sand rocks. Under the illumination of the light, it glistened brilliantly. But what attracted Fang Yuan's attention the most was the flowing tributary of the River of Time at the center of the cave. This tributary of the River of Time was not as big as the previous one, but it was stable. The immortal Gu formation that Fang Yuan was about to set up would allow Fang Yuan to enter the River of Time through this tributary of the River of Time. Indeed, this tributary of the River of Time was the final one that Shadow Sect had in Western Desert. Fang Yuan slowly set up the immortal Gu formation. His formation path attainment level was Grandmaster. During this period of time when he was chased by the Celestial Court, Fang Yuan had come into contact with formation path the most. Be it the Time Exile formation, Self-Cleansing Immortal Gu formation, or Immemorial Year Beast Fishing formation, they were all immortal Gu formations. These experiences greatly enriched his ability to set up formations. Thus, he was very confident in setting up this immortal Gu formation now. As expected, this immortal Gu formation was successfully set up by Fang Yuan in a few minutes. Bai Ningbing and the rest, who were patrolling the surroundings, were called back by Fang Yuan. After placing them into his sovereign immortal aperture again, Fang Yuan ordered Wuxia, "You can start now." Immortal Killer Move, Burning Soul Bursting Luck. Wuxia activated this immortal killer move again. Because of Connect Luck, Fang Yuan and the rest had a huge increase in their luck for the next period of time. Fang Yuan also wanted to use it again. However, Burning Soul Bursting Luck expended his soul foundation. Fang Yuan had used it once before, he could no longer use it now. Wuxia was a split soul of spectral soul, he had a deep foundation and could use Burning Soul Bursting Luck several times. But Fang Yuan could not let his soul foundation fall too much. Because Lead Soul into Dream also required Wuxia to have a strong soul foundation. If his soul foundation was not strong enough, it would be easy for the killer move to backlash. By then, if Wuxia tried to use Lead Soul into Dream on a rank 8 existence, there would be a backlash and he would be dragged into the dream realm, unable to get out. Strength always came with a price. In this world, one had to pay to get something. The immortal goo formation rumbled. Under its influence, the tributary of the river of time that was flowing suddenly surged with waves. The waves were getting fiercer. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture already had a huge amount of myriad self. Together with the burning soul bursting luck and the immemorial year monkey. It could be said that Fang Yuan had done his best to prepare. Of course, he knew that going to the river of time was a risk. But he had to go. Immortal killer move, reverse flow protection seal. Immortal killer move, ancient year beast transformation. At the next moment, he turned into an ancient desolate beast. The immortal formation burst out with intense light and charged into the tributary of the river of time, tearing a huge hole. Fang Yuan threw himself into the gap. Hua hua hua. The tide surged, setting off thousands of waves. The opening behind him only lasted for a few breaths before it disappeared. Fang Yuan's gaze was completely attracted by the scene before him. River of Time. Chapter 1441. Legend said that there was a long river in this world. It was called the River of Time. It originated from the past, flowed through the present, and flowed towards the future. Everything in the world was like fish in the river. The current was rapid, almost all the fish could only follow the flow. Without the river of time, the world would be completely still, it would become a scene. With this river, everything could change, the world could become lively, either declining or flourishing. I am in the river of time again. Fang Yuan sighed. He looked around and saw that the river was extremely vast. Even though it was called the river of time, it was as wide as the sea. In the dark sky, there was a huge river that flowed endlessly. The river was pale white, but when billions of waves collided with each other, they would create colorful splashes. The flowing lights were beautiful, they shone on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment before regaining his senses. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out the immemorial year monkey. Scram scram scram. This huge creature was very excited to return to its home. Plop. It fell into the river, creating huge waves. Fang Yuan also turned into an ancient year monkey. He was much smaller than the immemorial year monkey. He floated in the air. He was not a true year beast. Even though his transformation path Dao marks had all turned into time path Dao marks, he was used to this environment. But it was better not to touch the water of the river of time if possible. Let's go. Fang Yuan ordered. The immemorial year monkey swam in the water. After beating it up earlier, he saw the benefits now. It was much more obedient than the upper extreme heavenly eagle. However, even though he relied on 180 slaves, because Fang Yuan's soul foundation was greatly weakened, he could barely control this immemorial year monkey. This is just a normal time, but it is already hard to enslave it. My soul feels heavy. If I am in battle, I might not be able to command the immemorial year monkey. Fang Yuan was secretly wary. This was a weakness, but there was no helping it. Fang Yuan had already done everything he could. They moved forward silently. Swish swish swish, the sound of waves could be heard endlessly. This was the first time Fang Yuan had entered this place in his physical form. The previous few times, he had used the spring-autumn cicada to transfer a portion of his will to the past. Due to the influence of providence and various other factors, he had only caught a glimpse of the river of time. It was difficult for him to see the whole picture. Now that he had seen it all, it could be said that it was an eye-opener. The river of time was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, and it had long been recorded in the legends of Renzu. But to be able to enter with their bodies, they had to be Gu immortal experts with deep foundation in time path. The reason why Fang Yuan was able to enter was because his own abilities were insufficient. He had the blessing of the path of transformation, and he had also borrowed the treasures and legacies left behind by Zishan Makoto and Hei Fan. The river of time was not deathly silent. Fang Yuan first saw 1 or 2 wild year Gu. They were chasing each other and diving into the river. Next, He saw groups of wild time path goo worms flying in the sky like a group of locusts. 5 to 6 wild year goo flew towards Feng Yuan. They landed on Feng Yuan's body and stopped moving. So that's it. Feng Yuan thought about it and understood. He had turned into an ancient year monkey, because of rank 8 attitude goo, familiar face, and other factors. The wild goo worms could not tell the difference. They thought that he was a wild ancient year monkey. These time path mortal goo were attracted by the abundant time path Dao marks on Feng Yuan's body. They thought that this was a suitable place to live, so they joined Feng Yuan. That was true. In nature, goo worms were very weak. Even though wild goo worms could absorb the primeval energy of nature and unleash their power, they were still in danger. Thus, living on strong life forms was the way for these wild goo worms to survive. After a few minutes, Feng Yuan had hundreds of wild mortal goo on him. Most of them were day goo and month goo. There was not a single wild year goo. As for the immemorial year monkey below Feng Yuan, it had even more gains. This immemorial year monkey's wild mortal goo were destroyed by Feng Yuan and the rest in battle. There were few left. But now, it was replenished. The immemorial year monkey was much more popular than Feng Yuan. It was favored by wild time path mortal goo. When it swam in the water, there was a group of wild time path goo worms around it. It was like there was a thin layer of black fog around it. However, this situation only lasted for a moment before it quickly slowed down. Like wild beasts occupying a territory, when Feng Yuan and the immemorial year monkey had large numbers of wild mortal goo, the other wild goo would feel that there was too little space for them to live, thus they stopped coming. Feng Yuan thought about it. He did not do anything to the wild mortal goo on him. With his current ability, it was naturally possible to refine these wild time path mortal goo. However, this went against the original intention of Feng Yuan's disguise. Moreover, these wild time path mortal goo were only a so-so. Unless they were immortal goo, most mortal goo were not attractive to Feng Yuan. Roar! Along the way, an ancient year tiger jumped out of the water. It escaped without looking back, running far away. Feng Yuan had seen such a situation many times. With the immemorial year monkey's protection, it was convenient. It was like a huge pass. In fact, other than year beasts, there were also moon beasts and day beasts. Similar to year beasts, these beasts fed on moon goo and day goo respectively. 2 hours passed, the river of time was still surging, the surroundings were dark and gloomy. The scenery did not change, it gave people a feeling that they had not moved at all. Half of an immemorial year monkey's body was submerged in the river. It swam forward. It was like a small mountain floating on the surface of the river. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan had turned into an ancient year monkey, floating above the river, quietly moving forward. Feng Yuan knew it, because he had Zishan Mikoto's inheritance. The feeling in his heart was getting stronger. As long as he followed this feeling and moved forward, he would be able to find the Red Lotus true inheritance that spectral soul controlled. What obstructed him, other than the dangers of the river of time, was the celestial court's ambush and pursuit. Rumble. Suddenly, with a loud sound, from the surging river of time, a torrent shot out. The location of the torrent was not far from Feng Yuan's left. Scum! The immemorial year monkey gasped. Its relaxed expression showed a trace of seriousness. This is a sudden spring. Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk. The river of time was not safe. Some river segments were very dangerous. They had different changes. Sudden springs were one of them. In this river segment, one had to be wary of the sudden eruption of the river water and the sudden spring. Once the sudden spring gathered, a vast number of time path Dao marks would be carved. One would either die or be heavily injured. Their lifespan might even be reduced. Feng Yuan cautiously moved above the immemorial year monkey's head. He lacked methods to resist sudden springs. He could only use this immemorial year beast's thick skin to resist them. This river segment had to be crossed. It was the only way to get to Red Lotus true inheritance. Just as Fang Yuan was concentrating in crossing the river, near the tributary of the River of Time in Western Desert, 3 Gu Immortals arrived. One was a handsome rank 7 Gu Immortal, 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals were tall and sturdy. They were Feng Jioge and the 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals from the Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle's plan was to use Fang Yuan to find Red Lotus True Inheritance. Now that Fang Yuan had entered the River of Time to obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance, she naturally had to send a large force to take it. To think that this otherworldly demon is so powerful, he can actually fight on equal grounds with Brother Feng. With our help, no matter how talented he is, he will not be able to survive. The 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals had not gathered with Feng Jioge for long. Feng Jioge was not someone who cared about his reputation. He directly provided the information about Fang Yuan's battle strength to these 2 Gu Immortals. If we work together, we should be able to kill Fang Yuan. Feng Jioge nodded. Fang Yuan's battle strength was similar to his. Facing 1 rank 8 Gu Immortal was already difficult, facing 2 at the same time was even more difficult. Especially now, Feng Jioge's chaotic heart-beating sound killer move had been modified by Fairy Myrtle. It had become his trump card against Fang Yuan. This is a dream realm. A moment later, Feng Jioge and the rest had to stop. They looked at the defense line made of dream realms helplessly. It seems that we can only wait. The dream realm is moving on its own. Soon, there will be a gap in the defense line, we will be able to enter. Other than us, there is also Lord Huangshi in the River of Time. He is the person who is most skilled at fighting in the River of Time in the last 10,000 years. Fang Yuan is not his match. The 3 immortals discussed and decided to stay behind, waiting for a chance to appear. In the River of Time. Scram scram scram. The immemorial year monkey gritted its teeth, it was injured. Fang Yuan turned around, looking at the river surface behind him with lingering fear. Thankfully, the immemorial year monkey protected me, otherwise, how could we get past this natural barrier so easily? The sudden springs had immense power, they were at least rank 7 killer moves, most of them were rank 8, Fang Yuan even saw a sudden spring that was comparable to a rank 9 killer move. The sudden eruption of the spring was like a huge waterfall that shot up into the sky against the current. Thankfully, it erupted far away from Fang Yuan, there was no danger. The immemorial year monkey's injuries are not light, unfortunately, my methods are limited, I cannot heal it. Fang Yuan inspected it, sighing internally. The healing methods of other paths were suppressed here. Among time path healing methods, Fang Yuan only had man as before Immortal Gu. Unfortunately, this Immortal Gu was only effective on humans. Fang Yuan could only let the immemorial year monkey recover on its own. Should I stop and rest for a while? Let the immemorial year monkey recover completely? Fang Yuan could not help but hesitate. To get to that Red Lotus True Inheritance, the Sudden Spring River segment was only the first obstacle. Fang Yuan still had to face dark web spiders, one-finger flow sharks, and a special sword and blade river segment. These 3 obstacles were much more dangerous than the Sudden Spring River segment. Sudden Spring River segment? Lord Huangshi looked at the river in front of him, frowning. According to Lady Ziwei's instructions, Fang Yuan and the rest are ahead. Next, Lord Huangshi's eyes shined with bright light, he flew towards the Sudden Spring River segment with determination. Chapter 1442. Boom! A huge spring suddenly gushed out from the originally calm surface of the river. Compared to this sudden spring, Lord Huangshi who was flying in the air was like a fly beside a table. Before the sudden spring even got close, Lord Huangshi could feel that it was getting faster and faster. This was naturally not the truth. In fact, when the sudden spring burst out and reached its peak, its speed would become slower and slower. The reason why Lord Huangshi felt this was because his own speed had become slower. This was the River of Time, the eruption of a sudden spring would cause the surrounding existences to slow down. This way, it would make it harder for the person in danger to escape. Humph! Lord Huangshi was not flustered. At the crucial moment, a bright light flashed on his bald head. At the next moment, his body returned to normal and he retreated, causing the sudden spring's attack to miss. Rumble. With another loud sound, the sudden spring did not hit Lord Huangshi, it landed on the river surface and created huge waves. Lord Huangshi wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. This sudden spring has the power of a rank 8 killer move, even I have to be very careful. If I am hit, I will definitely be injured. And if I encounter a rank 9 level sudden spring, I will definitely be heavily injured, I might even die. Lord Huangshi felt great pressure. Even though he was a rank 8 Gu immortal and was fighting in the River of Time, he had the geographical advantage. But he was clear that Fang Yuan had luck path methods, he might even have a relatively complete all living beings luck true inheritance. In a place like the Sudden Spring River segment, other than strength, one also had to rely on one's luck. If I chase after Fang Yuan now, it will be disadvantageous to him. According to the profundities of luck path, it will definitely be difficult for me to chase after him, there will be obstacles everywhere. Fang Yuan chose this path to make things difficult for me, it is a good plan. But Lord Huangshi frowned, feeling puzzled, no matter how good Fang Yuan's luck is, he can't possibly avoid sudden springs, right? Even if rank 9 level sudden springs are rare and he can't encounter them, there are many rank 7 sudden springs, and the same goes for rank 8. How did he get past them? Did he rely on reverse flow protection seal all the way? If he relied on the reverse flow protection seal, it would be good news for Huangshi. Because this sudden spring river segment was very long, if Fang Yuan relied on this killer move to cross it, it would definitely consume a lot of immortal essence. This was naturally beneficial to the battle between Lord Huangshi and Fang Yuan. Lord Huangshi didn't expect Fang Yuan to enslave an immemorial year monkey to use as a shield. Even though Fang Yuan could control the upper extreme heavenly eagle, the celestial court attributed this to He Fan's true inheritance. Fang Yuan controlled a rank 8 existence with rank 7 cultivation level, this was an astonishing achievement for an enslavement path Gu immortal. But the truth was the weakness of 180 slaves and years flow like water immortal Gu. Especially the latter, He Fan would never expose his own shortcomings. The celestial court did not know about this secret, so it was difficult for them to deduce that Fang Yuan actually had a method to attract immemorial year beasts. Because of all these reasons, the celestial court did not know that Fang Yuan had information about immemorial year beasts. After a few minutes, Lord Huangshi flew out of the Sudden Spring River segment. Fairy Myrtle's guidance came again. Lord Huangshi changed his direction, his speed surged as he chased after Fang Yuan's group. After a short moment, his figure suddenly stopped moving, and he looked ahead with an anxious and doubtful expression. Dark Web Spider. Lord Huangshi's expression changed as he shouted. In front of him, there was a huge white spider, it was crawling on a huge web, not moving at all. The spider's body was even larger than the sudden spring, it was like a mountain range, its limbs were like hills. Compared to the spider, Lord Huangshi was tiny, like a mosquito in front of an elephant. Even larger than the dark web spider was the huge web it was crawling on. This huge web had a crystalline texture, some were thin like hair, while others were as thick as trees. The entire huge web was not a flat surface, but a forest-like cage. Tens of thousands of spider silk, like tentacles or tree roots, pierced deep into the river of time. No matter how the river flowed, these crystal spider silk did not move. The huge amount of spider silk interconnected, forming a huge crystal web nest. Many of the web holes, big and small, intersected to form countless complicated routes. Lord Huangshi's heart sank. He could not believe it, did Fang Yuan and the rest pass through here to reach Red Lotus true inheritance? He confirmed that the direction that Fairy Myrtle pointed to was indeed here. This made him even more certain that this route was planned by Fang Yuan and the rest. Is Fang Yuan trying to use this natural barrier to make us retreat? Lord Huangshi's expression was cold. He snorted and flew into the huge crystal web nest. Every Een web spider was a primordial desolate beast that dominated a region of the River of Time. In its territory, even primordial year beast hordes did not dare to rampage. It was one of the top predators. What the dark web spider relied on, other than its huge body, unimaginable strength, and extremely sharp mouthparts, was this crystal web nest. Every crystal spider silk in this web nest had extraordinary value. Gu immortals of the past gave it a very romantic name, which had been used until now. Peaceful Time Silk. Any existence that was rank 7 or below would fall into a state of frozen time upon touching this spider silk. They would not be able to move, allowing the slow-moving dark web spider to come and prey on them. For rank 8 existences like Lord Huangshi, even though one thread of peaceful time silk could not be effective, 100 or so threads would be enough to put Lord Huangshi in danger. But why were there 100 or so threads of peaceful time silk in the entire crystal web nest? There were definitely hundreds of millions of them. Lord Huangshi's speed was very slow, very slow. He carefully moved through the crystal spider silk and weaved into a web. It was not that he did not think of going around this dangerous area and continuing to chase after Fang Yuan. But this way, he would have to take a long detour. It would definitely give Fang Yuan more time. Moreover, what if the true inheritance of the Red Lotus was in the crystal net nest? Thus, Lord Huangshi decided to step into this dangerous area and chase after him. As long as I am careful and do not touch any peaceful time silk, it is not a problem to pass this place safely. Lord Huangshi was thinking, when suddenly, there was a loud explosion. It was like heaven and earth shattering. The crystal web nest shook along with the huge sound wave. The dark web spider was alarmed. Its 180 compound eyes stared at Lord Huangshi. Damn it! It must be a trap set by Fang Yuan and the rest. Lord Huangshi's anger rose, but his surprise was very little. If he was Fang Yuan, he would also set up a trap to harm his pursuers. Since I can come here, I naturally have the confidence to pass through this dangerous area without alerting the dark web spider. With a cold snort, Lord Huangshi activated his immortal killer move to attack the crystal spider silk. These crystal spider silk were not easily destroyed, even though they were very fragile. But any killer move would be frozen by time if it got close. It would give the illusion that it was suspended in midair. Of course, against those rank 8 killer moves, the peaceful time silk had a limit to its endurance. Lord Huangshi went all out, using rank 8 killer moves to destroy the crystal spider silk in front of him. His speed increased instead. He was a time path great expert. He had methods to deal with the peaceful time silk. But that dark web spider was slow. It could not catch up to Lord Huangshi. Lord Huangshi did not want to fight the dark web spider to the death. He still had a heavy responsibility. But his retreat was not smooth sailing. Immortal killer moves were frequently used, be it sound waves, frost, or fire. They obstructed his advance. Lord Huangshi's speed was greatly restricted. Eventually, the dark web spider caught up and both sides engaged in an intense battle. Bam bam bam, the intense battle lasted for a while. Lord Huangshi got rid of the dark web spider and left the range of the crystal web nest. But now, he was in a more pathetic state than before. Not only was he covered in dust, he was also slightly injured. This damned Fang Yuan, how many traps did he set? And every time these traps are activated, they are activated at the perfect time. There is a profound meaning behind them. Lord Huangshi suffered such a loss. He was filled with anger. He was not going to let Fang Yuan off. He flew as he healed his injuries. Not long after, he entered a strange river segment. What's going on? In this river segment, I actually sensed an intense aura of sword path and blade path. Lord Huangshi's shock flashed past his face. He slowed down and observed carefully. He saw that in the waves of time, there were endless sword chi and heavy blade lights. Wait, don't tell me, this is... Lord Huangshi frowned. I am going against the current to go to the past, calculating the distance and time, it should be 100,000 years in the past, Near Antiquity era. Near Antiquity era's sword path and blade path, I got it. It is Western Desert's Shi Yuan. This person cultivates sword path, he created sword abyss and killed 3 rank 8 Gu immortals. There is also a blade path demonic immortal, he is called Dao Jiu Lang, his demonic might is overwhelming, he rampaged through Western Desert, he broke the guest expulsion formation and shook the world. These two had a huge battle, their battle caused heaven and earth to darken, even ghosts and deities were frightened. Lord Huang Shi used his methods to investigate, like he had guessed, this River of Time segment was affected by the intense battle between these two rank 8 great experts, causing this place to become a river segment of blades and swords. Going through this place was more dangerous than the sudden spring river segment, because it was very likely that Dao Jiu Lang or Shi Yuan's immortal killer move would suddenly appear and attack him. When a sudden spring erupts, there would be a process. But this river segment had no such process. Fang Yuan and the rest actually went here? Are they tired of living? Lord Huang Shi gritted his teeth, entering the river as well. Since Fang Yuan and the rest could enter, as a great rank 8 great expert, he could not retreat. Fairy Myrtle continued to guide him, Lord Huang Shi got closer to his target. Roar! The immemorial year monkey fought in the waves, it was covered in injuries, blood was flowing everywhere, dyeing the surroundings red. On the immemorial year monkey, Bai Ning Bing, Fairy Miao Yin, and the rest were guarding it. I finally found you. Lord Huang Shi's eyes shined with bright light, he pounced without thinking. Chapter 1443. Bai Ning Bing and the rest were trapped in the Sword and Blade River Zone, they could not escape. Lord Huang Shi saw this chance, how could he let it go? He had been chasing them all this way, he had accumulated a lot of anger, now that he saw his prey, he immediately pounced. Swish swish swish. Huge waves appeared in the river of time. Countless sword chi and blade lights shot out from the waves, shooting towards the Shadow Sect immortals. Lord Huang Shi was no exception, he was taken care of by the sword chi and blade lights, but with his defensive methods, he had a much easier time than the Shadow Sect immortals. Immortal killer move, Sun Moon Divine Shuttle. Lord Huang Shi looked down from above, he pushed with both palms, countless sharp shuttles rained down on the Shadow Sect immortals. Enemy! Bai Ning Bing warned. Killer move Sun Moon Divine Shuttle had shocking offensive power, the fire dragon was ferocious, Bai Ning Bing and the rest defended with all their might, they could not even raise their heads. Roar! This angered the immemorial year monkey, it roared and exerted strength in its limbs, its entire body left the river and flew into the sky. Sun Moon Divine Shuttle landed on its body, creating small bloody holes, but to the huge immemorial year monkey, it was only a light injury. The huge monkey claw created intense winds as it grabbed at Lord Huang Shi. Feeling this terrifying power, Huang Shi's eyelids twitched and a look of surprise appeared on his face. This immemorial year monkey is the real deal, it is not that Fang Yuan. They actually have rank 8 battle strength like the immemorial year monkey? Lord Huang Shi was not a strength path or transformation path Gu immortal, he was not skilled in advancing. Even if he was a rank 8 of Celestial Court, he would have to dodge the immemorial year monkey's attack. He was very fast, he dodged far away in an instant. Here, the time path Dao marks were very dense, it was suitable for him to fight. The immemorial year monkey missed its target and fell back into the river. However, it immediately roared and leaped into the air to kill Lord Huang Shi. Lord Huang Shi's eyes shined with bright light. He saw the injuries on the immemorial year monkey and understood that it was not in its complete state. Thinking about it, the immemorial year monkey must have contributed a lot for Fang Yuan and the others to be able to reach this place. Its combat strength should have been reduced by 30 to 40%. If that's the case, Master Huang Shi's fighting spirit became even more resolute. He breathed in deeply and activated another immortal killer move. Suddenly, a yellowish-brown stone appeared above his head. The stone moved slowly, causing the time around Lord Huangshi to slow down. Then, smoke and dust suddenly flowed out from the stone. The dust flew down and attached to the immemorial year monkey's body like a flowing light. The immemorial year monkey was affected by the yellow-brown smoke, and the flow of time on its body decreased rapidly. Its speed became slower and slower, and the time it took to soar in the air was also greatly extended. When Master Huangshi saw this, he let out a breath of turbid air and revealed a happy expression. He was very confident in his family's method. As more and more dust gathered, the immemorial year beast's time passed slower. If this continued, the situation would soon be completely controlled by Lord Huangshi. But at this moment, rumble! An extremely majestic wave rushed into the sky and headed straight for Master Huangshi. In the pale white waves of the river of time, an intense blade light shot out. It was extremely dazzling. The blade light landed on Lord Huangshi. His body shook as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lord Huangshi was injured, the entire dust cloud shook, the immemorial year monkey inside the dust cloud struggled. Lord Huangshi quickly held his breath and activated his immortal killer move, causing the dust cloud to thicken and trap the immemorial year monkey. On the immemorial year monkey, Bai Ningbing and the rest used their abilities, using ice, fire, and sound waves, but they could not move the dust cloud at all. In the river of time, time path lifeforms were greatly boosted. Bai Ningbing and the rest had lower cultivation level than Lord Huangshi to begin with the suppression of time path Dao marks, their battle strength was far from enough. At the crucial moment, Wuxia had a grim expression. He was about to use the killer move Lead Soul into Dream that had always been successful. But at this moment, Wuxia was stunned. Wuxia could not sense Lord Huangshi's existence. Lead Soul into Dream needs to sense the other party before it can be used. Otherwise, without a target, it cannot be used. This Lord Huangshi already has a method to block my soul path senses? Oh. The defensive killer move that Lady Ziwei gave me has been activated, hee. Lord Huangshi sneered in his mind. When Wuxia wanted to use Lead Soul into Dream, he sensed it. Lead Soul into Dream was indeed very powerful, but it had flaws. It was not a perfect killer move. This time, since Fairy Myrtle sent Lord Huangshi alone to chase after Feng Yuan and the rest, she naturally had to guard against Lead Soul into Dream. After all, Celestial Court had suffered a lot because of this killer move. As the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit, let alone Celestial Court's Fairy Myrtle. Lord Huangshi came prepared, even Lead Soul into Dream could not be used. Oh no! Wuxia and the rest had a change of expression. They felt immense pressure. They could not turn the situation around, they could only rely on Feng Yuan now. But where was Feng Yuan? Lord Huangshi thought about this question. He had thought that this immemorial year monkey was Feng Yuan's transformation, using this as a bluff, but after interacting with it, he found out that this was a genuine immemorial year monkey. Since the start of the battle, Feng Yuan had not appeared yet. With reverse flow protection seal and battle strength on par with Feng Jioga, Feng Yuan was undoubtedly the person that Lord Huangshi had to be most wary of. The more Feng Yuan did not appear, the more cautious he became. Feng Yuan, are you still not coming out? If you don't, Lord Huangshi was stunned. At this moment, a huge wave appeared in the river of time, crashing towards him. Again? Lord Huangshi could not help but feel annoyed. This huge wave did not attack the huge immemorial year monkey, instead, it attacked him again and again. His luck was too bad. Rumble. The huge wave hit Lord Huangshi, he spat out a mouthful of blood again, his injuries worsened. He could not dodge in time. Not only because he had activated this immortal killer move, when the wave came at him, time slowed down, even if he dodged the wave, the sword chi and blade lights that shot out were extremely fast, he could not dodge them. Lord Huangshi chose to resist and fight for a chance to capture the immemorial year monkey, Bai Ningbing, and the rest. I have the upper hand now. I don't believe that you, Fang Yuan, can hold on for much longer. Lord Huangshi was determined. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. With 3 loud sounds, 3 waves appeared again, crashing towards Lord Huangshi. What? Coming at me again? At once, Lord Huangshi's eyes opened wide, he wanted to curse. According to common sense, the large primordial year monkeys were more likely to be hit by the waves. But since the start of the battle, only Lord Huangshi had been hit by the waves. Aren't they too lucky? Not a single wave hit them? Wait a moment. Lord Huangshi's heart suddenly shook. Is this caused by Fang Yuan's luck path method? He thought of a possibility. Humph. Even so, just luck path cannot change the situation. Luck path is suppressed here to begin with. Fang Yuan cannot control all of the waves with luck path alone, only supreme time path methods can do it. I have the geographical advantage here. Lord Huangshi calmed his mind and continued to suppress the immemorial year monkey, Bai Ningbing, and the rest, forcing Fang Yuan to show himself. Lord Huangshi fell for it. As sect leader expected, we will continue to attack, don't expose any flaws. Bai Ningbing and the rest had grim expressions, but they were conversing secretly. At the same time, on the island at the bottom of the river. In front of Fang Yuan, images were flashing, showing the battle between Lord Huangshi and the immemorial year monkey. This was the Stone Lotus Island. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's Red Lotus True Inheritance was there. And Fang Yuan had already arrived. Fairy Myrtle's investigative killer move on Fang Yuan had already been removed. As for Bai Ningbing and the rest, even though they had the self-cleansing immortal goo formation, they could not make it in time. If they brought them along, Fang Yuan's location would be exposed. Even if they were placed in the sovereign immortal aperture, they would be deduced. Like back then, Fang Yuan used Qi Luck sensation to deduce the location of Wuxia and the rest. Even if they hid in the immortal aperture, Fang Yuan would be able to deduce them. The immortal aperture was a small world, isolated from the outside world. But if there were clear clues in the immortal aperture, they would be deduced. If Fang Yuan could do it, so could Fairy Myrtle. Providence could do it too. As long as there were remnants of Providence in the immortal aperture, the 5 regions and 2 heavens Providence would be able to sense Fang Yuan's location. Fang Yuan had already investigated this a long time ago. Although this was a weakness, in Fang Yuan's opinion, it was something he could use. Using Wuxia and the rest, he could lower Fairy Myrtle's guard and make Lord Huangshi miscalculate Fang Yuan's location. Even though this was a small mistake, after Fang Yuan used Red Lotus True Inheritance, this small advantage was magnified. That was right. Red Lotus True Inheritance had the ability to control the nearby river fields. In fact, this Blade River field was created by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. But activating this ability would expend the foundation of the Stone Lotus Island. Yet now, after this battle, this Stone Lotus Island that was already extremely damaged would be completely obliterated. Spectral Soul's Will, let me lend you a hand. Fang Yuan looked at Spectral Soul's Will, seeing that it was thin and difficult to control, he stretched out his hand. Immediately, a large amount of will surged out and entered Spectral Soul's Will's body. Spectral Soul's Will immediately growled after receiving this powerful help. At the same time, a huge wave appeared on the battlefield. This. Lord Huangshi's eyes almost popped out. This huge wave was of an unprecedented scale. The blade lights and sword chi inside had not erupted yet, but Lord Huangshi already felt an intense threat to his life. Lord Huangshi gritted his teeth. Even though this huge wave would hit him, it would also affect the immemorial year monkey, it might even force Fang Yuan out. I want to continue wasting time with you. Just as Lord Huangshi thought so, he saw a gap in the huge wave. It passed by the immemorial year monkey and rushed towards him. What? Lord Huangshi almost cursed out loud. How can you be so shameless? Chapter 1444. Rumble. The huge wave bypassed the immemorial year monkey and surrounded it from all directions, crashing towards Lord Huangshi. Lord Huangshi's heart turned completely cold at this moment. He was a Gu immortal of Celestial Court, an elite among rank 8s, he finally understood at this moment. So Fang Yuan and the rest can really control this river segment? He was extremely shocked. This meant that the immemorial year monkey being trapped in the Blade River segment was a trap. And he had fallen into the trap himself. He had been kept in the dark during the battle earlier, he did not even know he had fallen into a trap. To Master Huangshi, this was simply an insult. But how can this be? Fang Yuan can actually control a segment of the River of Time, even though he inherited He Fan's true inheritance, he should not be able to do this. This is the result of Lady Zi Wei's deduction. Lord Huangshi's shock subsided slightly, but suspicions emerged in his mind again. While the huge wave was crashing towards him, countless thoughts flashed in his mind. This is probably the power of Red Lotus true inheritance. Only someone like Red Lotus Demon Venerable has such methods to control a segment of the River of Time. Seeing the monstrous waves approaching, Lord Huangshi's face revealed a determined expression. Forget it. I will show you the true power of Lord Huangshi. Ah! Lord Huangshi suddenly roared towards the sky. Instantly, the aura of countless goo worms gushed out from his body. Rays of yellow light continuously shone on his body. His bald head was shining brightly. The earthen yellow rock above his head expanded, becoming like a small mountain, suppressing the River of Time. His aura became deep and unfathomable. Wherever he looked, the River of Time returned to its original state. At the same time, countless ripples of time jumped out of his body, flying towards Bai Ningbing and the rest. They seemed slow but were actually extremely fast. Lord Huangshi was shocked and furious. He was in a desperate situation. He erupted with his full strength. So powerful. He used at least 4 immortal killer moves in an instant. Fang Yuan's heart jumped when he saw this. Since Lord Huangshi was able to gain Fairy Myrtle's trust and was sent alone into the River of Time to ambush Fang Yuan, he naturally had his own strength. At this moment, he exploded out with his full strength, blocking the time wave. Apart from protecting himself, he also ruthlessly attacked Bai Ningbing and the others. Bai Ningbing and the rest's expressions changed. They were trapped in the yellowish-brown dust and were unable to escape. Even the immemorial year monkey was struggling more intensely, its roars filled with panic. Although the power of the model time was unpredictable, everyone knew how terrifying it was. Even Feng Jioge didn't dare to touch it, let alone Bai Ningbing and the others. He is forcing me to show myself. Fang Yuan muttered as he looked at Spectral Soul's will. He used Bai Ningbing and the rest as bait. If they died now, it would be a huge loss to him. However, Fang Yuan had purposely arranged for Spectral Soul's split soul to be among them. He was afraid that Spectral Souls would have other thoughts. Spectral Souls laughed heartily. Don't worry, Fang Yuan, this Stone Lotus Island was personally created by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Even though Lord Huangshi can resist the River of Time's waves, this island contains the peerless killer moves of both sword and blade path. Look, this move is Dao Jiolang's strongest offensive killer move. It is called 9-9 Reincarnation Blade Edge. Once it is used, it will be endless and multiply endlessly. When one layer of blade light is destroyed, another layer will appear. There are a total of 9 layers of blade light, each layer can slaughter ghosts and deities. After the blade light slashes down, it will return and attack again. Each layer of blade light will attack 9 times, 9 layers of blade light will attack a total of 81 times. This move is extremely powerful. Dao Jiolang has only used it 3 times in his life. each time he uses it, he expends 100 years of his lifespan. And right now, the move that I'm using is precisely the move that he used when he fought against Shi Yuan, the pinnacle of his life's masterpiece. Following Spectral Soul's Will's explanation, Fang Yuan saw 9 layers of blade light shoot out from the suppressed river of time's waves. The blade light was extremely dazzling, it was like a fragment of the sun, it was extremely dazzling, even Fang Yuan could not help but squint his eyes as he felt a piercing pain in his eyeballs. He was outside the battlefield, but it was already like this, not to mention the immortals inside the battlefield. Seeing this layer of blade light, Lord Huangshi's expression changed drastically, he was extremely shocked. He felt an intense threat to his life from these 9 layers of blade light. This was not a joke. If Dao Jiulang came from one of Central Continent's 10 great sects, he would definitely be able to enter the Celestial Court. He was once an outstanding talent of Western Desert, an influential rank 8 character, a legend of Blade Path who stood at the peak. This move that he used was the pinnacle masterpiece of his life, it was a killer move that he used to fight Shi Yuan to the death. Lord Huangshi was extremely shocked, he could no longer care about the water waves, the immemorial year monkey, or by Ning Bing. He roared with all his strength, using his trump card to defend with all his might. Bam bam bam, loud sounds could be heard continuously, layers of blade light continued to land on his body. Layer after layer of dazzling saber light surrounded the pitiful Lord Huangshi and continued to kill him. They interweaved into a big ball of white light. At the center of this lump of light, Lord Huangshi shrunk into the yellowish-brown rock above his head, defending with all his might. The blade light attacks lasted for a while before fading away. The rock around Lord Huangshi had already disappeared, he was extremely haggard, his face was pale and bloodless, there were huge wounds on his body, covering his chest and back. The wounds were not bleeding, but this was a bad sign, because the wounds were filled with blade path Dao marks. Blade Qi continued to burst out and corrode Lord Huangshi's organs. Ha ha ha, look, he is at his limit. Spectral Souls will laugh loudly. Then let's use this move again. Spectral Souls will raised its eyebrows as it danced, this move is Shi Yuan's trump card, ha, I don't believe you can survive. As he spoke, a powerful sword Qi rose from the gradually dissipating waves of the river of time. This sword Qi was deep and unfathomable, it had unparalleled power, it could bury everything in the world. Lord Huangshi's pupils shrunk to the size of needle tips, there was only one thought in his mind, escape. But at the next moment, he found himself locked by this sword Qi, he floated in the air, unable to move. This is Shi Yuan's killer move, Sword Burial Abyss. Oh no, oh no. Lord Huangshi's heart was beating wildly, he was already panicking. He had already used up all his methods to defend against the 9 reincarnation blades, he was currently in low spirits, his defenses were also at rock bottom. Am I going to die here today? Lord Huangshi sensed the aura of death. Right at this time, on the Stone Lotus Island, Spectral Souls will shouted, oh no, the Stone Lotus Island cannot last any longer. If we insist on killing Lord Huangshi, this Stone Lotus Island's foundation will be expended. If we let Huangshi go, it can still exist for a few more years. Kill him. Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie, he said these 3 words without hesitation. Understood. Spectral Souls will replied, not saying anything else. Lord Huangshi struggled intensely, but he could not get rid of the sword Qi. His expression was sinister, he screamed in his mind. To think that I, the great Huangshi, would die here. My sacrifice is not important, but I caused the Celestial Court's plan to fail, this otherworldly demon Fang Yuan can continue to roam freely. I am not resigned to this, ah. I am not resigned to this. Lord Huangshi screamed again and again, but his voice suddenly stopped. Next, his life force vanished, that sword Qi was like a monster in the darkness, devouring all of his life force. Rank 8 Time Path, Celestial Court Gu Immortal, Lord Huangshi, died. Chapter 1445. A moment later, Huang Shi's corpse was brought to Fang Yuan by Ningbing and the rest. Spectral souls will looked at it and sighed. This person was an incredible genius. He was known as a genius when he was young. He grew up and became an influential person. He was famous in Central Continent and even the 5 regions. But today, he has fallen here. Fang Yuan and the rest did not speak. Spectral souls will controlled this stone lotus island and studied history. He learned of many secrets. This was the time path ability of Red Lotus True Inheritance. It obtained information through the river of time. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable obtained it, he praised it as inconceivable. He felt inferior to Red Lotus Demon Venerable's time path methods. At rank 8 level, Gu Immortals could comprehend things by analogy. Rank 9 Venerables were even more so. They had comprehensive methods. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's own time path methods might be on par with other rank 8s, but compared to Red Lotus Demon Venerable, they paled in comparison. Rank 9 had their own specializations. They had their own specializations, they all had their own strengths. If it were Red Lotus Demon Venerable competing with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in soul path attainment, he would be the one to feel inferior. Gurgle gurgle, the water of the river of time flowed out from beneath Fang Yuan and the rest. The stone lotus island started to leak. But there were only 1 or 2 places, the holes were only the size of teacups. Spectral souls will sighed, in a while, this stone lotus island will be destroyed, we do not have much time left. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's 7 true inheritances were stored on stone lotus islands. They were located at a certain location in the river of time. This stone lotus island that Fang Yuan and the rest entered was obtained by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He modified it and turned it into Shadow Sect's largest information source. Not just that, Shadow Sect even used the power of Red Lotus True Inheritance many times. Recently, it was used to protect Spring-Autumn Cicada's revival, as well as to helping Wuxia and Zishan Makoto. Their foundation was almost depleted. In the earlier battle, they used all their strength to kill the time path great expert Huang Shi. Now, the Stone Lotus Island's foundation was completely depleted, it was about to be destroyed. There are gains and losses. Fang Yuan sighed. Although we've lost this Stone Lotus Island, Lord Huang Shi's death is a huge gain. This person's battle strength was outstanding, and he was like a fish in water in the river of time. If we let go of this great opportunity, even if we set up another ambush, I'm afraid we won't have a good chance to kill him. The Immortals nodded. They all agreed with Fang Yuan's decision. In fact, even Spectral Souls Will was no exception. He looked at Fang Yuan, nodded, and said, during the battle in the Dream Realm, Z made the right choice in the final moments of his life. Fang Yuan, I have to admit that you're the last choice of the Shadow Sect. The heavy responsibility of saving the main body will be left to you. Of course, it will also depend on your mood. If you want to get rid of your main body, we won't blame you. Hearing this, the Gu Immortals present were all moved. Wuxia's expression changed. He opened his mouth several times, wanting to say something, but then hesitating. Who could have imagined the current situation? Right now, between the Shadow Sect and Fang Yuan had complete initiative. He was indeed the Shadow Sect's last hope. In fact, if they attacked the Celestial Court, whether or not they could save Spectral Soul's main body would depend on Fang Yuan's will. Spectral Soul's will's words were like a helpless and dejected voice, it was like a helpless and dejected person. Precisely because he knew the most information, he understood the situation clearly. When Fang Yuan entered Red Lotus True Inheritance, he did not obstruct or create difficulties for him. In the process of killing Lord Huang Shi, he cooperated fully with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan glanced at the immortals around him, replying to Spectral Soul's Will, "Don't worry, the Celestial Court is powerful, we are natural allies. I will help you if I can." Spectral Souls Will nodded, "I trust you." Next, he smiled, "We are not allies, we are one body. You are the leader of the Shadow Sect now, inherited by Z, you are acknowledged by many split souls. Even if he faces the main body in the future, he will acknowledge it. Because we are him, and our decisions are his decisions. Alright, I will now impart the main body's soul path true inheritance and everything else to you. Fang Yuan nodded. Using wisdom path methods, a lump of self-will flew out. Self-will was like a giant ball, pouncing toward spectral soul's will. The latter did not dodge. Soon, the two wills converged. The interaction between wills was very fast. After a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan's self-will returned. It was placed in Fang Yuan's mind. In an instant, a vast amount of information assaulted Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, accepting everything in an orderly manner. He was a wisdom path grandmaster. He was not someone ordinary Gu immortals could compare to. He was very calm right now. Among all the information, the most valuable was undoubtedly spectral soul's true inheritance. This was the most complete cultivation method created by spectral soul demon venerable. Fang Yuan only skimmed through some of the contents before his mind shook. He inwardly praised spectral soul demon venerable who created this true inheritance. Undeniably, this was one of the most valuable true inheritances in the entire world, even in the long history of humanity, no, in the entire world. Since ancient times, there had only been 9 venerables in this world. And spectral soul demon venerable was one of them. This spectral soul true inheritance that Fang Yuan obtained was very complete. As long as he cultivated according to it, he would be able to approach spectral soul demon venerable's former height. Speaking of which, among the 9 venerables, Fang Yuan was involved in many things. Spring-Autumn Cicada was the first one that Fang Yuan obtained. It was the most crucial key to Red Lotus true inheritance. But even now, Fang Yuan had only inherited 1/7 of Red Lotus true inheritance. And even though the contents were complete, Red Lotus true meaning had already been absorbed by spectral soul demon venerable. Giant Sun's true inheritance had 3 paths. Fang Yuan obtained the essence of self-luck true inheritance from Langya sect, and some of the contents of all living beings luck true inheritance from 88-point Jinyang Tower and Mahongyun. He did not gain as much as the rumors said. Of thieving heaven's true inheritance, Fang Yuan only obtained ghostly concealment. Divine concealment was obtained by Zhao Lianyun. To think that the most complete venerable true inheritance that I obtained in the end was actually spectral soul's true inheritance of my mortal enemy. It is a pity that my soul path attainment level is insufficient. Cultivating soul path requires a vast amount of time, energy, and resources. Among them, the demand for souls in the resource category is extremely terrifying. Back then, spectral soul demon venerable slaughtered the world for his own cultivation. If I were to repeat his logic, would have to slaughter the entire world, otherwise, would not be able to satisfy the resource requirement for my soul path cultivation. Below spectral soul's true inheritance was Red Lotus true inheritance. Although the Red Lotus true meaning on this stone Lotus Island was absorbed by spectral soul to raise his time path attainment level, the true inheritance's contents were still passed down. Among them, the most important was the Immortal Goo recipe for Spring-Autumn Cicada. This was not just rank 6 Immortal Goo recipes, there were rank 7, rank 8, and even rank 9 recipes. That was to say, Fang Yuan had all the Immortal Goo recipes for refining Spring-Autumn Cicada from rank 6 to rank 9. This entire set of Immortal Goo recipes had a lot of content. There were hundreds of thousands of words. Just the rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada Immortal Goo recipes, there were 17 to 18. The one that Fang Yuan obtained in his previous life was only one of them. And there were even more rank 7 Immortal Goo recipes, there were 86. Rank 8 Immortal Goo recipes, there were 43. And rank 9 Immortal Goo recipes, there were 3. One more Immortal Goo recipe meant one more way to refine Spring-Autumn Cicada. To Fang Yuan, this was no doubt a huge help. In the future, he would not only have more choices when refining Spring-Autumn Cicada, he would also be more flexible. To think that Red Lotus Demon Venerable's research on Spring-Autumn Cicada was so deep. So Spring-Autumn Cicada is indeed Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital immortal goo. Fang Yuan would naturally refine Spring-Autumn Cicada. He knew how powerful it was. He would not give up on this weapon to turn the tables. Other than Spectral Soul's true inheritance and Red Lotus true inheritance, there were also countless other inheritances. Some of these inheritances were incomplete, while others were complete. These were collected by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable when he was alive, and after his death, Shadow Sect spent 100,000 years to collect them. All of them benefited Fang Yuan. Although Zishan Makoto's inheritance was rich, he was only a split soul after all. The content he truly grasped was not even 1% of this inheritance. Especially inside, there was the Rule Path True Inheritance that Limitless Demon Venerable had personally set up, and the Formation Path True Inheritance of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's lineage. Zishan Makoto's inheritance did not contain them. The value of all the inheritance contents was immeasurably high. As long as Fang Yuan had enough time and resources, Fang Yuan was completely confident that he could create an organization that was not weaker than the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan's gains were unimaginably huge. Even he himself was shocked by this. He had only received the terrifying benefits of becoming the leader of Shadow Sect at this moment. Spectral Souls will spoke again. Sect leader Fang Yuan, you have now completely inherited Shadow Sect. Unfortunately, although there are many true inheritances, cultivating them requires a vast amount of time, energy, and resources. And in the current situation, you lack time the most, and resources are also extremely scarce. My main body had once defied heaven and hid in the Celestial Court, delaying the arrival of the Great Era for close to 500 years. But now that my main body has failed, everything has returned to its original trajectory. About 10 years later, the Great Era will completely open, the 5 regions will fuse into one, there will definitely be the largest chaotic battle in history. And among the 5 regions, Central Continent has the strongest foundation, they have the most Gu Masters and Gu Immortals. Moreover, they have a unified leader, the Celestial Court. This is something that the other 4 regions do not have. Be it Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Southern Border, or Northern Plains, they are all super forces that are in a state of disunity. Even though Northern Plains has longevity heaven, it is slightly better, but its influence on the region is much weaker than Central Continent's Celestial Court. And the most terrifying thing about the Celestial Court is that they have rank 9 Fate Immortal Gu. This Gu's power is extremely terrifying. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was able to devise a scheme to resist the 3 demon venerables after her death and ensure that the Celestial Court was not destroyed, mostly because of this Gu's power. The 3 demon venerables are all in fate. This was decided when they were born. It cannot be changed. Only otherworldly demons are not restricted by Fate Immortal Gu. O Fang Yuan, you are now a complete otherworldly demon, you are the most promising candidate to destroy fate. In fact, you are the inheritor that Red Lotus Demon Venerable was looking forward to the most. 10 years, only 10 years. O Fang Yuan, you cannot let the Celestial Court restore Fate Immortal Gu. Otherwise, the Celestial Court will be invincible, even if the 4 regions attack it together, it will not fall. By then, attacking the Celestial Court and saving the main body will be completely hopeless. There is not much time left for you, Fang Yuan. Chapter 1446. On the Stone Lotus Island. Spectral Soul's Will's voice started to stutter. Its body was becoming thinner and thinner. Fang Yuan wanted to help it replenish itself, but it stopped him. Let me vanish, I am Spectral Soul's Will, my main body is suppressed by the Celestial Court, I will be deduced by the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals sooner or later. As for the split soul, there is no need to worry about it in the short term. The Stone Lotus Island is gone, my mission is over. Now, while I still have a trace of foundation, let me give you more time and do my best. Fang Yuan was silent before nodding, okay. He agreed and took out the self-cleansing immortal goo formation. Immediately, Bai Ningbing and the rest entered the immortal formation. The immortal goo formation activated, emitting a deafening sound. Spectral souls will smiled, the stone lotus island shined with its final faint radiance. Lord Huangshi is dead. When this news came, Feng Jioge and the two rank 8 goo immortals from the celestial court felt an intense shock in their hearts. Next, more detailed information came from Fairy Myrtle. Fang Yuan lost the upper extreme heavenly eagle, but he still has rank 8 battle strength like the immemorial year monkey? That red lotus true inheritance can actually control a segment of the river of time. This is unbelievable. If not for the red lotus true inheritance stone lotus island, even if Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength and the immemorial year monkey, he would not have been able to take Lord Huangshi's life. Sigh. At this moment, the three immortals had already gotten past the Dream Realm defense line. They were in front of the tributary of the River of Time. Earlier, Fang Yuan's meticulously arranged Dream Realm had a crack because of its own circulation. The three goo immortals could easily pass through it without much effort. Even though Dream Realms could obstruct enemies for some time, they were not reliable and could not be relied on for long. Especially when these Dream Realms were already corroded by Providence. The circulation of the Dream Realms was clearly leaning towards the Celestial Court side. This was also why Fang Yuan retreated earlier. He did not want to use the Dream Realm defense line to resist. After hearing about Lord Huangshi's death, the three immortals' faces turned ugly. According to the original battle plan, Lord Huangshi would make a move in the River of Time to destroy the true inheritance of Red Lotus and force Fang Yuan and the others out. Then, the three immortals would make a move and surround Fang Yuan and the rest of the Shadow sect. But now, the strongest person, Lord Huangshi, was the first to fall. This caused Feng Jioge and the others to be in an awkward situation. Should he wait or not? If he continued to wait, would Fang Yuan and the others come out when they were no longer under pressure? The three immortals hesitated. They had made meticulous preparations and traveled thousands of miles to come here. They did not expect that their morale would drop before the battle even started. Continue to wait. At this time, Fairy Ziwei sent new instructions. I've already deduced that this is the only remaining tributary of the River of Time that Fang Yuan can grasp. Even though Lord Huangshi was sacrificed, he was extremely valuable. He investigated the details of Fang Yuan and the others. He provided a lot of valuable information. Especially regarding the Red Lotus true inheritance, our heavenly court is no longer completely ignorant about the Red Lotus true inheritance. Fang Yuan and the others cannot hide in Red Lotus true inheritance forever. They have to come out. Fairy Myrtle's tone was firm. Feng Jioge and the others were filled with fighting spirit. Fairy Myrtle was one of the few wisdom path great experts in the current 5 regions. Her deductions could not be wrong. Then let's keep waiting. Damned otherworldly demon, you are a disaster to all living beings. I will definitely take your life this time. I will pull out your tendons, peel off your skin, and grind your bones to ashes. The two celestial court goo immortals were indignant. Feng Jioge had a calm expression. He looked at the flowing tributary of the River of Time without saying a word. However, 1 day passed, 2 days passed, 5 to 6 days passed. There was no movement in the tributary of the River of Time. 10 days passed, half a month passed. The three immortals who had been waiting bitterly did not even see a trace of Fang Yuan. However, the three immortals did not waver. They were either current or future celestial court goo immortals. How could people like them lack patience? Especially Feng Jioge. He had fought with Fang Yuan several times. After seeing his terrifying growth, he had already viewed Fang Yuan as a huge threat to the world. This time, he was determined to get rid of Fang Yuan as soon as possible, otherwise, he would not be at ease. Where is Fang Yuan? Are they still on the Stone Lotus Island? Why do I have a feeling of uneasiness? Inside Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle was perplexed. Not long after Lord Huangshi's death, she had lost all information about Fang Yuan and the others. The investigative killer move that Fang Yuan and the others had used the self-cleansing immortal goo formation, as well as the power of Red Lotus true inheritance and time to resolve it. Even though there was no evidence that Fang Yuan and the others had escaped the river of time, Fairy Myrtle's emotions showed that something was amiss. This attracted Fairy Myrtle's attention. Wisdom Path Goo Immortals were not purely rational. Wisdom Path cultivation focused on three aspects: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Among them, emotions were the specialty of Wisdom Path Goo Immortals. Thus, Fairy Myrtle's uneasiness was not out of nowhere, it was a form of warning. In the worst-case scenario, Fang Yuan has already escaped the river of time. But Feng Jiu and the others have already sealed off the exit. How did he manage to do that? Did he inherit Red Lotus true inheritance and have some outstanding stealth method? Or, did he use other tributaries of the river of time? Fairy Myrtle suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The two tributaries of the river of time that Fang Yuan and the others had were all exposed. This information was very accurate, because it came from Spectral Soul's main body. After Spectral Soul's main body was suppressed by Duke Long, Celestial Court naturally would not let him go. They searched his soul. However, Spectral Soul was a peak expert of Soul Path. Even if there was only a fraction of his soul left after his death, how could ordinary methods easily search his soul? Celestial Court tried their best to extract information, but Spectral Soul's main body was still resisting stubbornly. Celestial Court did not obtain much information. If Fang Yuan did not use this tributary of the river of time, where did he choose to leave? Tributaries of the river of time were exits. Feng Jiuge and the others blocked the final exit. Even if Fang Yuan did not investigate, he would have expected it. In this situation, Fang Yuan might take the risk and go to other tributaries of the river of time. Because rather than fighting against the well-prepared Celestial Court, it would be better to attack those forces that did not know about it. And in Western Desert, there are three forces that control tributaries of the river of time. The first is Tian Clan. This clan cultivates Wood Path and Earth Path. They are famous for managing immortal apertures. They even have a good reputation in the 5 regions. They are one of the super forces with the strongest foundation in Western Desert's current Goo Immortal world. The second is Gong Clan. Gong Clan's Goo Immortals specialize in long-range attacks, especially curse killer moves. They are formless. They can take the enemy's life silently from a distance of 10,000 li. Gong Clan's most famous immortal killer move is called Cup Bao Shadow. It is famous in the whole of Western Desert's Goo Immortal world. They only need to absorb a trace of the target's shadow and store it. After that, they can use the killer move and kill the target no matter how far away they are. The third is Tang Clan. Tang Clan is declining. They are in the lower middle of Western Desert's super forces. But Tang Clan still has an immortal Goo house. They control a tributary of the river of time, which is near their headquarters. Thus, they have a strong defense. Other forces cannot easily snatch it. If Fang Yuan wants to force his way in, which clan will he go to? If this is the case, and there are no movements from the 3 clans, I'm afraid Fang Yuan is still in the river of time. Fairy Myrtle pondered. She knew the situation of Western Desert's Goo Immortal world like the back of her hand. The power of Celestial Court's intelligence network could be seen from this. Tang Clan. The remnant light of the immortal killer move condensed on Fang Yuan and the rest. If this move is used, it can protect us for 3 months. Not only can it defend against Goo Immortal's deductions, it can also avoid Providence's attention. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, joy flashing past his face. The other Goo Immortals were by Ning Bing, He Lulan, Ing Wuxia, Black Tigress, and Fairy Miao Yin. Fairy Myrtle's guess was only half correct. Fang Yuan indeed had no intention of going back to fight to the death with Celestial Court's ambush. He had already given up on that tributary of the river of time. But 10 days ago, Fang Yuan's group had already left the river of time and returned to Western Desert. Let's go. It is time to leave Western Desert. Fang Yuan led the group out, the immortals behind him followed. This was deep underground. The group went straight up and came to the surface. 2 Western Desert Gu immortals were already waiting at the exit. Tang Fongming, Tang Lan Ku, greets Shadow sect leader. The 2 Gu immortals were very young. After seeing Fong Yuan, they greeted him with a graceful demeanor. Fong Yuan laughed heartily. Thank you for your trouble, these are the immortal Gu lent by your clan. Saying so, Fong Yuan waved his hand. Several immortal Gu flew out and landed in Tang Fongming's hands. Tang Fongming inspected them carefully. After confirming that the immortal Gu were unharmed, he carefully stored them in his immortal aperture. He said with some embarrassment, "Everyone from Shadow Sect, please forgive me, this time, I am borrowing Gu from my clan in my own name, there are many implications, I have to be careful." Fong Yuan smiled. Tang Fongming's words had deep meaning. Tang clan was a righteous path force after all. If it was exposed that they were cooperating with the demonic path's Shadow Sect, it would be criticized and cause countless troubles. However, factions did not mean anything, benefits were what everyone pursued forever. Tang clan was weak, they faced huge external pressure. Such an environment made Tang clan's Gu immortals possess the spirit to work hard, take risks, endure hardships, and endure patiently. Tang clan's main goal was to develop Dream Path. In the 500 years of Fong Yuan's previous life, Tang clan was at the forefront because they opened Dream Realms. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, they made countless gains and their strength rose sharply, eventually becoming the #1 force in Western Desert's righteous path. Fong Yuan thus contacted Tang clan. He was willing to use Shadow Sect's research results on Dream Path to exchange for them opening the tributary of the River of Time, opening up a crucial path for his retreat. He was also willing to cooperate with Tang clan in the future to research Dream Realms and greatly support Guts Gu. Such enormous benefits made Tang clan's entire clan's hearts palpitate. Guts Gu's support, Fong Yuan's unravel Dream Killer move, and Wuxia's lead soul into Dream were all things that Tang clan's Gu immortals desired greatly. Of course, it would not be easy for Tang clan to obtain the latter too. 8. Chapter 1447. Supporting 20 Western Desert. Hot sunlight shone on heaven and earth, illuminating all living beings. The blue sky was cloudless, the golden desert was emitting distorted hot air. Farewell. Fong Yuan and the rest bid farewell to the 2 Tang clan Gu immortals. Shadow Sect friends, take care. Tang Lan Ku smiled. She cultivated Time Path with rank 7 cultivation level. She was the controller of a tributary of the River of Time. This time, when Fong Yuan came out of Tang clan's tributary of the River of Time, she was the main helper. Fong Yuan smiled lightly. You 2 have already seen me off, there is no need to send me off anymore. Tang Lan Ku's smile became even brighter, but she was smiling bitterly in her heart. They cooperated with Fong Yuan not only for the Guts Gu trade, but also for many Dream Path research results. But ever since Fong Yuan returned to Western Desert, he had not mentioned this. When they parted, he seemed to have completely forgotten about this matter. Even though both sides had an alliance agreement and were restricted, without any deep cooperation, Tang clan felt a little guilty. Tang Fongming had been silent along the way, now he asked directly, Shadow sect leader, fellow immortals, how will we cooperate next? Fong Yuan looked at Tang Fongming with admiration. I am very interested in thieving Heaven's Dream Realm, we can deepen our cooperation in this aspect. But right now, we are being chased by several rank 8 Gu immortals from Celestial Court, it is not a good time to cooperate, we can only look forward to the future. Don't worry, we have an alliance agreement, haven't we? Of course, if you insist on staying. But our identities are different, as well as Celestial Court's pursuers, there is a lot of pressure. Tang Fongming and Tang Lan Ku looked at each other, seeing the bitterness in each other's eyes. Fong Yuan's intention was, if they wanted to cooperate and obtain Dream Path research results, they had to help them resist Celestial Court's pursuers. Moreover, if the situation was exposed, Tang clan would collude with the demonic path, and the righteous path would lose all their reputation. This was something Tang clan could not bear. But Tang clan could not use force. Because Fang Yuan's fists were strong enough, he did not fear Tang clan, who had an immortal Gu house. Then I can only wish everyone a safe journey. Tang Fangming bowed slightly. Yes, farewell. Fang Yuan nodded, his expression indifferent as he turned to leave. Behind him, the immortals followed. On the sand dune, Tang Fangming and Tang Lank did not leave. They watched as the figures of Fang Yuan and the others shrank into black dots on the horizon. Little Ming, you let them go just like that? Tang Lank frowned. Tang Fangming's expression was calm as he glanced at Tang Lank. It's not that I let them go, it's that our Tang family can't force them to stay. Tang Lank was silent for a long time. She let out a mouthful of turbid air and sighed, "Sigh, I feel uneasy. I don't know if this is good or bad for our clan. Tang Fangming, I only know that everything has its pros and cons. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Moreover, this matter was decided by the supreme elders of Tang clan. They want to cooperate with Fang Yuan and the others." Tang Lank immediately corrected him with a solemn expression, "Our Tang clan has nothing to do with this matter. It's just that you and I contacted Fang Yuan and the others privately. If anything happens, only you and I will bear the responsibility." Tang Fangming chuckled, feeling some disdain in his heart. In order to maintain their righteous path status, Tang clan threw out him and Tang Lank as shields. If they were exposed afterwards, they would have a cover. This was a trick of the righteous path. Tang Fangming could understand it. What kind of person is Fang Yuan? He has already seen through Tang clan's tricks. The tributary of the River of Time is near Tang clan's headquarters. It has stayed for 10 days, but even Tang clan's first supreme elder did not show up. Is there any sincerity in such a cooperation? Since we are cooperating, we should make a choice. If we hesitate on both sides, how can we succeed? Tang Fangming muttered in his heart. Tang Lank asked again, "What do you think of Fang Yuan?" He said that he is being chased by several rank 8 Gu immortals from the Celestial Court. Is this an exaggeration? Tang Fangming knew that Tang Lank's question had a deeper meaning. His best response was to remain silent. If he said that Fang Yuan was not good, Tang Lank could report it to Tang clan. Tang Fangming's grudge would make Shadow Sect unhappy. He could use this to push the responsibility away. If he said that Fang Yuan was good, Tang Lank could collect this evidence. If this matter was exposed in the future, Tang clan would use them as sacrificial pawns to protect the clan. Tang Lank could then present evidence and say that she was bewitched by a Gu immortal of her clan to lessen her responsibility. Tang Fangming was not a stupid person. He might not have adapted to the situation when he first returned to the clan. But now, he was an expert in the righteous path. However, at this moment, Tang Fangming looked at the gradually disappearing figures of Fang Yuan and the others, complex emotions surging in his heart. He sighed, directly speaking his innermost thoughts. Although I have not seen his heroic battle, after interacting with him for a few days, I can already conclude that his reputation is not just for show. Fang Yuan is a legend of the current generation. He has a graceful demeanor and a grand spirit. He is very admirable. He is a man who goes against heaven. Just based on this point, we are far inferior to him. Joy flashed in Tang Lank's eyes, but she remained silent towards Tang Fangming's words. Fang Yuan was flying rapidly, but he was also thinking about Tang Fangming. In the 500 years of his previous life, this Tang Fangming was a legend in Western Desert's Gu immortal world. His status could almost be compared to Northern Plains Mahongyun back then. When Tang Fangming was young, because Tang clan's Gu master higher-up seized power, he was implicated and mercilessly abandoned by Tang clan. He and his sister Tang Miao roamed outside. They suffered a lot. But under the blessing of many fortuitous encounters, he became a Gu immortal. while his sister Tang Miao also became a rank 5 peak stage Gu master. In order to rope in a Gu immortal, Tang clan's supreme elders gave up on Tang clan's Gu master higher-ups in exchange for Tang Fongming's return. What happened next proved that the decision of the Tang family's supreme elders was a wise one. After Tang Fongming returned to Tang clan, not only did he help his sister Tang Miao become a Gu immortal, he even actively explored Thieving Heaven's dream realm. His exploration of dream realms had a talent and aptitude that ordinary people could not reach. He created his own dream path Gu worms and contributed greatly to the rise of Tang clan. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, dream realms appeared everywhere in the world, dream path flourished, and Tang clan took the initiative. Using the power of dream path, they rose up and became the strongest super force in Western Desert's Gu immortal world. They had great prestige and influence, even in the 5 regions, they were a top-tier force. Western Desert was shrouded in Tang clan's fame. More and more people called Western Desert's Gu immortal world the Golden Age of Tang clan. And in Tang clan, the most eye-catching and powerful legend of the current generation was Tang Fongming, who cultivated Dream Path. Now, Ma Hongyun has already been killed by me, but Tang Fongming will grow even faster because of the upcoming cooperation. Comparing the two, it is truly impressive. However, according to the true trajectory of fate, Ma Hongyun was going to die anyway. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a dark light. On the Stone Lotus Island, Fang Yuan not only obtained the true inheritance and Spectral Soul's rank 9 immortal essence, he also obtained some precious information from Spectral Souls while using Red Lotus true inheritance to deduce. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Shadow Sect succeeded in defying heaven, Spectral Soul revived and successfully infiltrated Celestial Court. Next, the 5 regions' chaotic war began, the Great Era began. Shadow Sect spread its influence all over the 5 regions and 2 heavens, manipulating everything in the dark. Ma Hongyun was saved by Shadow Sect many times. He eventually grew to become an iconic figure in Northern Plains' Gu immortal world, someone who resisted Celestial Court. And Tang clan was also secretly supported by Shadow Sect. That was right. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Tang clan also cooperated with Shadow Sect. The reason why Tang clan could create the Tang clan Golden Age was because Shadow Sect supported them from behind the scenes. They wanted to oppose Central Continent's Celestial Court. This was also the main reason why Fang Yuan chose to cooperate with Tang clan. In Western Desert, Tang clan was not the only one with a tributary of the River of Time. But compared to the other 2 super forces, Tang clan had the foundation and sincerity to cooperate. What happened next proved that Fang Yuan's choice was a success. Using Tang clan's tributary of the River of Time, Fang Yuan escaped from the River of Time. Feng Jioga and the rest were still waiting bitterly. But, in the 500 years of my previous life, even if Shadow Sect's plan succeeded and Spectral Soul revived, he did not seem to be able to regain his position as a venerable. Moreover, Shadow Sect's strength was preserved, but Spectral Soul still chose to resist Celestial Court in the dark, and supported other forces. This proves that Celestial Court's strength was something that even Spectral Soul could not face head-on. In this life, Spectral Soul's plan failed because of me. His main body was captured, Shadow Sect was battered by wind and rain, only we are left. Compared to the 500 years of my previous life, the situation is truly terrible. Next, I will probably have to continue Spectral Soul's plan, lurking in the dark and supporting Tang clan and other forces to find trouble with Celestial Court. But what about Fate Gu? Thinking of this problem, Fang Yuan frowned deeply. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fate Gu was not repaired. Because Zombie Alliance was still around, and Spectral Soul, the person who should have died the most, not only did he not die, he even revived. Not only did he revive, he even lurked in Celestial Court, manipulating them in the dark, plotting countless schemes and obstructing Celestial Court from repairing Fate Gu. But it was different now. The situation in front of Fang Yuan was even worse. Spectral Soul's main body was captured, Zombie Alliance was gone, a large number of fate-defying existences were destroyed. It made it easier to repair Fate Gu. Fate Immortal Gu was like a sharp blade hanging above Feng Yuan's head. Spectral Souls will reminded Feng Yuan to be careful of Fate Immortal Gu. If it was really repaired, the consequences would be unimaginable. Feng Yuan remembered this warning, but he had no idea how to destroy Fate Immortal Gu. He could not think of a way. Surrender if you can't win? For Shadow Sect, there was no such thing as surrender. For Feng Yuan, it was even more so. In the 500 years of my previous life, I was constantly on the move, I was homeless, I was schemed against, tortured, and suppressed by Providence. I already had no way out. Providence chose me as a pawn, especially when I did not destroy Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu and used it for myself. I was destined to go against heaven, I had no other choice. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan looked up at the sky. The boundless sky, the grand providence. Compared to it, he was so tiny. Going against heaven? Interesting. Feng Yuan smiled silently. 8. Chapter 1448. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Palaces made of white marble stood tall and majestic, the silver-white sky was bright and majestic. Among these palaces, there was a pitch-black hall that was very conspicuous. The plaque in front of the hall had 3 words, Soul Suppression Hall. The aura that seeped out from the palace itself showed how extraordinary this palace was. Undeniably, this was a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. At the center of Soul Suppression Hall, there were 5 huge pillars. The scarlet pillars were connected by purple gold chains, forming a huge net. And at the center of this net, there was a remnant soul. It was Spectral Soul's main body. Fairy Myrtle stood at the edge of the 5 pillars expressionlessly. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, you were a rank 9 Gu Venerable when you were alive, you were unwilling to die, you defied heaven. Today, you ended up like this, it is all because of your own actions. Do you know your wrongs? Her voice was very clear, it reverberated in the huge palace. In contrast, that remnant soul was silent, not making a sound. Fairy Myrtle continued, back then, you slaughtered the world, harming all living beings to satisfy your selfish desires, you created your own glory. Now that you are a prisoner, are you not going to repent and repent? Do you want to strive for the welfare of the world, to atone for your sins? The remnant soul was silent. Fairy Myrtle sighed, activating the Immortal Gu House Soul Suppression Hall. Immediately, the majestic aura of the Gu worms surged like a tidal wave. The 5 pillars let out bright red light and heat, as if they were made of lava. Countless purple gold chains weaved together to form a giant net. It was a dazzling sight. Spectral Soul's main body started to tremble. As time passed, his trembling became more intense. When the trembling reached a certain level, waves of information were extracted and transmitted to the soul-suppressing hall through the countless purple gold chains. Thus, images appeared on the surface of the pillars. They were like drawings of human skin, showing some scenes of Spectral Soul when he was alive. There were scenes of him cultivating, of him fighting heroically, of him talking to others, and so on and so forth. The entire soul-searching process lasted for the time it took an incense to burn before it came to a stop. Fairy Myrtle, however, was not satisfied. The information that he had obtained was superficial, and there was too little valuable information. In the next moment, her gaze turned solemn and she sneered, "You Hun, since ancient times, the winner takes all. Why do you have to do this? You've already lost all hope. Do you still hope that someone will be able to break into the celestial court and save you? So what if you're putting up such a stubborn resistance? Your fate has already been decided, and it can't be changed." Spectral Soul still did not speak, he was like a stubborn piece of metal, a rock. Fairy Myrtle snorted coldly and turned to leave. Boom! With a loud bang, the door of the soul-subduing palace slammed shut behind her. Looking at the empty celestial court and the silent palaces, Fairy Myrtle furrowed her brows. Over the past few days, the bad feeling in her heart had become more and more intense. On Feng Jiuge's side, Fang Yuan and the others had yet to appear. Not only that, in the Western Desert intelligence gathered by the Celestial Court, there was no mention of anyone forcefully entering the tributary of the River of Time. Everything was calm. But Fairy Myrtle sensed something amiss from this calmness. It is a pity that Spectral Soul has fallen to this state and is still putting up a stubborn resistance. The information I obtained is of no help in deducing the whereabouts of Fang Yuan and the others. He was once a rank 9 venerable after all, a legend at the peak of Soul Path. Even as a remnant soul, he was able to resist the search of soul-subduing palace. He is truly amazing. If I was left with only a remnant soul, not to mention an immortal Gu house, I would not even be able to resist a rank 6 immortal Gu. Forget it. Even if Spectral Soul does not cooperate, soul-subduing palace can still search his soul, just that the progress is small. But as time passes, there will be a day when all the information on Spectral Soul's body is dug out. As for now, Fairy Myrtle looked at the sky, her lips curled up into a beautiful smile. It is time for the fame of my celestial court to spread throughout the world. Several months after the Battle of the Dream Realm, the Celestial Court, which was gradually becoming silent, suddenly released a shocking piece of news. The former Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who was now a remnant soul, was captured by the Celestial Court. His heaven-defying scheme was foiled by the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. Once this news spread, it caused a huge commotion in the Gu Immortal world. Countless Gu Immortals were shaken. Rank 9 venerables dominated an era, they were invincible existences. To think that the Celestial Court actually captured a rank 9 venerable. Furthermore, it was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who had the heaviest killing intent among all venerables. Even though this was only a remnant soul, it was enough to shock people. Of course, there were voices that questioned the authenticity of the news, but they soon disappeared. The Celestial Court naturally made ample preparations. They listed all sorts of evidence and announced Zombie Alliance, Shadow Sect, as well as the Battle of Tian Mountain and the Battle of the Dream Realm. The evidence was irrefutable and convincing. At once, the whole world's attention was focused on Central Continent's Celestial Court. The past glory of the Celestial Court was dug out by countless Gu Immortals. It was the #1 force in the Gu Immortal world, it had always been the strongest. It was first created by primordial origin Immortal Venerable. After several generations of Immortal Venerables, it had never fallen. Even though the 3 Demon Venerables had attacked the Celestial Court, they were unable to do anything. It was mysterious, it was strong, it was high above the masses, it was unfathomable. It was the Celestial Court. Northern Plains, Longevity Heaven. South Desolation Immortal was lying on his bed, his old face still had the last bit of vitality left. Sigh, to think that the great Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would die in the hands of the Celestial Court after his death. South Desolation Immortal sighed deeply. In front of his bed, Yao Huang consoled softly, "Lord South Desolation, you should close your eyes and rest for a while." South Desolation Immortal smiled lightly, "I do not have much lifespan left, I only have a few days left, it is fine. Third Autumn, remember what I told you, after I die, you have to take over the position of South Desolation." "Yes, Lord." South Desolation Immortal had a worried expression on his face. Eras are changing, the 5 regions have reached an unprecedented stage. I can already feel the turbulent waves of the eras. These are not ordinary waves, they surpass the venerable eras of the past. This is an unprecedented tsunami. Even my longevity heaven, if I make a mistake, I will be destroyed by the tsunami of this era. The Celestial Court is so powerful, it is definitely our greatest enemy, you need to be careful. Milord, this junior will keep your words in mind. Southern Border, Corpse Emperor Yu Ding Tian. This was a very special mountain peak. In ancient times, a southern border rank 8 Gu immortal turned into an immortal zombie. He was attacked by the alliance of super forces here, eventually dying in battle. As time passed, the rank 8 immortal zombie's corpse, under the nourishment of the boundless spiritual energy along the river, along with the water plants that were washed ashore by the river, it gradually grew into a corpse mountain. Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian was hundreds of meters tall. It was close to the whirlpool at the center of the red-yellow river. It had abundant primeval energy and produced huge amounts of resources. It was also a strategic location. At this moment, Wu Yong was standing at the peak of Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, looking at the grand intersection of the red-yellow river. Behind him was Wu clan's Gu immortal, Wu Zhen. Wu Zhen looked at Wu Yong's back, not concealing the reverence in his heart. This Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian originally belonged to Wu clan, but not long ago, it was taken away by Yao clan. After the Battle of the Dream Realm, Wu Yong brought along clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and displayed super strong battle strength, intimidating Southern Border's righteous path forces. Moreover, in the following negotiations, he successfully obtained the immortal Gu that Southern Border's righteous path had lost from the Celestial Court, and Wu Yong distributed most of them to the righteous path clans. Because of this, Wu Yong's reputation soared. Although Wu clan suffered heavy losses, they swept away their previous decline and sat firmly on the throne of Southern Border's #1 clan. With a stick in one hand and candy in the other, Wu Yong was successful in every endeavor. In the following days, he successfully took back the lost territories, forcing many righteous path forces to retreat. It was almost effortless. Right now, in Wu clan, there were already people who compared Wu Yong to Wu Du Xiu. Wu clan's morale was high. They believed that Wu Yong was wise and could definitely lead Wu clan to continue its glory. Wu Zhen, this Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian is a strategic location. In Wu clan, only you can make me feel at ease. I will leave this place to you. Wu Yong said without turning his head, looking at the whirlpool far away. Yes, I will not disappoint First Supreme Elder. Wu Zhen's tone was slightly trembling. Lord. He paused for a moment before continuing. Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian is the last piece of land that our Wu clan has taken back. Should we counterattack now? Wu Yong frowned. He had been secretly plotting a counterattack all this time. But after receiving the information that the Celestial Court captured Spectral Soul, Wu Yong decided to give up. This time, Wu clan lost many Gu immortals. Since the lost territory has been taken back, we have a huge territory. We are already lacking manpower, now we lack even more. Next, we need to recuperate and nurture Wu clan's descendants to become Gu immortals. Yes, First Supreme Elder is wise, I will remember it. Wu Zhen said respectfully. Right now, Wu Yong's reputation was extremely high. Wu clan's Gu immortals would support his decision. However, we cannot let go of the matter of them offending our Wu clan. Even though we will not expand our territory, we need to compensate them with resources. Wu Yong continued, a trace of battle intent could be heard in his voice. Wu Zhen's expression became excited. First Supreme Elder is wise. Western Desert, Tang clan's headquarters. The might of the Celestial Court is truly shocking. Tang clan's second Supreme Elder was deeply worried. Tang clan's first Supreme Elder glanced at him plainly. He knew why he was here. Earlier, when they cooperated with Fang Yuan and the rest, second Supreme Elder had objected to it. Now that the Celestial Court captured Spectral Soul was made public, Tang clan's Gu immortals were facing huge pressure. Will the Celestial Court pursue us for cooperating with Fang Yuan and the rest? Second Supreme Elder sighed. So what if they pursue us? So what if they don't? First Supreme Elder smiled. The second Supreme Elder frowned and paced back and forth. Of course it's a win-win situation. We can continue to work with the Shadow Sect. But if they pursue responsibility, our Tang clan is after all a super force in Western Desert's Gu immortal world. We can ally with other clans to resist the Celestial Court. Of course, it had to be kept a secret and not a single trace of evidence could be leaked. Otherwise, the celestial court will force us to answer on the basis of justice, and we won't be able to borrow any reinforcements. Also, if we really can't do it, we can only abandon Tang Fongming and Tang Lank. The first Supreme Elder laughed and said, look, you already know how to deal with it, why are you still panicking? The first Supreme Elder retracted his smile and said sternly, if my Tang family wants to rise, we must take such a risk. Riches come from danger. If we do not grab hold of thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's dream realm, we would be letting down this immortal fate. As for Tang Fongming and Tang Lanku, they were already prepared. Sacrificing for the family is also the best ending for the righteous path. The second elder let out a long sigh. Great Elder is wise. Chapter 1449. Elder Fong Yuan, you are back. Land Spirit of Lengia laughed. He opened his arms and walked towards Fong Yuan with large strides. Fong Yuan also laughed. Being able to return to Lengia blessed land is like returning home, I feel much more at ease. The two hugged each other, their attitude was very warm. Elder Fong Yuan is now famous in the world, congratulations. Land Spirit of Lengia looked at Fong Yuan with a completely different gaze. Fong Yuan now had rank 8 battle strength, this was his unique battle strength, it was enough for Land Spirit of Lengia to pay attention to him. Furthermore, Fong Yuan even escaped from the pursuit of the Celestial Court, safely returning to Lengia sect. If this battle result was spread, it would shock the world. From the perspective of Land Spirit of Lengia, he was naturally willing to see Fong Yuan and the number 1 human force, the Celestial Court, fall into an abyss of conflict, unable to live under the same sky. The more Fong Yuan was chased by the world, the happier he was. Because he was a hairy man, his obsession was to let hairy men rule the world. Of course, Lengia sect's safety was of utmost importance. If not for the fact that Fong Yuan was clean and did not leave any traces for the Celestial Court to track, Land Spirit of Lengia would not welcome Fong Yuan like this. Elder Fong Yuan, what do you plan to do next? Land Spirit of Lengia asked as they walked. Fong Yuan did not hesitate, he said frankly, right now, the situation is very tense, I plan to lay low and rest for a while. I have already inherited Spectral Soul's true inheritance and become the new leader of Shadow Sect. As long as I have enough time, I will continue to raise my cultivation level and battle strength. The Celestial Court will not be able to track me down. Speaking of which, it was really thrilling. Fortunately, I had you, the first Supreme Elder, supporting me from behind. The Land Spirit of Lengia was embarrassed and could only laugh out loud. He naturally did not fully support Fong Yuan, he only followed the rules of Lengia sect and helped Fong Yuan refine Gu. If he had given his full support, he would have already sent Hairy Man Gu Immortals to reinforce Fong Yuan. The two of them talked as they walked. Along the way, they saw many Hairy Man Gu masters, they greeted him with deep respect. The development of the Lengia sect was also very fast. Ever since the Land Spirit of Lengia changed its development strategy and started a war between hairy men in the 3 continents, it encouraged and nurtured many outstanding hairy man Gu masters. These hairy man elites were all chosen and brought to Lengia Blessed Land's cloud cover continent to live, and they were taught the next step in their cultivation. Murals of the Lengia sect's grand elders could be found in every cloud city on the cloud cover continent. In the cloud city that belonged to Fong Yuan, there was a huge stone statue that was several meters tall and had the same appearance and build as him. Thus, Lengia sect's Gu masters were very familiar with all the Gu immortal elders. After talking for a while, Fong Yuan and the Land Spirit of Lengia parted. The two talked happily. The Land Spirit of Lengia was very interested in Spectral Soul's true inheritance, while Fong Yuan wanted to use Lengia sect's strength to help him refine immortal Gu. In terms of refinement path, even though Fong Yuan had some strength, he paled in comparison to Lengia sect. Both sides came to many agreements, the Land Spirit of Lengia left in satisfaction. Fong Yuan came to the Gu refinement hall and met with Sixth Hair. So it is Second Supreme Elder, sorry for not going out to meet you. Sixth Hair smiled. He was haggard and had a haggard expression, his face was ashen, he was in a sorry state. But when he saw Fang Yuan, a complex expression appeared in his eyes. There was love, there was emotion, there was loneliness, and there was also a sigh. Fate was truly mysterious. Once upon a time, Sixth Hair wished that Fang Yuan could die immediately. But now, Fang Yuan had become the leader of Shadow Sect, he was the only hope of saving Spectral Soul's main body. Since Fang Yuan could protect Wuxia's life, and had irreconcilable enmity with the Celestial Court, Sixth Hair chose to acknowledge Fang Yuan's identity. Sixth Hair greets Lord Sect Leader, please forgive me for not being able to pay my respects. Sixth Hair transmitted secretly. This was Langya blessed land, the land spirit of Langya could see everything like a palm print. It is just a formality, why would I care about this? Fang Yuan transmitted, I still need to thank you for your hard work, the immortal goo you refined helped me greatly. The Celestial Court is my mortal enemy, one day, I will attack the Celestial Court and do my best to save Spectral Soul's main body. Sixth Hair nodded, a bright light flashed in his eyes as he turned around and led the way, this way please. Actually, he knew that Fang Yuan's words did not have any guarantees. If Fang Yuan wanted to break the promise, there would be no punishment or price. But people needed a trace of hope in life. Even if this hope was very small. Moreover, Sixth Hair was clear that if he did not recruit Fang Yuan, the remaining Shadow Sect Gu Immortals would not be the Celestial Court's match, they would be exterminated soon. In fact, there was no need for the Celestial Court to make a move, because of benefits, Fang Yuan was more likely to take action against the Shadow Sect's remnants. Zishan Makoto already knew about his future situation, in order to preserve as much of the Shadow Sect as possible and preserve hope, he entrusted the entire Shadow Sect to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan knew about Zishan Makoto's scheme, but he had no choice but to accept it, he even felt joy in his heart. Fang Yuan followed Sixth Hair as they walked for a while, arriving in front of the Refinement Path Immortal Formation. There, a blazing fire was burning, but it gave off a shocking chill. The chill was intense, soon, Fang Yuan's eyebrows and hair were covered in a layer of white frost. Sect Leader, the refinement of Cleansed Soul Immortal Goo has reached the crucial step. But I have failed several times at this step. My luck is not as good as yours, Sect Leader is more suited to personally refine the last few steps. Sixth Hair transmitted. Next, he started to narrate the steps of the Goo refinement, as well as the important points, as well as his own experiences and insights. Fang Yuan listened attentively, not missing a single word. Cleansed Soul Immortal Goo was the key to his future cultivation. Almost at the same time, far away in Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. A female Goo Master at the peak of rank 5 was also facing a crucial moment in her life. Right now, she was wearing battle armor, her skin was fair, her eyes were like the morning stars, her curved brows were slightly furrowed, she was holding her breath with a solemn expression. We can begin. Spirit Affinity House's Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Su Hao spoke. On the other side, there was a female immortal, it was Su Hao's wife, Li Juning. Zhao Lianyan nodded, she breathed in deeply and started her immortal ascension. In her rank 5 peak stage aperture, primeval essence surged like a raging wave, crashing against the aperture walls. Soon, cracks started to appear on the aperture walls. As the cracks increased, a formless power of heaven and earth lifted Zhao Lianyan's body into the sky. Only when she was 30 meters above the ground did Zhao Lianyan stop. At this moment, Zhao Lianyan's eyes were shut, she was concentrating on controlling the primeval essence in her aperture, attacking the aperture walls fiercely. She did not know that in the outside world, as more cracks appeared on the aperture walls, the aura that leaked out was getting denser, 2 huge gusts of qi had already been drawn. Qi surged, causing dark clouds to rumble in the sky and thunder to rumble. Earth qi was vast, causing dust to rise and rumble on the ground. Heaven Qi and Earth Qi were getting denser. Suddenly, with a soft sound, Zhao Lianyun's aperture completely shattered. Immediately, an extremely dense human Qi gushed out from her body. Heaven Qi, Earth Qi, and human Qi attracted each other, quickly gathering together and wrapping around Zhao Lianyun at the center of the Qi giant ball. You have to persevere. Li Juning muttered. Helping Zhao Lianyun to ascend to immortal was not only Spirit Affinity House's mission, it also concerned her and her husband Su Hao's benefits in the sect. Su Hao and Li Juning belonged to the anti-Phoenix faction, they were the most opposed to Feng Jiuge's faction. And Zhao Lianyun was the most crucial person in the anti-Phoenix faction. Su Hao had a solemn and vigilant expression. Zhao Lianyun's immortal ascension was different from others. Because she had divine concealment protecting her, she was shielded from deductions and heavenly calamities and tribulations. Such a situation was unprecedented in immortal ascension. Even thieving heaven demon Venerable had created the original version of divine concealment after becoming a Gu immortal. Thus, Su Hao was very careful, he paid attention to Zhao Lianyun's situation at all times and would help if anything went wrong. However, at this moment, even if Su Hao wanted to help, he could not do so. The three Qi attracted, the entire process of fusing and controlling it had to be controlled by Zhao Lianyun personally, others could not interfere. Fortunately, before the immortal ascension, Zhao Lianyun had done a lot of preparation and practice. With the guidance and training of a Gu immortal, she already knew the entire process of immortal ascension like the back of her hand, she could not be more familiar with it. The Qi ball where the three Qi converged became smaller and smaller. This was a joyous change. It proved that Zhao Lianyun was successfully compressing and condensing the three Qi. A moment later, the three Qi condensed and compressed to the limit. Zhao Lianyun opened her eyes and shouted, throwing her vital Gu into the center of the three Qi. Rumble. A loud sound rang out, like a clap of thunder exploding in his ears. In an instant, Zhao Lianyun fell into a dazed state, her eyes were in a daze. At the next moment, she woke up and looked at her aperture. The aperture was no longer there, it was replaced by an immortal aperture. Rank 6 Immortal Aperture. I succeeded. Zhao Lianyun cried tears of joy. Chapter 1450. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go. TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land, Gu Refinement Hall. Love Go Small Say Netka. The refinement path Gu formation activated, the eerie blue ice fire had turned into an iceberg. Fang Yuan stood at the periphery of the refinement path immortal formation, he raised his hands and placed his palms on the surface of the iceberg. His eyes were shining brightly, he was concentrating on the Gu refinement, almost all of his attention was on it. On his body, the auras of all sorts of Gu worms fluctuated, there were mortal Gu auras and immortal Gu auras. He was using a large number of refinement path methods and even killer moves. Under Fang Yuan's hard work, there was still a blue ice fire burning quietly in the iceberg. The Gu materials were continuously refined in the fire, the impurities were all removed, only the essence was left. The embryonic form of an immortal Gu was forming bit by bit. Sixth Hair, who was standing at the side, was shining with joy. This progress had already surpassed his previous record. This was not because Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment was higher than Sixth Hair's, it was because of luck. The main reason was the refinement path method. To think that our sect also had the inheritance of the remote antiquity era's refinement path great expert, Bei Luo. Sixth Hair sighed inwardly. Bei Luo was a famous rank 8 refinement path Gu immortal, he was most skilled in ice refinement. Until now, his ice refinement attainment was at the peak of refinement path juniors. What Fang Yuan was using now was Bei Luo's ice refinement killer move. Thus, he surpassed Sixth Hair's previous record, he was only a step away from refining Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu. Even though Sixth Hair was a split soul, he was a member of Shadow Sect. But back then, Shadow Sect used the killer move Soul Replacement to place him in Langya Blessed Land. He did not have too many cultivation memories. Because once he had too many of these memories, it would be easy for him to be exposed during the cultivation process. In Langya Blessed Land, the land spirit of Langya was omniscient and could sense every tiny change in every corner of the blessed land. Now that Feng Yuan became the leader of the Shadow Sect and inherited the entire Shadow Sect inheritance, his Gu cultivation foundation grew explosively. This level of growth could be said to be earth-shattering. Even Feng Yuan himself was a little numb. For example, if Feng Yuan's foundation was like a lake in the past, then the legacy of the Shadow Sect was like an ocean. Even the foundation of Langya Sect was second to the Shadow Sect. Even though Langya Blessed Land had been established for a very long time, its origin was only the rank 8 Gu immortal long-hair ancestor. And the founder of the Shadow Sect was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who had slaughtered the world. Thus, when Feng Yuan had a deep understanding of Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu's refinement steps, he chose the most suitable Gu refinement method from the Sea of Inheritances in his mind, Bei Luo Ice Refinement Method. Alright. The Immortal Gu's incomplete form is already more than half complete, success is close at hand. As time passed, Sixth Hair became increasingly excited. His gaze moved towards Feng Yuan. This man. A complex light flashed in Sixth Hair's eyes. In terms of refinement path, his foundation is very solid and he has great talent. Most importantly, the ice refinement method seems to be especially suitable for him. Sixth Hair evaluated in his mind. There were countless refinement path methods: fire refinement, ice refinement, multiple person refinement, time refinement, and so on. Some people were suitable for fire refinement methods, while some people were extremely compatible with water refinement methods. Feng Yuan also found that the ice refinement method was very suitable for him. It seems that I can practice ice refinement methods in my free time. It seems to be more suitable for my temperament than blood refinement. While thinking, Feng Yuan mobilized Gu worms and prepared an immortal killer move. In his immortal aperture, there were already a large number of myriad self-strength path clones. These clones would help him construct killer moves when he refines Gu. It was very practical and convenient. When this immortal killer move was activated, Feng Yuan immediately felt a warm sensation coiling around his body, resisting the bone-chilling coldness from the outside world. The intense coldness continued to spread from the iceberg. This was the weakness of the ice refinement method. The Gu Immortal had to resist the coldness while refining Gu. If Myriad Self did not advance, Feng Yuan would definitely have problems dealing with all aspects at the same time. But with his new self, he was able to overcome this hurdle easily. Just as Feng Yuan was refining Gu, far away in central continent, Feng Kim Hong climbed to the peak of a mountain. At dawn, the sky was still dark, there were only a few stars in the sky. Feng Jin Huang's breath turned into mist as she gazed into the distance. Her face was full of worry. In the past, she was young and did not know what it felt like to be worried. She had the protection of Gu immortal parents. But now, she tasted setbacks and experienced the hardships of life. Especially recently, Zhao Lianyun had successfully advanced to immortal. This greatly raised the reputation of the anti-Feng faction in Spirit Affinity House. While Feng Jioge was far away in Western Desert, Fairy Bai Qing could not do anything alone. Su Hao and the rest won back a lot of people. From this, Feng Kim Hong experienced hardships and bitterness that she had never experienced before. The sect had a brand new image in her eyes. Sigh. She sat cross-legged on a rock, sighing. She thought of Zhao Lianyun. This person came from behind and snatched away Feng Kim Huang's goal, Spirit Affinity House's fairy position. Now that he had successfully advanced to immortal, he was no longer immortal. The scene of Zhao Lianyun kneeling to Feng Kim Hong was still fresh in her mind. Zhao Lianyun is an otherworldly demon, Feng Yuan is also an otherworldly demon. Why do I always lose to otherworldly demons? Feng Kim Huang's thoughts wandered, an unforgettable scene appeared in the deepest part of her mind. At the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, she saw Feng Yuan for the first time. Feng Kim Huang's face heated up, she quickly shook her head, suppressing these scenes and memories into the deepest part of her mind. What's the point of thinking about this? Feng Kim Hong, oh Feng Kim Hong, you need to work harder. You need to work harder and become a Gu immortal in the future. You need to help father and mother. Feng Kim Hong calmed her mind and started to summarize her recent dream realm experience. That was the dream realm of the refinement path great expert Bei Luo. Through this dream realm, my refinement path attainment level has already broken through to great grandmaster level. Senior Bei Luo is most proficient in ice refinement methods, why don't I give it a try? Feng Kim Hong stretched out her hands, her 10 fingers moved rapidly, creating layers of finger phantoms. A gust of cold qi immediately circled around her palm, and it became more and more exuberant. Feng Kim Hong was a refinement path great grandmaster with outstanding attainment level. Soon, a Gu worm jumped out of the frost energy lump. This was an ice path rank 3 mortal Gu. After flying out, it landed on Feng Kim Huang's shoulder obediently, not moving at all. Next, a second and third Gu worm flew out. Moreover, the rotation speed also increased from rank 3 to rank 4 and rank 5. Feng Kim Hong showed joy on her face, her eyes gradually brightened and her hands moved faster. But at the next moment, the frost energy exploded, the Gu refinement failed and Feng Kim Hong suffered a backlash. Oh no! Feng Kim Huang's heart sank, her face turned pale, she subconsciously closed her eyes and gritted her teeth, enduring the incoming damage. But there was no movement. What's going on? Feng Kim Hong slowly opened her eyes. Next, she saw an expert stretch out his hand in front of her. That lump of frost that was about to explode actually condensed into an ice ball in his hand. The expert was really tall, Feng Kim Huang's head was slightly taller than his knees. His long hair fluttered in the wind, he had a majestic posture, his gaze was filled with wisdom. What attracted Feng Kim Huang's attention the most was the pair of coral dragon horns on his forehead. Senior, who are you? Thank you for saving me. Feng Kim Hong quickly bowed. The expert smiled, there are countless refinement path methods, but ice refinement is not suitable for you, Feng Kim Hong. Your personality is lively and cheerful, it is suitable for metal refinement and fire refinement. As for ice refinement, those who are proficient in it have a tough and patient nature. Saying so, the expert lightly clenched his fist, directly extinguishing the frost energy in his palm. Feng Kim Hong was tongue-tied, she knew the power of this lump of frost energy, it could definitely heavily injure a rank 5 Gu master. Feng Kim Huang's eyes brightened, Senior, are you a Gu immortal? You know my parents? Feng Kim Hong had interacted with many Gu immortals, thus she did not feel uncomfortable. Normally speaking, those Gu immortals were amiable, most of them admired Feng Jioga's reputation. As expected, the expert nodded, of course I know your parents, but I came here for you. For me? Feng Kim Hong was surprised. That's right. The expert continued, Feng Kim Hong, you will be the future great dream immortal venerable, you are destined to enter the celestial court, you will lead this era, you will shock the world and stand proudly at the peak of Gu immortals. I am the celestial court's Gu immortal Duke Long, I came here to take you as my disciple, I will lead you to the throne of a rank 9 venerable. What? Feng Kim Huang's mouth was wide open, she looked at the expert in front of her in a daze. Duke Long smiled at Feng Kim Hong with a kind and amiable expression. Feng Kim Hong, however, looked at this legendary person who defeated Spectral Soul with an expression of, I suspect you are a swindler. She did not know Duke Long. Duke Long's appearance was familiar to the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects, but Feng Kim Hong was a mortal after all, there was a layer between them. Immortals and mortals were two different worlds. Uncle, do you know that since ancient times, only 10 people have become Gu venerables? I know about Great Dream Immortal Venerable's prophecy, but why am I Great Dream Immortal Venerable? Feng Kim Hong asked. Don't doubt yourself. Duke Long smiled, you are the future Great Dream Immortal Venerable. When you were young, a dream path Immortal Gu came to you, that was a sign. Your life was supposed to be smooth sailing and dazzling. Unfortunately, there were some hiccups in the process. Those otherworldly demons who are not part of fate snatched your fortuitous encounters. For example, who Immortal Blessed Land, or the current generation Fairy of Spirit Affinity House. But these are not important. Fate Immortal Gu will be completely restored after 10 years. You will definitely become Great Dream Immortal Venerable, because this is all predestined. Duke Long said this with a solemn expression, his gaze was firm, as if he was speaking the truth. No matter what kind of existence it was, it could not be shaken or changed. Chapter 1451. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go. TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. The shattered ice pieces were scattered on the ground. Cough, cough. Fang Yuan held his chest, forcefully coughing out the blood clots in his heart and lungs. These blood clots had condensed into a small lump, emitting an intense chill. Fang Yuan's expression was also not normal. His face was greenish-blue, he had suffered great injuries. The Gu refinement had failed. Just a moment ago, the huge iceberg had exploded, Fang Yuan had endured the backlash. Immortal Gu man as before. Fang Yuan immediately activated the Immortal Gu, and at the next moment, he returned to the state before the accident occurred. The greenish-blue color on his face disappeared, and the injuries on his body were almost all gone. But there was still a large amount of frost energy condensed in his body, making him feel quite uncomfortable. This frost energy was not caused by the Gu refinement failure, but was formed by the corrosion of the frost energy during the entire Gu refinement process, accumulating. Because it took a long time, using man as before Immortal Gu did not have much effect. Speaking of which, my healing methods mainly rely on man as before Immortal Gu. This rank 6 Immortal Gu is very useful. Among the inheritances of Shadow Sect, there are many killer moves that use this as the core. In time, when I successfully construct these killer moves and train them to maturity, my healing ability will definitely rise sharply. Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered, when he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Wait. Since there is man as before Immortal Gu, why is there no Gu as before Immortal Gu? A Gu worm that healed Gu worms. This could be used. If there is an Immortal Gu like Gu as before, can I use it as the core to design an immortal killer move that can help me refine Gu? If I really had such a killer move, I could have used it just now to recover my losses and return to the last and most crucial step. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light, he started to investigate the Shadow Sect true inheritances stored in his mind. The contents of the Shadow Sect true inheritances could be said to be vast. After Fang Yuan read through them, he found that his idea had already been thought of by predecessors. There were many Gu immortals who thought of this. Most were refinement path Gu immortals, but there were also time path Gu immortals. In many inheritances, there were also the results of the seniors regarding Gu as before Immortal Gu. They were all incomplete Immortal Gu recipes. None of them had been successfully derived. Very difficult to achieve. For most Gu immortals, man as before Immortal Gu's usage range was not very wide. Rank 6 man as before had very little effect on rank 7 Gu immortals, the activation often failed. The rank 7 man as before Immortal Gu was not very effective for most rank 7 Gu immortals. Unless the target was a time path Gu immortal with time path Dao marks, not only would it not restrict man as before Immortal Gu, it would also not amplify its power. Man as before Immortal Gu was already like this, Gu as before was even more difficult. Using Gu as before to restore Mortal Gu had little meaning to Gu immortals. Because at Gu immortals level, they did not lack Mortal Gu. mortal goo were only a matter of quantity to goo immortals. Of course, lifespan goo was an exception. But using goo as before to restore an immortal goo was much more difficult than restoring a goo immortal. Because every immortal goo was a great Dao fragment of their respective path. The conflict between immortal goo of different paths was very serious. Immortal goo could cooperate with each other, but when used on immortal goo, it was a different concept. Unless there was an advantage in terms of rank. For example, using rank 7 goo as before immortal goo to restore a rank 6 goo worm was still possible. If it was between rank 7, it would definitely fail. Goo as before's concept was very good, but it was too difficult to implement. There were many goo immortals who had such inspiration, among them were Refinement Path Great Grandmasters and Time Path Great Grandmasters. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they tried, they did not succeed. Goo as before could not be used, but Feng Yuan had other methods. For example, some Refinement Path Immortal Goo formations. These immortal goo formations had the effect of reversing time for a short period of time. If there was any mistake, the goo immortal could activate the immortal formation and start again. In Shadow Sect's inheritance, there were more than 10 immortal goo formations of this type. But every one of them had the same weakness. Some used too much immortal essence, some had a limited number of reversing time, and some were only limited to refining rank 6 immortal goo. The highest form of this immortal goo formation was Immortal Goo House Regret Pool. One of the world's 3 pools, it was famous. It is a pity that be it Regret Pool or those immortal goo formations, I have the inheritance but lack suitable immortal goo. Feng Yuan sighed, he had the awkwardness of a cleverer housewife who could not cook a meal without rice. Actually, in his current situation, there were many paths in front of him. Ordinary people would be overjoyed when they obtained an immortal opportunity and inherited a predecessor's inheritance, their cultivation path would also become brighter and brighter. Feng Yuan's Shadow Sect inheritances were accumulated by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable when he was alive, and after his death, he plundered them for 100,000 years. It could be seen that Feng Yuan had obtained a vast number of inheritances. He naturally had countless choices in his cultivation. Among these choices, Soul Path, Time Path, Earth Path, Space Path, and other options were extremely tempting. Because they were all venerable inheritances, any one of them could cause chaos in the 5 regions, goo immortals would fight over them. With these in hand, Feng Yuan's future would be extremely bright, it could be imagined. But the biggest help to Feng Yuan were not these new choices. Because even though these choices had great prospects and were very tempting, the time, energy, and resources they consumed were astronomical figures. The biggest help to Feng Yuan was Wisdom Goo. With the light of wisdom, it was an unparalleled help to his cultivation. Feng Yuan had already tasted the benefits of this, he had a deep impression of it. And to obtain Wisdom Goo's recognition again, he would need to use his original rank 6 immortal zombie body. Feng Yuan already had a way to resolve the soul path trap on the immortal zombie body, he only lacked the core immortal goo cleansed soul. In the end, he still needed to refine cleansed soul immortal goo. Regretfully, he had already tried over 10 times to refine cleansed soul immortal goo, but they all ended in failure. Although the ice refinement method suits me, I have not spent much effort on refinement path. But I did not spend too much effort on refinement path, and these last few steps are too difficult. Feng Yuan sighed. That's right. Sixth Hair came to Feng Yuan's side, sighing as he looked at the shattered ice on the ground. The success rate of refining immortal goo was too low, it was a bottomless pit. Only the current Feng Yuan had the foundation and determination to refine cleansed soul immortal goo with all his might. Feng Yuan had another concern now, someone had already refined cleansed soul immortal goo. Immortal goo were unique, he would not be able to refine it no matter what. However, this situation could also be detected to a certain extent. That was, the entire process of refining the immortal goo was flawless, but at the moment of success, the immortal goo would mysteriously fail and collapse. This situation meant that Clean's soul immortal goo had already been refined by someone else. But Clean's soul immortal goo's immortal goo recipe was rather secretive, it had a limited range of circulation, and it had not been long since it died, so Feng Yuan's hope was quite high. Maybe we can modify the last few steps. We can use snow lotus essence to replace those ice path immortal materials. Sixth Hair muttered. Modify the immortal goo recipe? Feng Yuan muttered, nodding slightly. The last few steps were too difficult. After changing the immortal materials, these few steps could be broken down in detail, although it would prolong the entire goo refinement process and time, the difficulty would be reduced by a lot. Then let's modify the immortal goo recipe first. Feng Yuan thought for a while before making up his mind. Modifying an immortal goo recipe was not something that could be done casually, it needed to be tested continuously, the process was very risky, and would consume a lot of resources. But a rank 7 immortal material like snow lotus essence is very rare, it is rarely seen in the market of jewel yellow skies. Feng Yuan was slightly worried. Sixth Hair laughed, no worries, this immortal material is abundant in snowman tribes. Don't forget that we have already joined the Northern Plains Variant Human Alliance. I have already inquired about it, the snowman tribe in the northern icy plain has many snow lotus essence. Then let's purchase as much as we can. Feng Yuan relaxed and his brows relaxed. Although he had few immortal yuan stones now, shadow sects' inheritances were simply too vast, taking out some of them could cause a bloodbath. Thus, Feng Yuan was not afraid that the snowman tribe would not be moved. I must get the snow lotus essence. A sharp light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. Chapter 1452. Genius 1 second. Remember love? Go. Say net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Over a month later. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House's headquarters. In the sky, a Daoist temple was floating above the clouds. The aura of immortal goo permeated everywhere. This Daoist temple was Spirit Affinity House's time path immortal goo house, sun and moon temple. The decorated archway, main hall, and side halls were connected into one. This Daoist temple was one of Spirit Affinity House's foundation, it was most proficient in making goo immortal cultivation convenient. Normally, Sun and Moon Temple was kept in the hands of Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders, they would take turns to manage it and assist in their cultivation. But at this moment, Sun and Moon Temple was placed in the sky. Moreover, it was activating its power, every corner of the Daoist temple, every brick and tile, was emitting the faint light of the sun and moon. The magnificent radiance shone on the surrounding clouds, making it seem like auspicious clouds were rising and colorful, it was a magnificent scene of an immortal. In the main hall of the Daoist temple, goo immortals were already gathered. Almost all of Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders were present, Feng Jioga, Fairy Bai Qing, Su Hao, Li Juning, and even the newest goo immortal, the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, Zhao Lianyun. But at this moment, the main character was not any one of them, but Feng Kim Hong. Feng Jin Huang was dressed in plain clothes, neat and tidy, and her little face was full of solemnity. She knelt on the ground, kowtowing towards Duke Long who was sitting on the main seat. That's right, this was Feng Kim Huang's disciple ceremony. Normally speaking, Feng Kim Hong, who had already joined a sect, would find it hard to take a goo immortal outside of the sect as her master. Love go small say netku, but what kind of person was Duke Long? Everyone in Spirit Affinity House obeyed, they even cheered. Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders even discussed that everything would be done according to the highest standards, they would spread the news with great fanfare and raise their sect's prestige. However, this suggestion was rejected by Duke Long. Duke Long's instructions were, everything should be simple, don't be ostentatious, but the standards should not be too low. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder personally presided over the ceremony. She spent a lot of effort to look through ancient texts. She used the ancient disciple ceremony of Duke Long's era as reference. She spent a lot of effort. Duke Long didn't reveal anything on his face, but he was quite satisfied with this apprenticeship ceremony. When his gaze landed on Feng Kim Hong, there was a gratified look in his eyes. After kowtowing, Feng Kim Hong stood up, took out a cup of tea, and handed it to Duke Long with both hands. In the silent hall, Feng Kim Hong spoke in a crisp voice, "Lord Duke Long, please accept a cup of golden jade morning dew tea." Duke Long took the cup and opened the lid. Instantly, the tea emitted a dazzling and warm golden glow, illuminating the top of the temple above the immortals' heads, making it look brilliant. Duke Long slowly closed his eyes. He raised the cup to his nose and lightly sniffed. The fragrance of the tea was indistinct, but it revealed an extremely refreshing smell. It was like the smell of dew on the grass in the early morning of spring, pure and flawless, but also gave off a bright and lively aura. "This tea is not bad." Duke Long smiled lightly. He slowly opened his eyes and took a sip of the tea. When the tea entered his throat, it was truly extraordinary. Even Duke Long, looking at his entire life, felt that this was a superb tea that was hard to come by. "Feng Kim Hong, you are a refinement path great grandmaster. Your tea is naturally extraordinary. Good, from today onwards, you are my second disciple." Once he said this, the hall immediately went into a commotion. All the Gu immortals smiled happily. Even Su Hao and Li Juning were no exception. "Play the immortal music." Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder lightly called out. At the next moment, bright and beautiful immortal music started playing. It did not lose its majesty and grandeur. Disciple pays respects to master. Feng Kim Hong kowtowed on the ground again. This time, he could call Duke Long master and call himself disciple. At this point, the apprenticeship ceremony that lasted for over 2 hours finally ended. The significance of the ceremony was extremely huge. Spirit Affinity House's Supreme Elders were flushed with excitement. They could not conceal their expressions. This was the disciple of the leader of the Celestial Court, Lord Duke Long. The whole of Spirit Affinity House felt honored. Fairy Bai Qing, as Feng Kim Huang's mother, shed tears of excitement on the spot. Feng Jioga stood beside her, lightly holding his wife's hand, feeling extremely gratified. "From tomorrow onwards, Feng Kim Hong will follow me to the Celestial Court to cultivate. Feng Jioga and Bai Qing, stay behind, the rest can leave." Duke Long waved the immortals away, leaving behind Feng Kim Huang's parents. Feng Jioga, Bai Qing, pays respects to Lord Duke Long. The two came forward and bowed respectfully. Duke Long nodded slightly. After glancing at Fairy Bai Qing, his gaze stopped on Feng Jioga. "The mission to capture and kill Feng Yuan failed?" Duke Long spoke with a plain tone. "Feng Jioga, I am ashamed." Several months ago, Feng Jioga and the rest had been waiting at the tributary of the River of Time in Western Desert, but how could they have waited for Feng Yuan? As time passed, Fairy Myrtle also sensed something amiss, and because of the important matter of Feng Kim Hong becoming her disciple, she summoned Feng Jioga back to Central Continent. But the other two Celestial Court rank 8 Gu immortals remained in Western Desert, and started to set up an immortal Gu formation. Duke Long continued, "Feng Yuan is an otherworldly demon, and the only complete otherworldly demon in the world. He is definitely a great enemy of the Celestial Court, and also a target that you, Feng Jioga, have to eliminate in your life. I have only taken in 2 disciples in my life. I am sure you know the meaning behind this." "That's right, Feng Kim Hong is Great Dream Immortal Venerable Seed, and you, Feng Jioga, are her Dao protectors." "What? I am Huang Er's Dao protectors?" Feng Jioga was surprised. "This is a heavenly secret, it cannot be revealed. But this matter has already been discovered by Shadow Sect, it does not matter. The great era is coming, Great Dream Immortal Venerable will be born this time, and there will be an unprecedented change in this world. Feng Yuan will be an obstacle to my celestial court, and also an unavoidable mortal enemy in your lives. You have to shoulder the heavy responsibility that fate has entrusted to you, and lead the world into a new era. Duke Long said this and paused for a while, giving the three people time to react and accept this. After a while, Feng Kim Huang's family of three calmed down. Duke Long then said to Feng Kim Huang, "Huang Er is my disciple, from now on, you will follow me and receive my guidance. You will be separated from your parents for some time, your family can reminisce here. Tomorrow at dawn, I will pick you up and bring you to the celestial court." Duke Long instructed before vanishing from his seat. "Huang Er, I did not expect you to be the chosen one. When you arrive at the celestial court, you need to cultivate hard. You are shouldering the heavy responsibility of this era, the welfare of the world is in your hands." Fairy Bai Qing's eyes were red, she was reluctant to part with them. "Mother, I still cannot accept this. All of this feels like a dream." Feng Kim Hong threw himself into Fairy Bai Qing's embrace. "Ever since I heard that Lord Duke Long wanted to take you in as a disciple, I more or less expected you to be like this. But I did not expect your father to be your Dao protector." Fairy Bai Qing sighed. "Father, mother, what is a Dao protector?" Feng Kim Hong asked curiously. Feng Jioga explained, "Throughout history, when an immortal venerable or demon venerable grows up, there will always be a Dao protector. Every path protector plays a vital role in the growth of a venerable one." "Oh." Feng Kim Hong asked again. "Master said he took in 2 disciples. I am the second, that means there is another one above me? Who is he?" Feng Jioga and Fairy Bai Qing's expressions changed slightly. The two quickly looked at each other. Fairy Bai Qing solemnly instructed Feng Kim Hong, "Huang Er, this is a taboo, when you arrive at the celestial court, do not mention it. Especially in front of your master." "Why?" Feng Kim Hong was even more curious. At this time, Feng Jioga answered, "Because Duke Long's first disciple is the most mysterious Red Lotus demon venerable in history, who is also your eldest senior brother in name." Chapter 1453. Genius in 1 second. Remember Love Go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. This is the Snow Lotus Essence. Feng Yuan looked at the immortal material in his hand and clicked his tongue in admiration, his gaze revealing an admiring emotion. The Snow Lotus Essence was very exquisite, it was only the size of an adult's fist, it had pink petals and bright red stamens, the entire surface of the flower was covered in a layer of ice that was as thick as a fingernail. This layer of ice was very pure, it was transparent and flawless, it emitted waves of coldness. This coldness was not the bone-chilling coldness of icy winds, it was the coldness of spring. Even though it was cold, it was filled with vitality. This was the first time Feng Yuan had seen this rank 7 immortal material. Because it was very rare, even in jewel yellow skies, it was a scarce commodity. It was because this kind of immortal material was only produced in large-scale snowman tribes. But in the current 5 regions, humans were the dominant race, their position was unshakable, all variant human races were forced to the corners of the world, struggling at death's door. Feng Yuan was able to easily obtain this immortal material because of the variant human alliance's good fortune. Not only did it allow Feng Yuan to obtain Snow Lotus Essence, he even obtained a lot of it. I did not expect the Snowman tribe to have so many Snow Lotus Essence hoarded, I am very surprised by the number. Sixth Hare stood at the side and sighed. Snow Lotus Essence is very rare even in jewel yellow skies, if it is sold, it will definitely cause a huge commotion. Unfortunately, this world uses fists to reason. The Snowman tribe is afraid of exposing themselves, so every once in a while, they will carefully sell some immortal materials like Snow Lotus Essence. Feng Yuan said with a penetrating gaze. That is indeed the case. Sixth Hare nodded. Actually, our Langya sect also has such resources, they are not commonly seen in the human goo immortal world. But we cannot casually take them out, we are afraid of exposing ourselves and exposing clues, attracting the attacks of human goo immortals. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He saw some business opportunities. Maybe in the future, he could be a middleman. After all, he was also a human. He really needed these benefits. After all, he had been refining goo frequently recently. Fang Yuan had put in a lot of effort. Even though most of the contents were replaced by inheritances, in the future, be it him or the other goo immortals of Shadow Sect, they still needed to cultivate and develop their immortal apertures. Fang Yuan looked at Sixth Hair and shook his head slightly. Of course, he knew that Sixth Hair's words were full of deep meaning. Since he had brought up this matter, not only was he reminding Fang Yuan, but he was also using an implicit method to volunteer himself. If Fang Yuan wanted to plot in this area in the future, then he would mediate and help Fang Yuan fight for the rights and interests in this area. But at this moment, this was not the main point. Right now, I want to refine cleanse soul immortal goo as soon as possible. Since we have obtained the Snow Lotus Essence, let's start modifying the immortal goo recipe. You and I will modify it separately first, then we will gather and learn from each other's strengths to make up for our weaknesses, finally obtaining the best goo recipe. Fang Yuan instructed Sixth Hair. Sixth Hair did not forget to put on an act and deceive the land spirit of Langia. Then how much sect contribution points can you give me? After some haggling, Sixth Hair obtained a satisfactory price. Fang Yuan also left the goo refinement hall and returned to his cloud city. He had personally tested the Snow Lotus Essence. It was like what Sixth Hair had recommended. It was indeed an excellent immortal material. The flower's nature was cold and stable, but there was a warm vitality in it. It was very good to use it to replace the flowing fire rock core in the original immortal goo recipe. The main reason was that Fang Yuan used the ice refinement method. The Snow Lotus Essence was naturally much closer to the ice refinement method than the flowing fire rock core. An immortal goo could have many different immortal goo recipes. To achieve the same goal, there was not only one path. And when an immortal goo recipe was placed in the hands of a goo immortal with deep refinement path attainment, he or she would first distinguish which goo refinement method was closer to the immortal goo recipe and increase the chances of success. And in the following goo refinement process, the goo immortal might discover that some steps in the immortal goo recipe were not suitable for them, or that the immortal materials could be replaced with better ones. This would increase the success rate of the goo refinement. What Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair needed to do now was to do this. But the main task of modifying the immortal goo recipe was still left to Sixth Hair. After all, Sixth Hair's refinement path attainment was much higher than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan was more outstanding in his wisdom path attainment and wisdom path methods. The only pity was that whether it was Fang Yuan or Sixth Hair, their soul path attainment was very ordinary. In the following days, Fang Yuan modified the cleanse soul immortal goo recipe while cultivating Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley. He used these two secluded domains of heaven and earth to cultivate his soul path again. His cultivation progress was extremely fast, even Fang Yuan felt it was inconceivable. As expected of the sacred land of soul path. Of course, the most important thing is these cultivation methods. These are the contents of spectral soul's true inheritance. Fang Yuan sighed. Back then, spectral soul demon Venerable had also cultivated in these two secluded domains of heaven and earth. He had created a complete and comprehensive cultivation method that complemented each other and progressed step by step. Fang Yuan was merely following the instructions. When he was in Western Desert, he had used burning soul bursting luck, causing his soul path cultivation progress to fall to its initial state. But in just a few days, he had almost recovered. His efficiency was simply shocking. This is only because I lack the crucial immortal goo. I cannot use many immortal killer moves, I can only use those mortal methods. Thankfully, my sovereign immortal body does not have Dao marks to restrict me. Mortal methods are also more effective. Fang Yuan cultivated Soul Path, accumulating his soul foundation once again. His main goal was to refine cleanse soul immortal goo. Once burning soul bursting luck was used, his luck would rise sharply. It had a miraculous effect on refining immortal goo. As for burning soul bursting luck, it was not that it was useless, but there were too many people whose luck was connected. It needed to be split before it could be used on Fang Yuan. It was far inferior to Fang Yuan using burning soul bursting luck to consolidate his own luck. There was another reason. Wuxia himself had lead soul into dream. If his soul path foundation was too low, this killer move's power would be limited. Of course, Fang Yuan was definitely going to obtain this killer move in the future. Now that he was in Langya Blessed Land, he was not in a hurry to do so. Time passed quickly. Half a month passed in Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair gathered their results. They obtained the improved initial version of the immortal goo recipe. There was nothing much to say. They continued to refine goo. First time, failure. Second time, failure. Third time, failure. Large amounts of immortal materials were expended, but the results were not zero. During the process of failure, Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair modified the immortal goo recipe again, perfecting it to the limits of their abilities. During the fourth goo refinement, Fang Yuan used burning soul bursting luck, causing his luck to rise sharply. This time, at the final juncture, he still ended up regretfully. Fifth time, failure. Sixth time, failure. Seventh time, eighth time, ninth time, Fang Yuan continued to try. He persevered. After each failure, he would practice his refinement path techniques. He would enter the two sacred lands of soul path, using the secret methods in spectral soul's true inheritance to rapidly raise his foundation. After his soul path foundation reached a certain level, Fang Yuan used burning soul bursting luck once, before attempting to refine goo again. 13th time, failure. 14th time, failure. 15th time, success. Success came unexpectedly and suddenly. It was as if Fang Yuan had suddenly obtained cleansed soul immortal goo with both hands. He succeeded after 15 attempts, including Sixth Hair's previous failures. He had a total of 30 attempts. He spent an enormous amount of resources just to refine such a tiny rank 6 immortal goo. If it were an ordinary goo immortal, they would have gone bankrupt already. Even the previous Fang Yuan, who had the sovereign immortal aperture, could not bear such a price. If not for him inheriting Shadow Sect's true inheritance, having a target to sell to, Langya Sect, having the crucial immortal material Snow Lotus Essence, and the wholehearted support of a refinement path goo immortal, Fang Yuan would not have succeeded because of these factors. Chapter 1454. Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo. It looked like a tadpole, but was the size of Fang Yuan's fist. It was gray-white in color and was floating above Fang Yuan's palm. I finally refined it. It was not easy. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Goo Immortal's refining goo was truly a huge gamble. Fang Yuan tried close to 30 times before barely succeeding. The amount of resources consumed was already a very large figure. Fang Yuan naturally could not take out such resources. He used Shadow Sect's inheritance to exchange for Langya Sect's sect contribution points, and then used these sect contribution points to exchange for abundant resources from Langya Sect's treasury. But among these, the crucial immortal material Snow Lotus Essence was not included. The facts before him proved that this rank 7 immortal material was indeed of great help to Fang Yuan. The immortal goo recipe had been modified. It was indeed better than before, or rather, it was more suitable for Fang Yuan to refine goo. The only thing lacking was that this cleansed soul immortal goo was only rank 6. If it were rank 7 cleansed soul immortal goo, he could directly construct an immortal killer move and begin to resolve the soul path trap in the immortal zombie body. Although rank 6 cleansed soul immortal goo could be used, the effect was minimal. He would need at least 8 years to completely resolve the soul path trap in the immortal zombie body. Of course, this was under the condition that time path methods were not taken into consideration. If time path methods were used, Fang Yuan estimated that 8 years could be reduced to 3 years. 3 years referred to the time of the 5 regions. This was the limit of what Fang Yuan could achieve at the moment. 3 years is too long. Fang Yuan's gaze was deep. If he used rank 7 cleanse soul immortal goo, he would need at most half a year to resolve the soul path trap in the immortal zombie body. The half a year here naturally referred to the time of the outside world. However, to refine rank 7 cleanse soul immortal goo was much harder than refining rank 6 cleanse soul. Moreover, this rank 6 cleanse soul immortal goo had to be used as the main material in the refinement. After all, immortal goo were unique. Since rank 6 cleanse soul existed, there would not be rank 7, 8, or even 9 cleanse soul immortal goo in the world. But this way, the risk would be much higher than before. Previously, when Fang Yuan failed in the goo refinement, he only destroyed some immortal materials. But if he failed this time, rank 6 cleanse soul immortal goo might be destroyed, he would have to start all over again. Of course, Fang Yuan had blood asset immortal goo, he might be able to break even. In the process of goo refinement, it was unknown if he could protect rank 6 cleanse soul immortal goo. However, this method still required Fang Yuan to research. Fang Yuan had blood path realm, but refinement path realm was a bit awkward. Lord Sect Leader, are we going to continue refining? Maybe I can change my vital goo and replace cleanse soul with my own vital immortal goo. Sixth hair transmitted. After exchanging for vital immortal goo, cleanse soul immortal goo would fail repeatedly in the process of advancing to rank 7, but as long as sixth hair did not die, it would exist. At most it would be heavily injured and on the verge of death. However, Fang Yuan refused. That's not appropriate. Not to mention that changing vital immortal goo was very dangerous and would cause great harm to oneself. Just the land spirit of Langia alone was not easy to deceive. With our relationship on the surface, there is no need for you to make such a huge sacrifice. Then let someone else exchange for the vital immortal goo. Ing Wuxia and He Lulan can be considered. I suggest Ing Wuxia. Sixth hair suggested in private. This was a good suggestion indeed. Today was a joyous day for Murong Qingxi. Because her lover, Zhou Liang, according to the previous agreement, would officially come to Murong clan's headquarters on this day to propose marriage. The two had not known each other for long. Murong Qingxi was a female immortal of Murong tribe, while Yun Liang was a famous lone cultivator in northern plains, known as Young Master Yun. Even though they had heard of each other for a long time, the first time they met was in He tribe's Iron Eagle blessed land. Because of the immortal material affinity wood, the two had a conflict. Affinity wood was a type of rootless wood that grew in the air. It was very fragile and could not be interfered with during the harvesting process, otherwise the valuable immortal material would be destroyed. When Murong Qingxi found the affinity wood, young Master Yun Liang had already started harvesting the affinity wood. Murong Qingxi did not attack, instead waiting for him to finish harvesting. Yun Liang was also very gentlemanly. He expressed his willingness to spar with Murong Qingxi. The winner would get all the affinity wood. Fate was truly a mystical thing. Like this, the two got to know each other, and in the following days, because of coincidences, they met more often. As time passed, they gradually developed feelings for each other and even decided to marry each other. Unfortunately, their identities were an obstacle to their union. The woman was a Gu immortal of a Huang Jin tribe, while the man was a lone cultivator. Their affair was exposed. They were anxious and worried. But soon, the situation unexpectedly took a turn for the better. After Longevity Heaven learned of this situation, it actually approved Yun Liang and Murong Qingxi's marriage. As it turned out, due to the power of the Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven started to make arrangements to deal with the upcoming wave of the Great Era. To unite as many Gu immortals as possible in Northern Plains Gu immortal world, Longevity Heaven was happy to see such a marriage. Yunliang could be said to be a symbol among lone immortals. Him marrying into Murong tribe, one of the Huang Jin tribes, had great political significance. If it succeeded, Longevity Heaven would even encourage this matter in the future. Murong Xianxia naturally did not know the considerations of the higher-ups. She only felt surprised and joyful, and was even more grateful to Longevity Heaven, rejoicing that love was not easy to come by. Yunliang is proposing today. The immortal materials should have been prepared. I have checked the list of gifts, there are no problems. The clan's supreme elders have also received orders from Longevity Heaven, they will not obstruct it. As long as the marriage proposal succeeds, they will prepare for the wedding in a month. But, why is there an indescribable sense of unease lingering in my heart? Murong Xianxia's delicate brows slightly furrowed, she placed her hand on her chest, feeling an indescribable sense of unease. Am I worrying about personal gains and losses because of happiness? There is no problem, what obstruction can there be? Or is it because my heart is filled with happiness, so it feels a little unreal? On Murong Xianxia's cheeks, 2 blushing red clouds rose. She laughed. At once, the room was filled with light. But at the next moment, she suddenly stiffened, her face turning pale. At this moment, the Soul Lantern Gu and Life Tablet Gu in her immortal aperture shattered. These 2 Gu worms were the tokens that she and Yunliang had specially exchanged for. Yunliang, no way. This is impossible. Chapter 1455. Murong Xianxia's desperate action immediately attracted the attention of the other clan's Gu immortals. What happened? Looking at Murong Xianxia's expression, it doesn't look good. Xianxia, wait, why are you so anxious? A clan's Gu immortal asked, but Murong Xianxia did not answer. Her mind was focused on rushing forward, her heart was filled with fear and panic. She wanted to find out the truth. Let's go and take a look. Today is the day that Yunliang came to propose, and Murong Xianxia is so anxious. Could it be? Soon, 3 Gu immortals flew out of Murong clan's headquarters and followed Murong Xianxia. Murong Xianxia's Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu were broken, she could not use them to locate Yunliang. However, she knew the route that Yunliang would take to Murong clan. She only needed to follow this route now. After half a cup of tea's time, a messy battlefield suddenly appeared in Murong Xianxia's vision. Her body suddenly trembled, and she quickly descended. Yunlang? Yunlang? Where are you? Murong Xianxia called out repeatedly, but only the sound of the wind responded to her on the battlefield full of holes. Oh no! A huge battle happened here. How could this be? The 3 Murong clan Gu immortals who rushed over saw this scene and immediately realized the severity of the situation. They quickly joined in the search. The 4 Gu immortals turned the battlefield upside down and finally found something. An information path. Mortal Gu was buried deep underground. It seemed to be a message left behind by Yunliang before his death. Xianxia, you need to be mentally prepared. Murong clan's Gu immortals looked at Murong Xianxia worriedly. Her condition was clearly not good. Looking at this information path Mortal Gu, Murong Xianxia's expression was dazed. She felt great fear in her heart. But in the end, she stretched out her trembling hands and held this information path Mortal Gu in her palms. Next, Murong Xianxia focused her mind and looked at the contents for a moment before shouting, Fang Yuan, I swear I will not forgive you. Her voice was extremely mournful and filled with hatred, causing the other Murong clan Gu immortals to feel fear. Guh. At the next moment, Murong Xianxia vomited a mouthful of blood and fell backwards. However, the anger and sorrow in his heart were too heavy, and he vomited blood and fainted. Several Murong clan Gu immortals were flustered, quickly supporting Murong Xianxia. It wasn't a big deal to check his injuries, but he had been traumatized. The few of them discussed for a while and decided not to wake her up for the time being. Falling into a deep sleep was not without its benefits. Next, the Gu Immortals inspected the contents of the Gu worms. This crucial information path Mortal Gu recorded the scene of Yun Liang's final battle. His opponent was an ancient sword serpent. This ancient sword dragon could use immortal killer moves. It also had a strong defensive method that could counter immortal attacks. His identity was obvious. The Gu Immortals immediately thought of a name, Lu Guan Yi. But what relationship did this Lu Guan Yi have with Fang Yuan? The three Murong clan Gu Immortals continued to read before coming to a realization. It turned out that in the final battle, the ancient sword serpent had transformed into a human form. It was Lu Guan Yi, and he had dealt a fatal blow to Zhouliang. Zhouliang cursed, "Lu Guan Yi, I have no enmity with you, but you harmed my life. I will not let you off even if I become a ghost." Lu Guan Yi sneered, "It is a pity, you won't even have the chance to become a ghost." "Go to hell." "Oh right, Lu Guan Yi is only my fake name, my real name is Fang Yuan." Fang Yuan. Zhouliang's gaze gradually lost focus. Fang Yuan sneered, "It is your honor to know my real name before I die. Because in the future, my name will resound throughout heaven and earth. I will shake all living beings." Cold, cruel, and domineering aura assaulted the three Murong clan Gu Immortals. So Lu Guan Yi is Fang Yuan is Lu Guan Yi, they are the same person. Damn it! Lu Guan Yi, no, Fang Yuan, he actually dared to kill Zhouliang, he is looking down on our Murong clan. One of the Gu Immortals clenched his fists, unable to restrain his anger. The other two Immortals, however, fell into a strange silence. "Why aren't you speaking?" the angry Gu Immortal asked curiously. The two Gu Immortals sighed. One of them said, "Fang Yuan is an otherworldly demon, he destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower, he is also Lu Guan Yi, he subdued Reverse Flow River, he has the strength to fight rank 8. He has offended both Yi Lui clan and Lu clan, but look at them now." Even though there was a warrant for their arrest, after the Battle of Reverse Flow River, both clans have quieted down, no one dares to find trouble with Fang Yuan. Our Murong clan is afraid. The angry Gu Immortal stared with wide eyes, shouting, "Afraid of what? We are the Grand Huang Jin clan, the descendants of Giant Sun, we have so many Gu Immortals, why would we be afraid of a mere otherworldly demon? We want revenge. We want to restore the prestige of Northern Plains' righteous path." The other two Gu Immortals looked at each other and smiled bitterly. "How old is he?" "Murong Xianxia is still the same," the two of them said to each other through voice transmissions. "No need to care about him, this matter is not so simple. Murong Qingxi and Yun Liang's marriage is not just a matter of our Murong clan, Longevity Heaven is also paying attention to it. It might cause a huge commotion. The waters here are too deep, it is not something rank 6 minor characters like us can meddle in. If we are not careful, we might get sucked into the whirlpool and die horribly." "That's right. The most important thing now is to present the situation here and this key clue to the first Supreme Elder. Langya Blessed Land, Cloud City." In a secret room, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes shut. His mind was almost completely focused on his sovereign immortal aperture. Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu, which he had refined not long ago, was floating in the air. Around it were large numbers of mortal Gu, as well as several supplementary immortal Gu. These Gu worms were all activated, emitting a faint white light. The light was concentrated on an immortal zombie body. It was Fang Yuan's 8-armed strength path immortal zombie body. The faint white light had already shrouded it for a long time, but the immortal zombie body showed no signs of movement. But Fang Yuan was not anxious or surprised, because he had not taken the crucial step yet. Earlier, he was only familiarizing himself with this immortal killer move and stabilizing the situation. After about 5 minutes, Fang Yuan nodded inwardly, the time was ripe. He took out a rank 7 Gu immortal soul. It was Yi Lui clan's rank 7 expert, Yi Lui Kun Xing. Perhaps sensing the danger of death, Yi Lui Kun Xing's soul struggled and let out an ear-piercing soul howl. But that was all. Not to mention the fact that Fang Yuan had spectral soul's true inheritance now, even the previous him could not deal with this mere soul. Although Yi Lui Kun Xing was very strong when he was alive, now that he was only a soul, what could he do? Chapter 1456. Soon, Yi Lui Kun Xing's soul entered the range of the pale white light. Yi Lui Kun Xing's soul strangely stopped moving, it was as if he had turned into a fool. Next, from his soul, specks of pale green light flew out. These specks of light increased in number, drifting in the air like a drizzle. Fang Yuan willed, these specks of light found a direction and surged towards the strength path immortal zombie body. Layers of specks of light covered the strength path immortal zombie body, causing the soul path Dao marks to dissipate. As time passed, the soul path Dao marks on the strength path immortal zombie body gradually decreased, while Yi Lui Kun Xing's soul also weakened. Fang Yuan's mind was calm as water, he maintained the killer move as stable as a mountain, not moving at all. This killer move needed to last for 3 days and 3 nights to completely remove the soul path trap on the strength path immortal zombie body. The whole process consumed more than 1,200 beads of red date immortal essence. This was using the soul of a rank 7 Gu immortal, along with cleansed soul immortal Gu, and the correct method to remove it recorded in spectral soul's true inheritance. If Fang Yuan had to develop his own ideas and try it, the amount of time, effort, and resources he would need would be a shocking figure. Fang Yuan was not worried about his immortal essence reserves being insufficient, he had made ample preparations. Time passed like this. After 3 days and 3 nights, Fang Yuan stopped using the killer move. He calculated, the amount of red date immortal essence he had expended was more than 1,300. This was the result of him using some immortal Gu instead of the orthodox method. A huge amount of immortal essence was expended, his immortal essence reserves were completely depleted. But Fang Yuan's heart was filled with joy. Perceivable Dao Immortal Gu. He activated this unique information path immortal Gu. After inspecting it, he nodded and smiled in satisfaction. It's finally resolved. The soul path trap on the immortal zombie body has been completely removed. It was not easy. It was really not easy. The problem of the soul path trap had been troubling Fang Yuan for a long time. Now, it was finally resolved. At once, the joy of success filled Fang Yuan's heart. However, after Fang Yuan calmed down, he decided not to test it himself. As cautious as he was, he chose to use other Gu immortal souls to probe. After a few more tests, there were no problems. Fang Yuan moved his soul into the immortal zombie body. At the next moment, the immortal zombie body opened its eyes and slowly stood up. He looked at his 8 big hands and stretched his muscles and bones. It felt great. Finally, I can use this body of mine again. At this moment, Fang Yuan's feelings were somewhat subtle. It was as if he had returned to his hometown after traveling for a long time. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and gently stroked his abdomen. There was only one rank 5 aperture left. The Strength Path 6 Revolution's Death Aperture had been completely destroyed, and the Strength Path Dao marks had been transferred to Fang Yuan's body. From this aspect, Fang Yuan's Strength Path Immortal Zombie was a genuine rank 6 Strength Path Immortal material. The rank 6 Strength Path 6 Revolution's Death Aperture was originally created by Fang Yuan after he used second aperture Gu. The rank 5 Peak Stage Aperture was his original aperture. In this aperture, Spring-Autumn Cicada was still sealed. The aperture's purple crystal walls were already filled with cracks. After all, Spring-Autumn Cicada was a rank 6 Immortal Gu, it had great pressure on the aperture. But Fang Yuan was not worried that the aperture walls would shatter from the pressure. He could deal with it before, and now that he had obtained the Shadow Sect inheritance, he had many better methods. This spring-autumn cicada, Fang Yuan would not give up on it. However, spring-autumn cicada was filled with providence now. If Fang Yuan wanted to use it, he would need to refine it and completely remove the providence. Obtaining a pure rank 6 spring-autumn cicada was far from Fang Yuan's goal. Fang Yuan's next plan was to refine rank 7 spring-autumn cicada on this basis. But before I refine rank 7 spring-autumn cicada, I should advance this body to rank 6 Gu Immortal first. Rank 6 Time Path Gu Immortal, this was Fang Yuan's initial plan. Fang Yuan did not intend to give up on this plan. After his attempt succeeded, Fang Yuan's soul left his body and returned to the sovereign immortal body. And this immortal zombie body was still suppressed in the Gu formation in the mountain. After all, spring-autumn cicada contained providence. Fang Yuan wanted to be prepared for any eventualities. Let's try Wisdom Gu. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt a trace of eagerness. He broke out of his closed-door cultivation and flew towards Wisdom Gu. Ever since Hu Immortal Blessed Land was taken over by the Celestial Court, Wisdom Gu was moved to Langya Blessed Land by the Hairy Man Gu Immortals using a secret method. Since then, it had been fed by the land spirit of Langya and had not been moved to another place. Fang Yuan soon arrived in front of Wisdom Gu. This commotion naturally attracted the attention of the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya had a strange expression. Fang Yuan, someone framed you. What do you mean? Yunliang died, crucial clues were left behind on the battlefield, pointing to you as the culprit. Moreover, your identity as Lu Guanyi has been completely exposed. Right now, the whole of Northern Plains Gu Immortal World, oh, no, the whole of the 5 regions Gu Immortal World is shocked by this news. The land spirit of Langya laughed. Fang Yuan wanted to use a rank 7 Gu Immortal soul to unravel the soul path trap in the immortal zombie body. But he already had this type of captives. Not just Yi Lui Kun Xing, he also had Fairy Chui Bo, Lu Tribe's Gu Immortal Lu Yong, Ma Hongyun's soul, and even Hei Cheng. Sixth Hair was worried that Fang Yuan would go to Northern Plains to hunt Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan had told him that he had a sense of propriety. He naturally would not take the risk. He already had Gu Immortal souls, he could use them here. What Fang Yuan needed to do was to recuperate and fight for time to strengthen himself, and not go out to fight and kill. After Fang Yuan asked for the details, he quickly understood and said, I'm afraid this is Celestial Court's doing. Yunliang is a lone immortal. Longevity Heaven actually allowed him to marry Murong Qingxi, they even seem to be happy about it. This is Longevity Heaven's arrangement for the great era of the 5 regions chaotic war. But why would Celestial Court allow it? They would naturally cause trouble and plot against it. Chapter 1457. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground and opened his immortal aperture, taking out the 8-armed immortal zombie body. Next, under the gaze of land spirit of Langya, his soul left his body and entered this immortal zombie body. The immortal zombie body slowly opened its eyes and stood up. Fang Yuan took a glance at the sovereign immortal body before turning to face Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu. He spoke. His voice was hoarse and very unpleasant to hear. Do you still remember our agreement? Wisdom Gu was playing around, but when it heard this, it stopped its movements and floated in the air, looking at Fang Yuan quietly without moving. Time passed slowly. Fang Yuan could not help but hold his breath. Even though he was an immortal zombie now and did not need to breathe. Wisdom Gu seemed to be puzzled. It started to circle around Fang Yuan. After circle, it observed Fang Yuan. After a while, it stopped and rested on a huge leaf at the side. Next, a ball of multicolored light expanded from small to large, gradually spreading from the Wisdom Gu's body. Light of Wisdom. Success, I finally succeeded. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. he could not help but laugh loudly. Land Spirit of Langia was dumbstruck. This was the first time he had seen such a scene. Light of Wisdom. This is really the Light of Wisdom. Land Spirit of Langia walked into the halo and immediately felt that his thoughts had become extremely sensitive. In an instant, he became very smart. But soon, he cautiously retreated out of the light halo's range, and stared at Fang Yuan with envy and jealousy. Fang Yuan really succeeded in summoning the Light of Wisdom. Amazing, this kid is really amazing this time. After the shock, Land Spirit of Langia looked at Fang Yuan with a complex expression. His gaze was dazed. Although they were two land spirits, they shared their memories. Land Spirit of Langia still remembered, just a few years ago, Fang Yuan was still a Gu master. He was an insignificant mortal who came to Langia blessed land for the first time. In these few years, not only did Fang Yuan become a Gu immortal, his name even shook the world. He could resist rank 8s. Now, he could even summon the Light of Wisdom and use it. Soaring to the sky, this was really soaring to the sky. If Fang Yuan hadn't inherited the legacy of the Shadow sect and regained the Light of Wisdom, it would only be like adding wings to a tiger. However, it just so happened that Fang Yuan had the inheritance of the Shadow sect. In this case, the Light of Wisdom would be of unimaginable help to Fang Yuan. The Land Spirit of Langia had experienced countless years and seen all kinds of people. But now, he didn't have the ability to estimate and predict Fang Yuan. It was impossible to predict. He couldn't predict Fang Yuan's future cultivation and development at all. Any future achievements of Fang Yuan could be understood and accepted. Fang Yuan soon stopped laughing. He calmed down and said to Wisdom Gu, "All right, Wisdom Gu, please stop, let me take a break." The Light of Wisdom shrunk until it vanished. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply and said, "Oh Wisdom Gu, let us continue." At the next moment, the Light of Wisdom spread out again. Fang Yuan clenched his fists. He was extremely excited. The facts in front of him proved that the Light of Wisdom had been regained. From now on, if there were no accidents, he could continue to use the Light of Wisdom until eternity. Fang Yuan quickly turned around and smiled at the Land Spirit of Langia. "First Supreme Elder, let us exchange the inheritance." Land Spirit of Langia couldn't help but praise inwardly. Fang Yuan's thinking is so clear. All right, he agreed without hesitation. He didn't refuse, and there wasn't even a hint of hesitation. If it were the previous Land Spirit of Langia, he would have rejected the offer, because the previous Land Spirit only liked to refine Gu. Chapter 1458. The modified Immortal Killer Move Ghost Official Garment used rank 7 Change Soul Immortal Gu and rank 6 Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu as the cores. After several failures, Fang Yuan succeeded in activating it. His soul flew out of the sovereign immortal body. His soul floated in the air. It was not very solid. Because of burning soul bursting luck, his soul foundation had been expended many times. It was only 100-man soul now. The difference was that on the surface of his soul, there was a large garment. His sleeves were long, and the hem of his robe reached his feet. This was the effect of Ghost Official Garment. It was commonly called Ghost Official Garment, but if it was broken down, rank 6 Ghost Official Garment was called Ghost Errand Garment, rank 7 was Ghost General Garment, rank 8 was Ghost King Garment, and rank 9 was Ghost Venerable Garment. At rank 9 level, it could defend against the deductions of rank 9 Gu Venerables. Of course, this was only in theory. Even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not push this killer move to rank 9 level back then. Because he did not need to. He was a great demon venerable when he was alive, he slaughtered the world, he did not need to defend against deductions. Thus, the highest Ghost Official Garment he could reach in his life was rank 8. Fang Yuan's soul inspected it and was puzzled. Why is it only rank 6 Ghost Errand Garment? After he modified it, the core of the killer move was rank 7 Change Soul and rank 6 Cleanse Soul, that was to say, it was a rank 7 killer move. Why was it not Ghost General Garment, but Ghost Errand Garment that was slightly inferior? Is it because of my modification? This guess had just appeared in Fang Yuan's mind when he denied it. He had used the light of wisdom to modify this move, how could there be a mistake? I understand. Fang Yuan's thoughts changed as he realized. The answer was on his body. Underneath the Ghost Official Garment, there was another layer of clothing. If Ghost Errand Garment was said to be made of sackcloth and was crude, then this inner layer of clothing was like silk, it was very tight and gave off an exquisite feeling. This was Dao Mark silk clothing, it was created from the rank 9 Immortal killer move Ghostly Concealment. In terms of level, Ghost Errand Garment could not compare. Originally, Ghost Official Garment was directly attached to my soul. But now, I am separated by a layer, so I fell from rank 7 to rank 6. Fang Yuan did not expect this drawback. For a long time, he had enjoyed the advantages and convenience of the non-conflicting Dao marks of the Supreme Immortal Body. He didn't expect to stumble in this small corner today. My Supreme Immortal Body will not have conflicting Dao marks. But there are still conflicts between the killer moves of different paths. Even though Ghostly Concealment has the name Ghost, it is a theft path killer move, while Ghost Official Garment is a soul path killer move, the two are mutually exclusive. To solve this problem, the most fundamental solution is to combine these two moves into one. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. It was too difficult. Fang Yuan did not understand Ghostly Concealment at all. Moreover, Fang Yuan was lacking in theft and soul path attainment levels. Even if he could deduce with the light of wisdom, the progress would be extremely slow. According to the current conditions, even if he did not sleep or rest for hundreds or thousands of years, Fang Yuan might not be able to deduce the final result. After all, it was a rank 9 killer move, and rank 9 was still far away from Fang Yuan. Even though he could fight rank 8 now, he was not even a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Then let's do this. Fang Yuan injected the soul back into the body. He did not intend to change his method. He inherited all of Shadow Sect's inheritances, and just now, he exchanged for almost all of Langya Sect's inheritances. Of course, it was only almost, the two sides did not exchange some of the most crucial parts. Langya Sect was like this, and so was Fang Yuan. Even so, almost all of Langya Sect's inheritances were still huge in size, only slightly inferior to Shadow Sect's treasury. After all, Long-Hair Ancestor was a person from the medieval antiquity era, 300,000 years ago. And Langya Blessed Land had existed for over 300,000 years. In terms of time alone, Langya Sect was much longer than Shadow Sect. However, the inheritances that Langya Sect absorbed were all related to Refinement Path, even other paths were mostly related to Refinement Path. Moreover, Langya Sect's collection ability was definitely inferior to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan used both of them. In terms of inheritances alone, he had already surpassed any of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Even if 2 or 3 ancient sects worked together, they might not be able to match him in this aspect. As for Celestial Court, Fang Yuan could not compare to it. Celestial Court had 3 immortal venerables in it, it had an extremely long history, it had been established since the remote antiquity era, more than 3 million years ago. Combining with the contents of the inheritances that Fang Yuan currently had, Ghost Official Garment was the most suitable and had the most potential for development, it was the strongest immortal killer move in the future, it could defend against other people's deductions and deceive Providence. One could say, Ghost Official Garment was the essence of Spectral Soul's true inheritance. It was very special. Once activated, it could last for a long time, it did not expend immortal essence, but the Gu Immortal's own soul foundation to maintain itself. Theoretically speaking, as long as the Gu Immortal's soul existed, Ghost Official Garment would continue to exist until eternity if it was not directly attacked. Precisely because it was related to the Gu Immortal's soul foundation, it had a huge advantage. That was, its power would change according to the Gu Immortal's soul foundation. As the Gu Immortal's soul foundation grew, Ghost Official Garment's power would rise accordingly. If the soul foundation fell, Ghost Official Garment would also become weaker. Previously, when I used Dark Limit Immortal Gu, I had to replenish the Immortal Gu's power after a certain period of time. It was very inconvenient, especially when I was escaping. Once Ghost Official Garment is used, it can last for a long time, and its power will rise along with my soul foundation. This was a very practical Immortal killer move. In fact, there were other soul path killer moves that complemented it. For example, Soul Shaking Flag and Soul Binding Chain. Because it is not only the most common currency used by Gu Immortals, it can also be converted into Immortal Essence for you to use. It is the most valuable asset. So that's it. Then I will choose Immortal Yuan Stone. Zhao Lianyun did not hesitate, immediately exchanging for the 3 items from Lu Fang's will. The 2 left Secret Inheritance Peak and flew back to their residence. Before leaving, Li Juning took out a batch of Immortal Yuan Stone and gave it to Zhao Lianyun. Sister Lianyun, this is the Immortal Yuan Stone that your brother-in-law Su Hao and I are lending you, a total of 3,000 pieces. Feel free to use it, it has an unlimited period of time. Ah! Zhao Lianyun gasped, showing a moved expression. The sect only gave me 1,000 Immortal Yuan Stone. Sister, you are lending me 3,000. How can I accept this? Li Juning patted Zhao Lianyun's shoulder. Silly girl, the sect has already given you a lot. You are a member of the sect, you have someone to rely on. Do you know that those itinerant cultivators and fiend immortals all live off of Immortal Essence stones? In terms of Immortal Essence reserves, rank 6 Gu Immortals who have just ascended are almost completely broke. Rank 6 Gu Immortals with 100 Immortal Yuan Stone reserves are already middle tier. There are almost no rank 6 Gu Immortals with 1,000 Immortal Yuan Stone reserves, they are very rare. Your situation is different, because you are not only a Gu Immortal of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, you are also the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, receiving the sect's heavy support. You are a special case. Under normal circumstances, in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, most rank 6 Gu Immortals do not have more than 100 Immortal Yuan Stones, some have several hundred, and very few have high Immortal Yuan Stones. And among rank 7 Gu Immortals, they have at least several hundred Immortal Yuan Stones, most have more than 1,000, and very few have more than 10,000. This is common knowledge, it is enough for you to know. Thank you for your guidance, sister. Zhao Lianyun bowed solemnly, his face full of gratitude. Li Junying's words were telling him that the sect had not mistreated him. At the same time, he and his wife were also strongly supporting him. I will definitely work hard. Zhao Lianyun said solemnly. Li Juning nodded. Go cultivate, if you have any questions, you can write to me or ask your brother-in-law, Su Hao. Yes. Joy flashed in Zhao Lianyun's eyes. Having someone to guide him and not having anyone to guide him were 2 different concepts. Looking at Zhao Lianyun's departing figure, the smile on Li Junying's face gradually faded. Ever since Feng Kim Hong became a disciple of Duke Long, her days had not been good. She and her husband, Su Hao, were famous for being in the anti-Feng faction. But now, almost all the supreme elders of Spirit Affinity House were clear that Feng Kim Hong was an immortal venerable seed. His future prospects were limitless. This time, Fairy Lu Fang's attitude clearly showed the political direction of Spirit Affinity House. Li Juning had also expected this, she specially accompanied Zhao Lianyun, it was to prevent anyone from embezzling Zhao Lianyun's sect benefits. Fortunately, such a thing did not happen. It could be predicted that this would be a political winter for this couple. And under this cold wind, they could only unite all the people that could be united, like Zhao Lianyun, and then huddle together to warm themselves. Northern Plains, Chu Clan. The famous Strength Path Gu Immortal expert Chu Du put down the Information Path Gu worm in his hand. "Oh Feng Yuan, it is really not easy to get along with you." Chu Du smiled bitterly. Zhao Lianyun reminded herself. The scene was bustling, many Gu Immortals started to purchase your Gu. Time Path Gu worms had a wide range of uses, the market demand was high. Transactions were completed one after another, the profits accumulated to a certain extent, some Gu Immortals were very jealous. I estimate that this Gu Immortal who sold your Gu has earned at least 50,000 Immortal Yuan stone in this short period of time. Zhao Lianyun was shocked. But the most shocking thing was yet to come. This seller continued to sell year Gu and replenish them. Even though there were many transactions, around the fatty's will, the number of year Gu sold increased instead of decreasing. Oh heavens, how many year Gu does this person have? Incredible, this is a huge sum. They are not friendly, the biggest sellers of year Gu have always been Xia Baoshu, Rong Xian, and Wang Mingyu, this might cause a war. Zhao Lianyun listened attentively, she was getting more and more expectant. With this mysterious seller entering the market, the three people who benefited from it would not let this go. Returning Dragon Valley. The sound of a waterfall echoed in the valley. Water vapor spread, vegetation was green. Righteous Path Super Force Yao Clan's external supreme elder, Wang Mingyu, was standing on a huge rock, looking at the waterfall in front of her. This waterfall was not ordinary, it was a tributary of the River of Time. There are three sellers of year Gu. Eastern Sea's Xia Baoshu uses vicissitude trees to nurture year Gu. Central Continent's Rong Xian uses refinement path methods to refine a vast number of year Gu at regular intervals. Only I have a tributary of the River of Time, I can search for natural wild immortal Gu. Wang Mingyu compared internally. This tributary of the River of Time was special, it was a tributary of the middle river segment of the River of Time. There were many special river segments in the River of Time. For example, the Blade River segment, it was created by Red Lotus Demon Venerable back then. He used Shi Yuan and Dao Jiu Lang to create a special river segment, to protect a stone lotus island that he created. In the Year River segment, there were countless wild year Gu. This river segment's tributary was discovered by the former lone immortal Wang Mingyu, she managed it secretly. But a few years later, Southern Border's Righteous Path found it, they were jealous. After some secret discussions, Yao Clan won. Yao Clan's Gu immortal Yao Tianzhe married Wang Mingyu. Because of this, this returning Dragon Valley was openly incorporated into the Yao family's territory. This year's harvest is good, I caught 30% more year Gu than usual. Since the other two sides are not making a move, I will make a move first. If I let that newcomer sell his goods, it will be hard for me to sell all of my wild year Gu. Wang Mingyu thought of this and started to sell year Gu in Jewel Yellow Skies. Her actions caused a commotion in Jewel Yellow Skies. One of the three sellers of year Gu, Wang Mingyu, is making a move. If that mysterious person sells year Gu, it will not be easy for others to sell them. This is going to be a good show. That's right. The mysterious person is selling such a huge amount of year Gu, the three sellers must be having a hard time holding back. Now that Wang Mingyu is making a move, the other two will not sit still. Let's wait, maybe there will be a trade war, we will be able to get some benefits. Many Gu immortals conversed. Because the sellers needed to observe the market, they needed time to think and make a decision. Lowering prices was a double-edged sword. Even though they could attack their competitors, they would also hurt their own profits. If the sales were good, then perhaps they wouldn't lower the price anymore. After all, they needed to protect their own profits. If they lowered their prices, even if they sold more, they might not earn much. After all, their competitors would lower their prices as well. If the sellers did not give in, they would lower their prices as much as they could. If they fought to the end, they might die together. But for Gu Immortals, there were almost no situations where the sellers fought to the end. The sellers were not fools, they sold things to gain profits. If they fought to the end, they would not gain anything. What was the point of selling? The sellers were smart, the buyers were smart too. After the three sellers lowered their prices to the same level as Fang Yuan's, they did not buy much. The year Gu's sales would become bleak. Because the most important factor in this war was Fang Yuan. When Fang Yuan lowered his prices, they would buy some. Why was that? Firstly, in terms of price, Fang Yuan's was cheaper, it was more affordable. Next, it encouraged Fang Yuan to pressure the three sellers to lower their prices. In the end, Fang Yuan would not be able to hold on. Because the side that lowered their prices would suffer losses. But after the prices fell to the bottom, the buyers would gain the most. If the prices were the same, most of them would not choose to buy Fang Yuan's year Gu. A business war was a psychological game like this. After the second price cut, the four sides reached the same level again. Fang Yuan's actions were unexpected again. He paid close attention to Jewel Yellow Skies. When the three sellers lowered their prices, he responded by lowering his prices again. Oh! Many people were shocked. Fang Yuan's reaction was too fast. And because of this speed, many people could sense Fang Yuan's unyielding attitude. The other party is coming at us fiercely. Rong Xian sighed, he felt a trace of pressure. Because among all the sellers, he had the least stock. Towards the end of the war, when the prices of goods fell, there would be a huge buying frenzy. At this time, if there were too few goods, it would be awkward. Others would want to buy your goods but you have no stock. Not only would you be eliminated early, the buyers would also think that you were weak. The reputation that you accumulated over the years would be greatly damaged. Rong Xian did not want that to happen. On one hand, he urged others to refine year Gu to replenish their supply. On the other hand, he was thinking about whether he should lower his price or not. More specifically, if he lowered his prices by a large margin, to the extent that others would not dare to follow him, because it would be too much of a loss. But it would not be too large, at least, the buyers would think that they could wait and see. As for Wang Mingyu, after thinking about it, she made the same decision as Xie Baoshu. But as a female, she was more suspicious. She thought, why is Rong Xian not lowering his price? Is he taking a gamble, or does he really know the other party's background, or does he have any evidence or information? If Rong Xian knew about Fang Yuan's background, it was very likely that she did not tell them about it. This was called watching the tigers fight. Rong Xian had a huge advantage. Thus, Wang Mingyu contacted Rong Xian and asked him about it. When Rong Xian received Wang Mingyu's message, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He even felt some pity towards Wang Mingyu. His emotions were complex. Thus, the situation became, Fang Yuan, Xie Baoshu, and Wang Mingyu had the same price, while Rong Xian's price was higher. At this time, a large number of Gu Immortals started to buy year Gu, or were preparing to sell. Almost everyone was moved. Because this price was much lower than before, it was very attractive. If he lowered it further? The buyers shook their heads, it could not go much lower. The buyers were smart, the sellers were not fools either. Thus, when Fang Yuan lowered his price again, everyone was stunned. Did I hear wrongly? He lowered his price again? And by such a huge amount? Oh my God, what is going on? Is that newbie stupid? The buyers were in disbelief. I don't care if he's an idiot or if he's plotting something. I know that his Gu is real, he is selling it at this price. If I don't buy it now, I would be a fool. Some Gu immortals shouted internally. Were these not the thoughts of others as well? A large number of Gu immortals' divine senses or will surrounded Fang Yuan's stall. It was an unprecedented scene. Buy. The Gu immortals were all thinking the same thing. This was an unprecedented bargain. If they did not buy it now, it would be too late when that fool realized it. There was an inexplicable sense of urgency in the hearts of the buyers. What is wrong with this person? Knowing this, Xia Baoshu could not remain calm anymore. At this price, if he continued to follow it and lowered the price at the same time, then his profit would really only be that little. If in the past, he could earn 100 per year Gu, if he lowered his price like Fang Yuan, he would only earn a single-digit profit. Why did Xia Baoshu nurture vicissitude tree so hard? Wasn't it to nurture year Gu and earn profits? If he lowered his price like Fang Yuan, his goal of earning money would be destroyed. This price was beyond his bottom line. If he sold it like this, he might as well not buy it. But Xia Baoshu frowned, he fell into deep thought. At the same time, Wang Mingyu was worried. She was in the same situation as Xia Baoshu. If she followed Fang Yuan, she would not earn much. But would he stop selling it? It was not so simple. If they did not follow, Fang Yuan's goods would be huge, the market share of Jewel Yellow Skies would be taken by Fang Yuan. There was another possibility, that was Fang Yuan purposely lowered the price. It was just a tactic to win the competition. He was purposely lowering his price. On one hand, he was probing the sellers, on the other hand, he was trying to raise his reputation. If I do not follow, I will be showing weakness, but I can preserve my strength. If I follow, I will be going crazy with that newbie. We will fight to the death. Wang Mingyu thought for a long time before deciding to follow. Because among the three parties, she had the most goods, she had the confidence to continue. But at this time, Xia Baoshu stopped. The price of year Gu in the market showed that Fang Yuan and Wang Mingyu were leading the way. Xia Baoshu was the second highest, while Rong Xian was the highest. Evidently, no one was interested in the latter two's stalls. Most of the buyers were gathered at Fang Yuan and Wang Mingyu's stalls. Xia Baoshu was observing. He needed to know if Fang Yuan was putting on a brave front, or if he was really that strong. Wang Mingyu was very nervous, because at this price, she was making a huge loss. But among the three sellers, she was the only one left. Rong Xian, on the other hand, was the most leisurely one among them as she watched them fight. It is about time, it is time to deal the fatal blow. Fang Yuan was very calm. At this point in the commercial war, he had roughly tested out the bottom line of the three major sellers. Although Wang Mingyu was still following up and entangling with him, according to the market situation in the past, the strength of the three major sellers should be about the same. Even if Wang Mingyu's strength was slightly higher, it wouldn't be by much. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan lowered his price again. But this time, he did not lower it by a huge margin, he only lowered it by a small amount. However, such a small reduction was like a sharp sword, directly stabbing into the hearts of the three major sellers. This? Rong Xian's face turned pale. Xia Baoshu squinted, his expression was dark. Wang Mingyu clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she said with a shocked expression, "Why is there a need to do this? Why is there a need to do this?" Fang Yuan's reduction was small, but it was a fatal blow, because it exceeded the cost of the three sellers. Since year Gu were being sold, there were costs too. Rong Xian needed Gu materials to refine Gu, he needed immortal essence to activate gu refinement methods. Xia Baoshu needed manpower and resources to nurture vicissitude trees. Even though Wang Mingyu was capturing wild year gu from a tributary of the River of Time, the capturing method required immortal essence. At the same time, to maintain and protect the tributary of the River of Time, he needed to invest money. If the price was lower than the cost, he would be selling it at a loss. This was usually done when one had accumulated goods that could not be sold, or when they needed funds urgently. They would use this move in desperation. If this move was used in the battle, the other competitors might be fine, but the seller would be the first to cough up blood. This move was too ruthless. It was ruthless to others, and even more ruthless to oneself. Wang Mingyu was shocked. She did not dare to follow this anymore. She would be an idiot if she continued. This was year gu. Such a gu worm was actually being sold at a loss. What did that mean? The buyers were stunned. This price was far beyond their imagination. They were tongue-tied and in disbelief. But soon, the gu immortals reacted. Jewel yellow skies exploded. Countless gu immortals surrounded Fang Yuan's stall. The scene had reached an unprecedented level of commotion. This was no longer the concept of buying. It was the concept of earning money. Buying year gu at such a price, according to the market situation, they would be making a profit. A large number of transactions were happening. Even the people who bought year gu earlier could not help but be moved. They bought from Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan's business was booming. In contrast, the other three sellers were not doing well. They were in dire straits. But at this time, the three sellers were not anxious anymore. Who is this newcomer? They are attacking so fiercely, but this time, he might have gone too far. He. Observe. Continue observing. I do not believe that he can maintain the price of year gu at such a low level. The three sellers were waiting for Fang Yuan to lose control. But Fang Yuan did not think that he could not hold on. Because he was using rank 8 immortal gu years flow like water to produce ordinary year gu, he only needed to use rank 8 immortal gu's immortal essence. As for Fang Yuan, he had a cost. But compared to the other three sellers, if the latter's cost was counted as 10, then his cost could only be counted as 3 or 4. Everyone could sell year gu, it was the same everywhere. The essence of the price reduction in the battle was to compete with the cost. Year gu was something everyone needed. Fang Yuan supplied so many at once, it caused a huge commotion, causing the gu immortals to hoard a large amount of year gu. Year gu were easy to feed, they only needed to consume the water of the River of Time. Hoarding year gu was not difficult at all. This way, not just now, even in the next 2 to 3 years, the three major sellers would not be able to sell their year gu. As far as the buyers were concerned, they already had year gu. Why would they buy from them? Unless they sold year gu at a lower price, they might just hoard another batch of year gu. But the three sellers could not sell their year gu at such a low price like Fang Yuan's. The three sellers were hoarding year gu for the time being. But what was the use of doing so? After 2 to 3 years, the market would slowly digest the year gu that Fang Yuan supplied, and there would be a demand for year gu again. The price of year gu would rise too. By then, the three sellers could sell, but so could Fang Yuan. As long as he did the same thing, the three sellers' year gu would still rot in his hands. This was strength. With the disparity in strength, all kinds of plots and schemes were useless. Fang Yuan was also an intelligent person, but this time, he went straight to the point, using the kingly way to crush them. It was also the most effective. After the three sellers discussed for a while, they fell silent. The atmosphere was heavy. Because they knew in their hearts that as long as Fang Yuan's strength was here, they would not have a good time. Even though the year gu trade would not stop, this source of income would shrink. At least, they would have to give up on the jewel yellow skies market. Right now, our only hope is that this person's strength is fake, he is just trying to scare us. It's just a bluff. Wang Mingyu smiled bitterly and broke the silence. The other two immortals shook their heads. The possibility was very small. We can cooperate. Rong Xian quickly said. This was a solution. Back then, the three of them had argued with each other and were equally matched. That was how they had come to an agreement to work together and benefit from it for many years. But how can we cooperate with this person? The difference in strength is obvious. Wang Mingyu sighed. Xia Baoshu said calmly, that will depend on our abilities. If Jianghu cannot convince him, there are other things. What if he does not agree? Wang Mingyu asked. Xia Baoshu was silent. Rong Xian sighed bitterly, if he does not agree and wants to kill us, we will have to give up on the Jianghu business. There was no other way. Competition was cruel. With Fang Yuan's strength, the three sellers had no way to survive, they could only give up on Jianghu. But could they give it up so easily? The profits from the Jianghu trade supported these three and the super forces behind them, who could accept it if it suddenly collapsed? No. I cannot give up on the Jianghu business. To use an analogy, it was like a healthy egg, the egg white and yolk were mixed together. This thick orange-yellow liquid was what Fang Yuan wanted. With it, he could use it to replace a portion of food ingredients to feed Immortal Gu. As for other rank 6 Immortal Gu, this orange-yellow liquid could replace 6% of their food ingredients, rank 7 and above would have a lower effect. 6% of 100 win seemed like a small amount, but in a few days, Snack Immortal Gu could be used again, it could spit out a second round of orange-yellow liquid. This way, it would be a huge help in feeding Immortal Gu. Of course, the orange-yellow liquid had a limit. It could only replace 40% of the Immortal Gu's food ingredients, beyond this, no amount of feeding Immortal Gu would have any effect. Fang Yuan took out an Immortal Gu, it quickly swallowed this orange-yellow liquid. The experiment was perfect. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction, he sighed internally. He had been coveting food path methods for a long time, because after rebirth, he had many Immortal Gu, the burden of feeding them was on his shoulders. Before this, for a long time, Fang Yuan had been busy feeding Immortal Gu. To think that I would obtain a food path true inheritance from my enemy, Shadow Sect. And it is the most outstanding food path true inheritance in the world. And the process of refining Snack Immortal Gu is much easier than cleanse soul and self-love. The refinement of Immortal Gu was hard to predict. Fang Yuan had failed many times to refine cleanse soul, but he had only tried 5 times to refine Snack Immortal Gu. It was a pleasant surprise that he succeeded on the 5th try. With this Snack Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan's pressure in feeding Immortal Gu was greatly reduced. Rank 6 Immortal Gu could reduce the food ingredients by 40%, Fang Yuan could use Immortal Essence to feed them. Even though rank 7 and 8 Immortal Gu had lesser effects, the burden was much lighter. After all, Fang Yuan had a lot of Immortal Gu with him now. Snack Immortal Gu was very valuable to him. A few days later, Fang Yuan bought a batch of desolate plants from Jewel Yellow Skies. This batch of desolate plants was a layer of light green moss, attached to the surface of the colorful corals. They were light shine fungi. Light shine fungi came from the deep sea of Eastern Sea, it was completely dark there was no light. Perhaps it was because of the extreme that the light shine fungus was born in such an environment. The intense light it emitted illuminated the pitch-black bottom of the sea as if it were daytime. Fang Yuan had once bought a batch at the Eastern Sea Trading Convention, but back then, the owner was Tong Hua, he only traded and did not sell. After that, she sold the light shine fungi to Jewel Yellow Skies, but after a period of market evaluation, the price became lower and lower. Initially, Gu immortals were very interested in this desolate plant. But later on, the buyers found that this plant was most suitable to be grown in the dark sea. Not only was there no water there was a huge amount of water and pressure. After leaving this environment, even though the light shine fungi would not die, they would become weak. The light they emitted was only comparable to candlelight. In this situation, Fang Yuan negotiated with Tong Hua. He bought almost all of her light shine fungi at a very low price. Fang Yuan first placed a batch in his Immortal Aperture's mini Eastern Sea to nurture as a backup. Next, he experimented on another batch. He needed to modify these desolate plants, to change their habits and make them his. Fang Yuan's wood path attainment level was very ordinary, but he was very confident. On one hand, he had many methods. He had Shadow Sects inheritances and Langya Sects true inheritances. A large number of modification methods were in Fang Yuan's hands. They involved wood path, soul path, refinement path, and many other paths. Because after the modified pure white light shine fungi were sold for a long time, people would unravel the profundity within and modify it themselves. And Guts Gu could only be obtained by those with Dang Hun Mountain. Bing Zhuo heard this and said in shock, "You are talking about Lu Guanyi." "Oh no, Fang Yuan?" Lu Guanyi's identity was Fang Yuan. This news had been announced by the Celestial Court long ago. It was spread all over the world. Even though the Snowman tribe lived in a remote corner of the world, they still knew about such important news. Fang Yuan has rank 8 battle strength, it is publicly acknowledged. He also has the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Not long ago, we formed a good relationship with him, so if Shui'er marries him, our Snowman tribe will have a marriage alliance with him. We will be able to bind him to our tribe. With this backing, we will not be bullied by the rock men anymore. Furthermore, with a rank 8, our tribe's development will be greatly beneficial. Bing Yuan said. Bing Zhuo thought about it as he nodded. Indeed, even though Fang Yuan is a human, he is an enemy of the world. He has already joined Langya sect. There is no problem with his faction. But wait a moment. Bing Zhuo looked at Bing Yuan in confusion. Our tribe has a good relationship with him? Why do I remember that we only had an intense battle with him and ambushed him? Even though we turned hostility into friendship in the end, we are still far from having a good relationship. Bing Yuan smiled. Bing Zhuo, you were in closed cultivation earlier, pondering over the modification of killer moves. That is why you do not know. Recently, Fang Yuan used almost all of Langya sect's resources to refine Immortal Gu. He encountered difficulties in the process and needed the Snow Lotus Essence immortal material. Thus, I made the decision and sold all the Snow Lotus Essences to Langya sect's Gu Immortal 6th heir. So that's it. Bing Zhuo came to a realization, but he soon frowned. Since we sold them, we made a profit. Why didn't we just give them the Snow Lotus Essences back then? Bing Yuan smiled bitterly. This is a serious matter. I could only do that back then. Firstly, the idea of a marriage alliance with Fang Yuan was not very strong. Secondly, if we had directly given them to him, Fang Yuan is not a stupid person, he might not have accepted it. Thirdly, this matter has already been known by others. If we had directly given them to him, the rock men would be suspicious and make guesses. Bing Zhuo nodded, not speaking. He knew in his heart that this could not be called a good relationship. It could only be said that their relationship had improved a little. There were many difficulties in marrying Fang Yuan. Because previously, when Fang Yuan had the upper extreme heavenly eagle, the Snowman tribe had expressed goodwill to Fang Yuan, but the other party's response was very cold. Now that Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength and had the upper extreme heavenly eagle, his status had risen to another level. The snowman tribe wanted to marry Fang Yuan not because they favored Fang Yuan, but because they wanted to curry favor with Fang Yuan. Previously, Fang Yuan had no choice but to slow down the flow of time because of providence and the calamities and tribulations. But now, Fang Yuan's battle strength rose, he was confident he could survive the calamities and tribulations. At the same time, he had Old Man Inkstone's immortal killer move exposed heavenly secret to deduce the contents of the calamities and tribulations. Together with his own development needs, it was necessary to restore the flow of time. In fact, Fang Yuan even planned to use time path methods to increase the flow of time. But I need to wait for a while. The time path methods in He Fan's true inheritance need to wait for a while before I can use other killer moves to affect the tributary of the river of time. With this rate of time flow, the illumination fungus will be able to reproduce rapidly. Attitude Gu and Wisdom Sword Gu should be placed outside the immortal aperture for now. Fang Yuan calculated, this way, he would be able to satisfy the minimum requirement to feed Attitude Gu and Wisdom Sword Gu. It was time to feed Attitude Gu and Wisdom Sword Gu as well. But Rank 8 Immortal Gu were too difficult to feed, this problem had been weighing on Fang Yuan's mind. As time passed, the pressure became greater. Spectral Soul looked at the corpse of his Rank 8 enemy, his hair was disheveled and his 7 orifices were bleeding, killing intent surged as he laughed coldly, "Humph, Celestial Quartz Gu Immortal, interesting. I, Spectral Soul, swear that I will create Soul Path in the future, and let more people cultivate it. Even if I fail and die, Soul Path Gu Immortal experts will emerge endlessly." Ha ha ha. The painting stopped at this point. Fairy Myrtle's expression was dark. She looked at Spectral Soul's main body, who was imprisoned, for a while before turning around and leaving. Even though she extracted Spectral Soul's memories this time, it was useless. In fact, it could be seen as Spectral Soul's response to Fairy Myrtle's earlier words. If it was the latter, it meant that Spectral Soul had a method to resist Celestial Quartz Soul Search. Even though he could not resist Soul Suppression Hull's power, he could choose to hand over his memories. This way, it will take a long time to find anything valuable. Fairy Myrtle sighed deeply in her heart. Langya Blessed Land, Luo Pa Valley. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged in the depths of the valley. With a thought, he activated the Luo Pa formation. This formation originated from Spectral Soul's true inheritance. It was created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable himself. The basic Gu worms were a vast number of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu was the ingredient of Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu. It was also created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After Fang Yuan obtained the Gu recipe, he ordered Langya sect to refine a large number of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu for him. Now, he had Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu. But White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu not only satisfied the requirements of Cleanse Soul, it was also the foundation of many Soul Path Gu formations in Spectral Soul's true inheritance. At this moment, the Luo Pa formation activated, the irregular Luo Pa wind and bewildering fog started to move along with the Gu formation's activation. Fang Yuan's soul left his body and went through the test of the wind and fog. Before this, he had expended a large number of Guts Gu, causing his soul to become swollen. After a while, the Luo Pa formation stopped activating, Fang Yuan's soul had become thin and lean, he returned to the sovereign immortal body with deep fatigue. With the Luo Pa formation, my cultivation efficiency in Luo Pa Valley has increased by at least 30%. Fang Yuan evaluated in his heart. This was the first time he was using this formation. The Luo Pa formation was a Gu formation used to cultivate Soul Path, but other Gu formations could be added in. The Luo Pa formation had an extremely high tolerance, this was one of its greatest advantages. For example, When Qin Baisheng and the rest resisted the investigation team of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, the Gu formation they used in battle was the Luopa formation. However, their Luopa formation did not focus on cultivation, it focused on defense. With the light shine fungi, the aurora light was expanding, and the number of flowing light fruits growing in the aurora light was increasing. Lesser yellow heaven was very vast, there was only a small segment of the gold fragment river. Lesser green heaven was empty, but Feng Yuan had once placed dream realms in it. Lesser azure heaven had pill azure incense, this was the food of change soul immortal Gu, Feng Yuan had stored a batch here a long time ago. There was also a heavenly crystal storage pool at the center of Lesser Azure Heaven, but it was useless. Lesser Blue Heaven was the most developed of the 9 heavens. There was a large amount of cloud soil inside, many star path resources were planted on it, like arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass field, meteorite pits, and a floating star fragment continent. This was Yi Lui Kun Xing's blessed land. It was annexed by Feng Yuan and managed by the Star Core Land Spirit. Oh, there was also an infant falling star hound, it was eating, drinking, and sleeping here. It was alone and very lonely, but if it was placed elsewhere, it would clash with other desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. After Feng Yuan took it in, he did not take care of it much. In Lesser Purple Heaven, there were eagle beasts in groups. There were desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts among these eagles. During the Dream Realm battle, Feng Yuan did not hesitate to sell immortal Gu to forcefully purchase them. They had once helped Feng Yuan by enslaving the upper extreme heavenly eagle, they helped Feng Yuan get through the life and death crisis, they could not be hidden. Feng Yuan had once wanted to sell them, but he would not receive any immortal Gu if he sold them, it would be equivalent to selling them at a loss. Coincidentally, he had seized over 80 eagle nests from He tribe's headquarters, even though they were not as high quality as the heavenly crystal eagle nest, they were suitable for these eagle beasts to live in. In the remaining 2 days, Lesser White Heaven had an eagle hound group, 3 remnant ancient heavenly dogs, and a large-scale multicolored overlord flower plantation. In Lesser Black Heaven, because there was no light and the environment was special, there were only a few ancient desolate plant walking meat trees. Estimating the value of these assets, Feng Yuan could already compare with some rank 8 Gu immortals. But compared to the entire immortal aperture, these resources were still very little. Why? Because the sovereign immortal aperture was too huge. It was over 500 million km2 of space, but these resources only occupied a small portion of the immortal aperture. Looking at the entire sovereign immortal aperture, if the entire immortal aperture space was used, it would be 100. Then Feng Yuan's current development was only around 3.3% development. This was not a bad thing, it was a very good thing. Chapter 1472. On Dang Hun Mountain, Guts Gu were everywhere. Feng Yuan picked them up as he continued to strengthen his soul. His soul foundation began to skyrocket, and after a while, it directly rose from the original 1 million man soul level to 5 million man soul level. A feeling of swelling and about to explode filled Feng Yuan's mind. Feng Yuan knew he had reached his limit. He walked out of Dang Hun Mountain and went to Luopa Valley. After a period of cultivation, his soul had been tempered. It was like steel being continuously tempered in a furnace, becoming more and more exquisite. This time, his soul foundation stabilized at 1,500,000 man soul. At million man soul, every time I cultivate, it will increase by 500,000 man soul. Adding on the time needed to rest the soul and the time needed to produce Guts Gu, I will need at least half a year to reach 10 million man soul. Fang Yuan estimated and frowned slightly. He still felt that this speed was too slow. 10 years. 10 years later, Celestial Court would finish repairing Fate Immortal Gu. By then, Celestial Court would have the absolute advantage, Fang Yuan and the Shadow Sect would have no hope. He would need half a year to reach 10 million man soul. After that, there would be 100 million man soul. Above 100 million man soul, there was an even higher level. Fang Yuan was not satisfied with this speed. If I can increase the production of Guts Gu, this speed will increase rapidly. Right now, the thing that restricted his soul foundation from increasing was the production of Guts Gu. Dang Hun Mountain was no doubt a treasure trove, but it needed a large number of high-quality souls to produce Guts Gu. According to the agreement back then, a portion of these Guts Gu belonged to Langia sect, Land Spirit of Langia would sell them and earn profits. The other portion belonged to Fang Yuan. Right now, Fang Yuan was using this portion of Guts Gu to cultivate his soul path. As a result, he suddenly lost a large part of his financial support. But thankfully, the Year Gu business had made a huge profit. Fang Yuan still had a lot of capital. Fang Yuan calculated, it was not wise to negotiate with the Land Spirit of Langia and change the share of Guts Gu on both sides. Because Fang Yuan still needed to rely on Langia sect, not only could he hide in Langia Blessed Land, he also needed to rely on Langia sect's Gu refinement ability to help him refine Gu. In the first batch of Gu refinement plans, those 3 immortal Gu were a huge help to Fang Yuan. Right now, it was the second batch of Gu refinement plan. It was mainly a large number of mortal Gu. White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu was one of them. The focus was on 2 immortal Gu. One of them was called Heavenly Secret. It was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and obtained by Old Man Inkstone of Shadow Sect. He created an immortal killer move called Exposed Heavenly Secret. The effect of this move was extremely mysterious. It could predict the exact details of the next calamity. If Langia sect could refine Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu, it would mean that Fang Yuan could use Exposed Heavenly Secret. It would be of great help to his tribulation. But, setting up missions for Langia sect to refine Immortal Gu has been depleting my sect contribution points. I need to investigate this. Thus, after this soul path cultivation ended, Fang Yuan used Information Path Mortal Gu to check on Langia sect's missions. Undeniably, the current Land Spirit of Langia was far more suitable to manage Langia sect than the previous one. Under his series of policies, the whole of Langia sect dug out its potential. It was bursting with vitality. Right now, Langia sect had many missions. Most of them were Gu refinement missions set up by Fang Yuan. Below that, a large portion of the missions were about exploring Tai Chiu. Ever since Langia sect built the teleportation immortal formation, they had been exploring Tai Chiu and excavating the vast amount of natural resources inside. This was Langia sect's main goal now. But Tai Chiu was a dangerous place. Ordinary Gu immortals did not want to set foot in it. Even though it was rich in resources, there were ferocious beasts and strange trees. And Langia sect's Gu immortals, even though they were skilled in Gu refinement, they were lacking in terms of fighting. Even though they had been working hard to improve themselves recently, there weren't many true combat experts among them. Thus, when they encountered strong beasts or plants, these hairy man Gu immortals would have a hard time. The exploration of Tai Chiu had not been smooth. Looking at these types of missions, thoughts flew in Fang Yuan's mind, colliding with each other. In a few breaths of time, he had chosen more than 10 missions with the highest value to performance ratio. At the next moment, he accepted all the missions that he had chosen. First Supreme Elder. Fang Yuan used Information Path Mortal Gu to communicate with the Land Spirit of Langia. The Land Spirit of Langia immediately knew of Fang Yuan's actions. He was very happy. Fang Yuan, with you, these missions will be easy to resolve. But Fang Yuan shook his head. This is what I wanted to talk to you about. I plan to send my subordinates to complete these missions for me. I think this is not against Langia sect's rules, right? The land spirit of Langia was slightly stunned. When he set up the sect rules, he did not think of this. But after thinking about it, this was not a loophole in the sect rules. Because the Gu immortals who accepted the missions could ask for help, why not? The land spirit of Langia could only say to Fang Yuan, then you have to guarantee that your subordinates will not do anything to harm Langia sect. Fang Yuan smiled, of course. After communicating with the land spirit of Langia, Fang Yuan started to send shadow sect members. Hey Lulan, Ing Wu Xie, Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, it would be a waste if these people were left idle. This time, they were put to good use. Eventually, even Bai Ningbing joined in. Because from her perspective, the biggest reason why she allied with Fang Yuan was because she wanted to regain her male body, thus she wanted to refine the immortal level yin-yang rotation Gu. But when she found out that Fang Yuan had to rely on Langia sect to refine Gu, she turned her attention to Langia sect. Regrettably, Langia sect did not trust Bai Ningbing, a stranger. Fang Yuan also obstructed the two sides from colluding, causing Bai Ningbing to have to rely on Fang Yuan. As Fang Yuan's ally, Fang Yuan did not have the authority to order her, but why would Fang Yuan waste her precious battle strength? But why did he not meet Shuai? It was probably because the betrothal gifts were not enough to match his status. Thus, the Snowman tribe gathered another batch. This time, they sent it to Shuai along with the letter. What is this? I, Shuai, am a genius of the tribe, I have a great reputation. But this time, I want to form a marriage alliance with a human, I even need enough betrothal gifts. Not enough, I can't even meet him once. Shuai was depressed, she came to meet Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan finally met her. Chapter 1473. Fang Yuan stared at Shuai with a condescending gaze. Shuai was young and beautiful, she was tall and slender, she had blue eyes and hair, her skin was like ice and bones were like jade. Her supple skin and full breasts would cause most men to stare fixedly at them. She was indeed the #1 beauty of the Snowman tribe. But Fang Yuan was unmoved by her beauty. Not only was he unmoved, he even said, "Is this the sincerity of your Snowman tribe?" Shuai could not understand Fang Yuan's meaning, she quickly said, "Lord Fang Yuan, please explain. You want to marry me with such meager gifts? Your tribe is too optimistic, to be able to get the help of a rank 8 so easily, this is like a pie falling from the sky." Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Shuai was stunned. Fang Yuan was so direct and honest, she could not accept it. After that, a strand of embarrassment and resentment surged into her heart. She was the outstanding talent of the Snowman tribe, the publicly recognized #1 beauty, she brought such a huge gift and took the initiative to marry him, it was no different from offering herself to him, she was acting submissive. But to think that Fang Yuan was so arrogant, he did not care about her at all, he was greedy and felt that the Snowman gift was too meager, it could not show the sincerity of the Snowman tribe. How was it meager? The gifts were truly precious, they were all carefully selected from the Snowman tribe's treasury and given to Fang Yuan. Originally, Shuai had a good impression of Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan was extremely talented, he had rank 8 battle strength, it was an achievement that ordinary people could not achieve. But now, her impression of Fang Yuan had plummeted to the bottom. If it was the past, Shuai would have left long ago. But now, she was not alone, she was shouldering the responsibility of the tribe's development. Shuai breathed in deeply, she asked, "Lord Fang Yuan, since you have already accepted 2 gifts, you should have high hopes for our marriage. If you are not satisfied with the gifts, you can ask for anything. I will bring the news back and let the elders in the clan discuss it." Fang Yuan had already prepared the list, he immediately took out an information path Mortal Gu and sent it to Shuai. "What's this?" Snow's eyes widened in shock. Fang Yuan's appetite really shocked her. However, even though she was shocked, she was still very beautiful. Her eyes were wide open, causing her originally cold temperament to weaken greatly, revealing a lot of cuteness. It's not just this list, Fang Yuan added. Do you have any other requests? Snow's expression was ugly, and she was barely suppressing her anger. Who would have thought that Fang Yuan would be so calm? His skin was so thick that it surpassed the city walls. He said in a matter-of-fact tone, if you can fulfill my list, your sincerity is enough. But your sincerity is not enough. My sincerity? Fang Yuan raised his head slightly and smiled faintly. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry is qualified to be my wife. Even though the Snowman tribe recommended you, whether you are qualified or not, you will need to pass my test. Test? Shui gritted her teeth. Lord Fang Yuan, please tell me. Fang Yuan pondered, go to Tai Chiu and search for souls for me. After you leave this place, someone will arrange things for you. Shui felt bitter internally. She was a genius. When had she ever received such cold treatment? But due to the heavy responsibility of the tribe, she could only nod and agree. Looking at Shui's departing figure, Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. With this arrangement, Shui's battle strength could be used. There would be another Gu immortal who could help Fang Yuan in his cultivation. But this was not the main point. What Fang Yuan wanted to do was to probe them. After receiving the second gift, he expressed his dissatisfaction. He wanted to test Shui and show his arrogance. He was testing the Snowman tribe's bottom line. Since they wanted a marriage alliance, how determined were they? One could say, the greater their determination, the greater the benefits Fang Yuan could extract from them. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry. The marriage alliance could not be decided with just a few words. Both sides were not familiar with each other. If Fang Yuan probed them, the Snowman tribe would do the same. But Fang Yuan was sure that there were benefits to be gained from this. The marriage alliance was not the main point. Fang Yuan quickly put it aside. He focused on his heavy cultivation. Soul path cultivation was one aspect, immortal aperture management was another. Other than that, Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to modify killer moves. Fang Yuan's strongest method was undoubtedly the immortal killer move reverse flow protection seal. But Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to modify it. Even though this killer move was not safe against Celestial Court Gu immortals, Fang Yuan's current location was still safe. Not only was he far away in northern plains, he was also hiding in Langya Blessed Land. With the concealment of the ghost soldier garment, Celestial Court would not be able to find him in a short period of time. And there was another point, to modify reverse flow protection seal, it would take a long time, the effects would be slow. Fang Yuan thought about it. He decided to modify the wisdom path killer moves that Zishan Makoto had. Why did he choose these? Firstly, these killer moves were very powerful and outstanding. Secondly, Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment level was at Grandmaster, it was easy to modify them. Finally, Fang Yuan had a batch of wisdom path immortal Gu, they were gifts from Zishan Makoto before he died. Purple blood river formation, purple thought light protection, ignited thought flying rock, one thought flower bloom, purple thought insight starlight, direction confusion fog, thought defense, one thought 10,000 flow elimination, and so on. When Zishan Makoto was not in a good condition, he used these methods to resist Duke Long. Who was Duke Long? He was the great master of Red Lotus. He had a huge origin, he had incredible battle strength, he was at the peak of rank 8. While Fang Yuan modified his killer moves, Wuxia found Shui. You are Shui? Wuxia asked. Shui looked at Wuxia. She had a petite figure, she was like a young girl. Her skin was white as snow, she wore a green dress, there were 2 jade beads hanging on her ears, as they swayed, they gave off a green light. Wuxia was wearing Fairy Chui Bo's body, she was naturally beautiful. If not for this, Thousand Transformations' ancestor would not have taken in Fairy Chui Bo as his third concubine, he doted on her. Who is this beautiful female immortal? What is her relationship with Fang Yuan? The clan's information does not mention her, she is also a rank 7 Gu immortal. Wu Xie kept these dragon elephants in his immortal aperture as he set off with Shui. A moment later, they saw He Lulan. Another great beauty. Shui frowned, but her brows quickly smoothed out. She observed, compared to Wu Xie, this one only has rank 6 cultivation level, the same as me. He Lulan's aura was even fiercer than the sharp tusk boar's. When she fought, her aura changed completely, flames burned around her, she had a terrifying aura that could burn heaven and earth. Rank 6 Immortal Gu, Rank 7 Immortal Gu, so many Immortal Gu. Shui's eyelids twitched as she watched the battle, she realized how wealthy He Lulan was. He Lulan had inherited Blazing Heaven Demoness inheritance and Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan did not take them from her, because Fang Yuan had enough Immortal Gu, he might as well leave them with He Lulan and let her search for souls for him. Under He Lulan's fierce attacks, the sharp tusk boar was first enraged, then it went into a frenzy, it finally lost and escaped in fear. Shui was shocked. He Lulan's battle strength was already at rank 7, this was out of Shui's expectations. Big Sister Lulan is so strong. Her immortal killer moves are extremely powerful, they are extremely powerful. However, she clearly has strength path aura, why is she using fire path methods? She was shocked but also confused. Shui could not understand. Fairy Chui Bo had water path aura, but she used soul path methods. And now, this He Lulan was clearly a strength path Gu immortal, but she used fire path. Alright, let's continue. A moment later, He Lulan stored the sharp tusk boar's corpse, she would not let go of the ancient desolate soul either. Big Sister Lulan, you are amazing. Shui looked at He Lulan with shock. He Lulan shook her head, this is nothing. No, 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 you are really amazing. You have rank 6 cultivation level, but your battle strength has reached rank 7. This is not something ordinary Gu immortals can achieve. Shui quickly waved her hand. He Lulan smiled bitterly, this is really nothing, in our shadow sect, I am very ordinary. Shui heard He Lulan's reply and her heart shook. He Lulan, you will understand when you see them. Let's go. He Lulan had already completed her mission, but she did not return, she decided to go with Shui to find the other shadow sect Gu immortals. After a while, they successfully met up with Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit had rank 6 cultivation level, she did not have He Lulan's battle strength, it was too dangerous for her to explore Tai Chiu alone. Thus, Fang Yuan arranged for Fairy Miao Yin to team up with her. Of course, when Black Tigress appears, her cultivation level and battle strength would rise to rank 7. However, White Rabbit's Black Tigress state was not stable, it could not last for long, it had its drawbacks. Hello, Shui. Fairy Miao Yin smiled warmly. You are a snowman Gu immortal? This is the first time, I have seen you. Lady White Rabbit said softly. What is going on? Shui was bewildered and depressed. Fairy Miao Yin was a publicly recognized beauty in southern borders Gu immortal world. She had a curvaceous body, she was extremely charming, she wore a pink dress, she was extremely beautiful. So beautiful. Bai Ningbing's beauty and aura could shake one's soul. Even Shui, a proud daughter of the heavens, was stunned by her beauty. She couldn't help but think to herself, there's actually such a beauty in this world? If she knew that Bai Ningbing had turned from male to female, who knew how she would feel? Fang Yuan's cold attitude towards the marriage caused conflict among the Snowman tribe. Shuai'er's grandmother, Bing Yuan, insisted on sending another betrothal gift to express their sincerity. But some Snowman Gu immortals led by Bing Feng objected. This side felt that the price of a marriage with Fang Yuan was too high, it was better to endure the Rockman tribe's oppression. Because of the Shadow Sect members' efforts, Langya sect's exploration of Tai Chiu became much faster. This made the land spirit of Langya extremely happy. The more he looked at Fang Yuan, the more he liked him. On this day, Fang Yuan was sitting with his eyes closed, developing his immortal aperture when he suddenly received a request for help. He opened his eyes. At the same time, the land spirit of Langya teleported and appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Land spirit of Langya asked Fang Yuan for help. Fang Yuan naturally had to save them. Firstly, this rescue mission had a lot of rewards, he was moved. Secondly, he was a supreme elder of Langya sect, he could not ignore this, otherwise, it would go against the alliance agreement. Thus, while Fang Yuan rushed over, he ordered Wuxia and the rest to save them first and stall for time. The battle was getting more intense. It did not last for long, but Wuxia and the rest felt immense pressure. Oh no! More and more dragon heads are awakening. At this rate, the immemorial dragon heads will wake up. We will not only fail to save them, we will even lose our lives. When will sect leader arrive? This is deep in Tai Chiu, it is far from the teleportation immortal formation, it will take some time. Be careful. While they conversed, another rank 7 dragon head woke up, it broke out of the ground and roared as it breathed out a silver dragon breath. He Lulan dodged it by a hair's breadth. Wuxia thought about it before saying to Lady White Rabbit and Shuai'er, retreat, we will provide support from afar. Shuai'er only had rank 6 cultivation level, her mind was already shaken, she could barely fight. Even though she was a genius of the Snowman tribe, she could not compare to He Lulan and the rest. She did not try to be brave, she pulled Lady White Rabbit and retreated. Is it good for us to retreat like this? Lady White Rabbit was worried. Shuai'er rolled her eyes, let's listen to Fairy Wuxia, with our battle strength, we will only be a burden to them. The immortals held on for a while longer, more and more dragon heads woke up and joined the battle. 1,000 dragons moved and roared. He Lulan and the rest were at a complete disadvantage. Thankfully, immemorial desolate beasts like myriad-head coiling dragons were very special. Once they were born, they could not move. Even though there were many dragon heads, they could only defend themselves, they could not attack. Even so, with 1,000 dragon heads breathing, He Lulan and the rest were forced to retreat again and again, they could not resist them. Oh no, the situation is getting worse for us. Bai Ningbing is not out yet, she might be trapped in the enemy's formation and cannot escape. He Lulan and the rest were right, Bai Ningbing was in a tough battle inside the formation path space. In order to protect the lives of the 3 hairy man Gu immortals, she had many reservations. Right at this time, an indescribable aura spread throughout the area. A huge dragon head that was far larger than its kind slowly rose up. The immemorial dragon head had appeared. Its eyes were blurry, its eyelids were drooping, it had not woken up yet, but it gave the immortals immense pressure. Damn it, what should we do? While the immortals were hesitating, Wuxia ordered, retreat. They were only rank 6 and 7, how could they resist rank 8 Gu immortals? Blood flowed like a river on the ground, countless dragon corpses fell to the ground, the surrounding area had turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. That immemorial dragon head continued to howl, it did not have any of its previous glory. As for Fang Yuan, he was everywhere. Thought myriad transformations. Wuxia sighed, he recognized the immortal killer move that Fang Yuan was using. Fang Yuan's true body was hidden among the countless phantoms, that immemorial dragon head could not find out where Fang Yuan's main body was. Ignited thought flying rock. Countless flaming rocks landed on the myriad head coiling dragon's body, a large number of dragon heads fell to the ground. They wanted to get up, but the moment they thought of it, they were burned by the fire. Thought flower bloom. Fang Yuan had a thought, immediately, the dragon heads and bodies that fell to the ground were covered in all sorts of beautiful flowers. They felt their strength being sucked away, the powerful dragon heads fell into weakness, the flowers were like fuel that fueled the fire in their minds. These attacks completely destroyed the battle strength of the rank 6 and 7 dragon heads. They were sprawled on the ground like fat earthworms. Only the immemorial dragon head had a fierce aura, but it could not find Fang Yuan's main body, it could not display its battle strength. This is the power of a wisdom path killer move, this shows how powerful Zishan Makoto was in the past. Fang Yuan thought to himself. At this time, the immemorial dragon head saw Wuxia and the rest, it immediately pounced towards them. The two remaining hairy man-gu immortals could not help but scream in pain. Fang Yuan revealed his main body, blocking the dragon head's path. Be careful. Shui shouted, looking at the immemorial dragon head colliding with Fang Yuan's body with a fearful expression. A huge force surged, Fang Yuan was sent flying, but he quickly flew back. Instead, the immemorial dragon head was bleeding from the collision, it was in a pathetic state. Reverse flow protection seal made Celestial Court's Gu immortals helpless against it, its mystical power was no joke. Using this chance, the Shadow Sect immortals retreated to a safe distance. Without any worries, Fang Yuan fought with the immemorial dragon head. So strong. Shui's heart was pounding, she personally witnessed how Fang Yuan gained the upper hand and killed the immemorial dragon head. Chapter 1477. Genius in 1 second, remember to go? SpeakNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. We are saved. Elder Fang Yuan is invincible. The two hairy man-gu immortals saw that Fang Yuan defeated the myriad head coiling dragon as they cheered, expressing the joy of surviving. The Shadow Sect immortals were silent. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. Wuxia had a look of reminiscence, seeing these wisdom path killer moves again, he could not help but think about the sacrificed Purple Mountain true monarch. He Lulan was silent, the stronger Fang Yuan was, the smaller her hopes of escaping. Shui blinked, her mind was shaken as she looked at the messy battlefield, at once, she understood why the tribe did everything they could to form a marriage alliance with Fang Yuan. This is rank 8 battle strength? A Gu immortal with rank 8 battle strength is not someone ordinary immemorial desolate beasts can deal with. Because humans are spirits of heaven and earth, they have intelligence and can use countless immortal killer moves. Getting married to this man, even if it is just this relationship, our tribe will not be bullied by the rock men. If we can get some help from him, our tribe will definitely rise and prosper. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan stared at the dragon corpses on the ground, as well as the collapsed dragon head, evaluating his gains and losses. Immemorial desolate beasts had rank 8 battle strength, but even among them, there were differences in strength. This myriad head coiling dragon was one of the weaker immemorial desolate beasts. It was not in a good state, it had just woken up from its slumber and was countered by Fang Yuan's wisdom path killer move. If Fang Yuan used other methods and charged forward, it might take some effort. But if he used ignited thought and flying rocks, it would be very effective. How should I deal with this myriad-head coiling dragon? Without the immemorial dragon head, this beast has fallen to ancient level. But its foundation is still there. In time, another ancient dragon head will grow to immemorial level. This kind of formation path immemorial desolate beast was rare. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was in the process of construction. Fang Yuan's first thought was to put this myriad-head coiling dragon into his immortal aperture. Unfortunately, once the myriad coiling dragon landed on the ground, it could not be moved. Not only did it go deep underground, but it was also connected to the veins of the earth, absorbing nutrients from the veins of the earth to grow. Love goes small say net. Chu therefore, digging up the surrounding land was equivalent to cutting off the connection between the 10,000 head coiling dragon and the earth veins. This would directly kill it. Ordinary Gu immortals might be helpless, but Fang Yuan had a way. Be it the legacy of the Shadow sect or the Langya sect, they had recorded several methods to move the myriad-headed coiling dragon away. However, Fang Yuan thought for a moment and gave up on this tempting idea. The reason was simple: these methods required immortal Gu that Fang Yuan did not have. Even if he used the light of wisdom to deduce and modify the related methods, he would expend a huge amount of resources and effort. It was not worth it just for this immemorial desolate beast. But if he killed it and took its body parts to sell as immortal materials, it would be a waste. After all, this was a living immemorial desolate beast. It was much more valuable than a dead one. Thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. He immediately thought of the best way to deal with it: Langya sect. He was just about to contact the land spirit of Langya when the land spirit of Langya contacted him through information path Mortal Gu. In terms of sword path, even though he had several sword path immortal Gu, Fang Yuan's attainment level was not high enough. They were secondary. In terms of soul path, not only was his attainment level lacking, he also lacked immortal Gu. He only had rank 7 change soul and rank 6 cleanse soul. Thus, his position was high again. Fang Yuan had already planned everything out. While modifying Bo Qing's sword path killer moves, I will also modify some killer moves for He Lulan. The only problem is that I need to complete the basic construction. My finances are in danger. Fang Yuan had some misgivings, but to think that 3 days later, the snowmen would send the third gift. The third betrothal gift was also the heaviest among all the betrothal gifts. Chapter 1478. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go. TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Southern border. Light rain fell, cold winds blew, the lush mountain range was calm and peaceful under the dusky evening. On a nameless mountain peak, there was a huge pine tree with a canopy that resembled a pavilion. It had been 6 years since it germinated and grew. Soon, in another hour, I will be able to refine the rank 7 pine needle immortal Gu. 6 years of hard work. Rank 7 secluded immortal Zheng Qing was looking forward to it. He was a woodpath Gu immortal. He was using the wood refinement method in this Gu refinement. Even though it took a long time, he used Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method, thus the success rate was very high. Zheng Qing was originally immortal. He was chopping firewood on a mountain when he fell down a cliff and was supported by a towering lotus in the valley. By chance, Zheng Qing inherited a woodpath inheritance left behind by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. After hard work, he became a Gu immortal. He slowly cultivated and rarely went out. In a few hundred years, he reached rank 7 realm. He had a calm nature. Undeniably, Genesis Lotus True Inheritance was very suitable for him. In this Gu refinement, he turned into a pine tree and stayed there for 6 years. He cultivated in seclusion without stopping, regardless of the changes in the outside world. Rumble. Right at this time, from deep underground, there was a deep rumbling sound. it was like the roar of countless monsters. What's going on? Zheng Qing heard the sound and became vigilant. This doesn't make sense. My Gu refinement method originates from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, be it the process or the end of the Gu refinement, they are all derived naturally, it is profound and mysterious, it cannot be leaked. Thus, it is unlikely that someone will come to snatch it. Wait. Zheng Qing was puzzled at first, but soon, he had a thought. He thought of an answer. A few months ago, he had also experienced such a strange phenomenon. That time, the earth shook, it was like an unprecedented giant python had flipped its body in the depths of the earth. Even though it did not have much effect, it gave Zheng Qing a fright. Afterwards, Zheng Qing communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies and learned that a huge earthquake had occurred. It was of an unprecedented scale, it covered the whole of southern border. Is it going to be the same this time? Zheng Qing's guess was soon verified. Sure enough, it was just as he had expected. It was still an earthquake this time. However, the scale was beyond Zheng Qing's expectations. Rumble. The terrifying earthquake seemed to want to devour everything. Heaven and earth shook violently as if doomsday had arrived. A huge ravine was formed, stretching for thousands of miles. Zheng Qing was very unfortunate. The nameless hill he was on was being swallowed by the ravine. The small mountain collapsed. Zheng Qing still wanted to persist, but he had reached his limit and could only return to his human form. Even if he was in a good state of mind, he was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. 6 years of hard work was about to bear fruit, but it was all for naught at this moment. What's going on with this earthquake? Why am I so unlucky? Ugh! Suddenly, his bloodshot eyes widened. In the middle of the vast ravine, there was a huge rock the size of a mountain. The stone was orange-yellow in color and seemed to be made of crystal. There were countless holes on its surface, some as big as a house and some as small as a fist. Large amounts of yellow smoke came out of these holes in an endless stream. The smoke became thicker and thicker. Soon, it turned into soil in the surroundings. The orange-yellow crystal rock was covered in a thick layer of soil in a dozen or so breaths of time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A vast amount of heaven and earth chi surged in like a heavenly river, filling up the sovereign immortal aperture. Wuxia and the others were dumbfounded by the majestic scene before them. This time, when Feng Yuan underwent tribulation, to ensure that nothing went wrong, he brought the Shadow Sect immortals along. Bai Ningbing was also among them, but Shuai was left in Langya blessed land. Shuai was not trusted by Feng Yuan yet. As for the others, they had entered the sovereign immortal aperture before. When Feng Yuan underwent tribulation, they could help. Or when Gu immortals were attracted and came to cause trouble, they could go out and block the enemies for Feng Yuan. This was a human tribulation. When Feng Yuan underwent tribulation, Providence paid attention to him. This could not be helped. Providence wanted to get rid of Feng Yuan by all means. It would naturally make arrangements, and as time passed, it would create a human tribulation. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that someone's immortal aperture could have such a grand scene just by absorbing heaven and earth chi. The sovereign immortal aperture is too powerful. I believe that even rank 9 venerables cannot have such a scene when absorbing heaven and earth chi. The Shadow Sect immortals praised. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, her eyes flickered with uncertainty. She was shocked inwardly, but she said, "You are underestimating rank 9 venerables. Even though I have not seen the rank 9 immortal aperture absorb heaven and earth chi, after inheriting Bai Xiang's true inheritance, I know that back then, Bai Xiang's absorption of heaven and earth chi was much grander than Feng Yuan's. Wuxia glanced at Bai Ningbing plainly. Bai Xiang is rank 8, he has a rank 8 grotto heaven. Fang Yuan is only rank 7 now, he only has a rank 7 blessed land, the two cannot be compared. Moreover, the sovereign immortal aperture is huge, many places have not been constructed, its potential is unimaginable. In contrast, back then, Bai Xiang had already constructed the grotto heaven completely, resources filled it, these resources naturally consumed a lot of heaven and earth qi. Bai Ningbing was silent. You are right, fellow celestial Wuxia. Goddess Miao Yin smiled. The other Gu immortals nodded in agreement. After a long while, the sovereign immortal aperture finished absorbing heaven and earth qi, the tribulation started to form in mini red heaven. Fang Yuan's body was in mini red heaven now, this tribulation was targeted at Fang Yuan, it would not appear anywhere else. As for why mini red heaven was chosen, it was because this place was huge, it had once been used as a battlefield against the immemorial year monkey, there were no resources built here, undergoing tribulation here would greatly reduce the losses. If he underwent tribulation in mini southern border or Kokitahara, the tribulation would wreak havoc and destroy countless resources, this was not a situation Fang Yuan wanted to see. The sovereign immortal aperture is too big, if we undergo tribulation, how can we avoid the calamities and tribulations damaging our resources? But inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the calamities and tribulations cannot include mini red heaven. He Lulan sighed with an extremely envious tone. My shadow sect painstakingly accumulated resources for 100,000 years to refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu, it is naturally extraordinary. Wuxia snorted coldly, speaking in a proud tone. It is a pity that everything went to Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing said casually, causing Wuxia to glare at her angrily. What? Am I wrong? Bai Ningbing was fearless, she looked at Wuxia provocatively, regaining her dignity. Wuxia breathed in deeply, turning his head around. Sovereign immortal fetus Gu was given to Lord Fang Yuan, what difference does it make? He is the sect leader of my shadow sect now, we are on the same side. Ha ha ha. Bai Ningbing laughed mockingly. Wuxia ignored her, he only stared at the tribulation that was about to form. He saw that Fang Yuan's surroundings were filled with extremely thick poisonous fog. The poisonous fog was rumbling, it had 5 distinct colors. This is a poison path tribulation. Lady White Rabbit said weakly. More accurately, it is a 5 poison tribulation. Wuxia said, his knowledge was naturally broader. Just like he said, the 5-colored poisonous fog formed into 5 huge monsters, they were snake, scorpion, spider, toad, and centipede. The 5 monsters surrounded Fang Yuan, looking at him covetously, but they were not in a hurry to attack. They were accumulating strength, as time passed, their bodies became larger. Why is Fang Yuan not attacking yet? Bai Ningbing frowned. This was the best time to attack, otherwise, the longer time passed, the stronger the poisonous beasts would become. However, Fang Yuan's battle strategy was different from the norm. He waited until the power of the 5 great poisonous creatures had accumulated to the limit. The 5 great poisonous beasts were like mountains, they pounced at Fang Yuan while stomping on the ground. Bai Ningbing and the rest held their breaths, the tribulation was so powerful that even the spectators were shaken. This was not an ordinary rank 7 tribulation, with the support of Providence, it had reached the limit of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Is that all? Fang Yuan's gaze turned cold, he vanished on the spot. Boom boom boom. At the next moment, thunderous explosions resounded. The pupils of Bai Ningbing and the rest shrunk, they watched in shock as Fang Yuan rampaged through the battlefield, the 5 poisonous beasts were completely defeated by his attacks. A moment later, the poisonous fog dissipated, only Fang Yuan's demonic godlike figure was left in the battlefield. These three and the regretful spiders were barely able to support Fang Yuan's situation. Finally, the snow monsters and light shine fungi business, Fang Yuan needed to invest in the former, while the latter could not be touched, it needed to be expanded. The huge profits from the sale of Jianghu had been used up. In this situation, Fang Yuan needed to revive his trade. He had a huge business, even though the foundation was completed and his immortal aperture's development had increased from 3% to 4%, be it the construction of the immortal aperture, modifying killer moves, or soul path cultivation, he needed to invest in them continuously. To improve, he needed to invest in them first. The greater the capital invested, the faster and higher the rate of improvement. As for Fang Yuan, he had a vast amount of inheritance contents. He naturally had countless resource management methods, many of them were even exclusive inheritances, he had too many choices to choose from. But among them, which one was the most suitable for him, the best choice? Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Notice 3 things. 1. The postcards have already been sent out, because they were ordinary mail, many people received them, but a few did not. There is no helping it. I know now that the postal service's ordinary mail is much worse than express delivery. If I cannot receive them, I have no other choice. But thankfully, such an event will be held again. Next, I will send them registered mail, I can check them now. 2. Minor character event. A lot of students want a cameo role, so I want to organize another cameo recruitment event. To participate, please read the minor character event post pinned at Qi Dian's book review section, and then follow the post to write down the minor character that you like. Another note, this might very well be the last time we're looking for extras. 3. Update status. Recently, he had to apologize to everyone at the beginning of the chapter every day. But this update status will continue until mid-November. According to the current progress, this book will not be finished this year, it should be finished in the first half of next year. In the hall, there were 2 or 3 tables of banquets, all of them were Gu immortals. Most of them were variant human Gu immortals. There were snowmen, hairy men, ink men, and rock men. Other than them, there were the shadow sect members led by Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing was not among them. Love Go Small Say Netku Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength, his wedding banquet was extremely important in Northern Plains variant human alliance. Almost all of the Gu immortals came to attend. The snowman Gu immortals were cheering while the rockman Gu immortals had stiff expressions. This engagement banquet was a good thing for the snowman tribe, but for the rockmen, the neighboring tribe that they had been bullied for so long suddenly had a rank 8 battle strength expert. This was simply the worst news of all. Elder Bing Yuan, you have done a great deed. I am in admiration, in admiration. At the table, Rockman First Supreme Elder Shi Zong said to Bing Yuan in a deep tone. Bing Yuan was Shuai'er's grandmother, the marriage with Fang Yuan was something that she had advocated, and now, she finally saw results. This is my granddaughter's fortune. Sai, to speak the truth, our tribe is in a superior position. Bing Yuan pretended not to hear the mockery in Shi Zong's words, she replied to him while looking at the main table. There, Fang Yuan was sitting at the main seat, Shuai'er was beside him with an uneasy expression. Bing Yuan sighed, she looked glorious on the surface, but she was worried in her heart. This was not the wedding banquet that she wanted, it was only an engagement banquet. Bing Yuan fully experienced how troublesome Fang Yuan was, just this engagement banquet alone made the snowman tribe pay a huge price. And this was after she had bargained with Fang Yuan many times. They finally obtained this result. Both sides took a step back, Fang Yuan obtained another sum of resources, and the Snowman tribe could finally borrow Fang Yuan's influence. But luring Fang Yuan to my clan, such a person, was my decision right or wrong? Bing Yuan recalled the process of her negotiation with Fang Yuan. She started to hesitate. But on the surface, Bing Yuan did not show any emotions, she was full of smiles. The banquet was very lively. Eastern Sea. Huan said to Yu Chan with an ashamed expression, "Fairy, I have disappointed you, I could not deduce this person's background for you." "Even you, Master Hua, could not?" Yu Chan was quite surprised. Huan's expression turned solemn. "Firstly, it is hard to deduce with just the clues of the dragonfish. Secondly, this person has a killer move that counters wisdom path deductions, he can conceal his identity." Yu Chan heard this and felt even more uneasy. The other party actually had wisdom path methods to defend against deductions, she did not have this. The enemy had her but she did not, the other party came prepared, or had someone backing him up. Either way, it showed how strong the enemy was. Is his wisdom path attainment higher than you, Huan? You are one of the 3 great wisdom path experts of Eastern Sea, even you could not deduce him? Yu Chan was very dissatisfied. "Fairy, you misunderstood, wisdom path is different from water path. This scene is like a river, the other party has set up a checkpoint in the most dangerous valley. No matter how wide the river is, at this checkpoint, the deep torrent will turn into a shallow pool. We wisdom path Gu immortals can create huge waves on the wide river, but at the checkpoint, we cannot use our strength, it is much more effective." Huan explained patiently, thinking that Yu Chan cultivated water path, he carefully used water as an analogy. "It is not that I cannot do it, even other wisdom path Gu immortals cannot deduce him if they cannot break this defense. Even if this defense is only at rank 6 level." Yu Chan was depressed. She did not have a deep understanding of wisdom path. In fact, most Gu immortals did not have a deep understanding of wisdom path. On one hand, wisdom path Gu immortals were rare, on the other hand, wisdom path Gu immortals who knew the profundities of wisdom path would not seek trouble and publicize their paths to the outside world. Yu Chan had thought that by asking for Huan's help, she would be able to find out about Fang Yuan's background, but to think that she suffered a setback. But the more it was like this, the more Yu Chan did not want to give up. Huan understood her personality. Yu Chan not only had outstanding looks, she also had the tenacity of water, her current status and achievements were all due to her own hard work. Thus, Huan suggested, "We can probe them again, as long as we have more information and clues, I can break through their defenses. Even if one clue is like an ant's nest, a dam of 1,000 li often collapses because of an ant's nest, the more clues we have, the more success we will have." Yu Chan nodded, "Wait a moment." She immediately entered her mind and communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies, trying to find Fang Yuan's will again. Her earlier probe did not yield any results, but she still wanted to try again. "Yu Chan, no need to probe me. I am very interested in the dragonfish business, I can even say that I am determined to get it." Fang Yuan's will told Yu Chan. Yu Chan was shocked. Her expression changed, she regained her senses and told Huan's expression also changed. "In this situation, the other party's background is not small. I am the number 1 person in the dragonfish business, he can challenge me, how can he not have a strong background?" Yu Chan rolled her eyes at Huan shook his head with a solemn expression, "I am talking about his wisdom path attainment. My previous divination was most likely detected by the other party, and they used it against us. Thus, they managed to deduce your identity. I was already very careful, but he was able to deduce your identity under such limited circumstances, his wisdom path attainment is not weaker than mine. In fact, he might even surpass me." "So that's it?" Yu Chan was shocked again. Renzu wanted to save his children, but until now, he had not succeeded. Renzu saw that the mini-man had perseverance goo. He had new hope. He said to the mini-man, "Mini-man, oh mini-man, I want to ask you for a favor." The mini-man asked, "Oh Renzu, what do you want me to help you with?" Renzu told the mini-man that he wanted to borrow the mini-man's perseverance goo. The mini-man said, "Oh Renzu, the reason why I was able to leave ordinary abyss was because of the trees you planted. I chopped down those trees and built a ladder for me to climb. Thus, I owe you a favor." The mini-man agreed to lend perseverance goo to Renzu. But after Renzu obtained perseverance goo, he found that he could not use it. This is the mini-man's perseverance, it is not your perseverance. Cognition goo appeared at this time, telling Renzu the truth. Renzu was sad, he sighed deeply. He asked Cognition goo, "Then what should I do? I know perseverance goo can help me, but I cannot use it. I know the feather men can help me, but love cannot control them." Cognition goo told Renzu, "Nobody can force others to love them, but you can create a goo and use it to lure the feather men to do things for you. Think about it, how did this mini-man obtain perseverance goo?" Cognition goo's words gave Renzu a lot of inspiration. Renzu was overjoyed. "Oh Cognition goo, thank you for giving me such a good suggestion. I know what to do now, I want to create a goo myself." Cognition goo asked curiously, "What kind of goo will it be?" Renzu shook his head, "I am not sure, but I have an idea. I want this goo to become something that everyone in the world wants." Thus, Renzu left ordinary abyss and went to the blue sea. This was the blue sea that produced life goo, the source of all life in the world. Renzu had walked ashore from the blue sea, and now he was back here. Renzu was thirsty. He scooped up the blue sea's seawater and drank a few mouthfuls, but the more he drank, the more thirsty he became. Renzu was satisfied. "I want to use this blue sea's seawater to refine goo. After I refine it, no matter who obtains it, they will not be satisfied, they will want more." Thus, Renzu took away a lot of the blue sea's seawater. The amount of seawater decreased, revealing the beach. Renzu found that there were many sea urchin-like goo on the beach. These were not life goo, they were hardship goo. In any life, there would be hardship goo. Renzu's eyes brightened. He said, "The goo that I want to refine, even though people need it, they will have to work very hard to obtain it." Thus, he collected many hardship goo. After doing this, Renzu left the blue sea and went to the door of life and death. After entering the door, Renzu did not enter the door of life and death, he only walked around the path of life. He collected many worry goo. He said, "The goo that I refine, after people obtain it, they cannot discard it, they will be worried that they will lose it." And these goo materials could not be collected in the current situation. Fang Yuan had rank 9 wisdom goo, but he had not refined it yet. But the blue sea had already disappeared. Where could he find blue sea water? Even if he had blue sea water, what about Renzu's hands? But why was this middle-aged goo immortal trying to refine wealth goo? It was still the same saying, goo were the essence of heaven and earth, man was the spirit of all living beings. Man could create countless goo recipes for the same immortal goo. The method to refine wealth goo recorded in the legends of Renzu could not be used, but the goo immortal could modify it himself. This middle-aged goo immortal cultivated earth path, but he had a fortuitous encounter in his early years. He obtained an incomplete immortal goo recipe. It was unknown which predecessor in history had left behind this incomplete recipe while researching wealth goo's refinement method. The middle-aged goo immortal felt like he had obtained a priceless treasure, because he could see that this goo recipe was extremely valuable. The predecessor who left behind this goo recipe had made a huge contribution, as long as he continued to develop like this, he could really refine wealth goo. In this incomplete goo recipe, this predecessor had even deduced the effect of wealth goo based on the goo recipe. If wealth goo was refined, it could expend one's own body to transform into anything in the world. This object could be gold, silver, copper, iron, rank 6 immortal materials, or even rank 9 immortal materials. But wealth goo could not transform into any life form. Life forms included animals, plants, humans, variant humans, and goo. If I refine wealth goo, I can transform into any immortal material in the world, it would be a huge profit. As long as I transform some extinct or rare goo materials, I can quickly become rich enough to rival an entire country. I can even accumulate a huge amount of cultivation capital and surpass the entire Shi clan. The middle-aged goo immortal was moved. He had been trying to refine wealth goo. He kept it a secret to prevent people from coveting it. This middle-aged goo immortal was called Shi Zhong. Shi clan was one of the righteous path super forces in Western Desert. Shi Zhong's status in Shi clan was very awkward. Even though he had rank 7 cultivation level, he was ostracized by Shi clan's goo immortals. This had a historical origin. Shi Zhong's father betrayed the clan, causing Shi clan to suffer huge losses, not only in resources, even goo immortals were sacrificed. Thus, Shi Zhong was not liked by Shi clan's goo immortals since he was young. To gain their trust, Shi Zhong changed his name to Shi Zhong, to show that he was loyal to the clan. But it was to no avail. He was sent by Shi clan's first supreme elder to guard this myriad or desert. This place was rich in resources, but it was backed by other super forces and had a bad relationship with Shi clan. It was very risky for Shi Zhong to guard this place. Moreover, there was little profit to be made, because this immortal formation was under strict supervision. Shi Zhong had no chance to slack off. In fact, even if the supervision was not strict, Shi Zhong would not dare to make a move. If he was found out, his situation would be even worse. Precisely because of this, Shi Zhong had high expectations for wealth goo. The foundation of goo immortal cultivation is to manage their own immortal aperture. Without a solid foundation, no matter how high their battle strength is, it is only temporary. It is like a skyscraper that is built on sand. Shi Zhong had such an understanding. He had been trying hard, the process was tough, but he did not give up. Looking back at his previous goo immortal cultivation, other than the necessary tribulations, all his other resources were invested in the grand plan of refining wealth goo. 89th failure. Let me see, I do not have enough people. After Shi Zhong healed his injuries, he checked his inventory and found that he did not have enough people to use as goo materials. He needed to collect more. Shi Zhong was a righteous path goo immortal. He actually used humans as goo materials to refine goo. This was definitely the behavior of a demon. But as long as he kept it a secret, nobody would know. Shi Zhong did not have any evidence against him. Nobody would be able to do anything to him. Shi Zhong was very vigilant in this aspect. He would never capture the humans himself and leave any traces behind. The human slaves he had were all bought from Jewel Yellow Skies. They were very clean. I used humans to replace the blue sea water in the ancient recipe of wealth goo. It is already Renzu's hands. There should be no mistake about this. But is it not enough? Do I need to use lifespan goo? Shi Zhong was thinking. He had lifespan goo too, but he did not dare to use it carelessly. The legends of Renzu are recorded that even though wisdom goo was not sacrificed like stupidity goo, it still participated in the goo refinement process. I do not have wisdom goo, so I used other wisdom path goo worms to replace it. There is a lot of room for improvement in this aspect. Worry goo, hardship goo, sadness goo, these mortal goo, Shi Zhong had them all. They were not hard to collect. In fact, he could even refine stupidity goo himself. Goo Fangzheng is close to success. It is quite complete now. Shi Zhong finished healing his injuries. He checked the blood on the ground. Yu-chan is right to be unmoved. Because in the short term, my method cannot pose a threat to her. On the contrary, if she uses the same method, it will greatly harm her original profits. After all, there are many more Gu immortals buying dragon fish from her than me. Fang Yuan thought. Yu-chan was very calm in this aspect, she had the demeanor of a general. But after a while, she will get anxious. He. Fang Yuan was very confident. The food path immortal formation he set up used many immortal Gu and expended immortal essence, it was not a small matter. But this method needed several generations of dragon fish, or even more than a dozen generations, to see results. Yu-chan was not anxious, Fang Yuan was even less anxious. As time went on, his advantage in the dragon fish business would increase. After retrieving his divine sense from jewel yellow skies, Fang Yuan came to the Gu refinement hall and met with Sixth Hair. Sixth Hair had a haggard appearance, he had done his best to refine Gu for Fang Yuan. Right now, he was at the final stage of heavenly secret Gu refinement. It was time for Fang Yuan to make a move. White light filled the Gu refinement hall, it was so bright that people could not open their eyes. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and slowly walked into the white light, only stopping when he reached the center of it. A dense aura assaulted his nose, it was like an extraordinary mortal, like an immortal yet not, it was somewhere in between, it was the final step of the transformation. We can begin. Fang Yuan adjusted his mental state as he transmitted to Sixth Hair. Sixth Hair counted down as he deactivated the refinement path immortal formation in the hall. Fang Yuan took over. Countless thoughts appeared in his mind, wisdom path methods were activated one after another, he successfully took over the role of the immortal formation. Under his hard work, the surrounding white light condensed and shrank, forming a huge ring. The ring was parallel to the floor, it surrounded Fang Yuan and placed him at the center of the ring. Refinement path killer move, heavenly light rotation. First rotation. Fang Yuan willed and the ring started to rotate at an extremely slow speed. The first rotation was successful, second rotation. Fang Yuan opened his eyes and used his gaze to push the ring. The ring's speed became faster and it started to spin. After a few minutes, the second rotation was completed, he entered the third rotation. Fang Yuan used his breath to move the ring, after a while, he succeeded. Fourth rotation, fifth rotation, sixth rotation, as time passed, Fang Yuan progressed steadily, he was actually at the final seventh rotation. It seems that sect leader has been training hard after that failure, he has put in a lot of effort. Sixth Hair watched from the side, he understood this now. Seventh rotation. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, he used all his strength to rotate the ring. Right now, the ring had shrunk to the size of a basin, it floated above his head. Boom! With a soft hum, the ring suddenly shrank, and the entire ring directly shrank to a point. This was a Gu. Rank 7 heavenly secret Gu landed on top of Fang Yuan's head. I actually succeeded. Even the person involved, Fang Yuan, was surprised. He had failed the first time, to think that he would succeed the second time. After the surprise, Fang Yuan felt joy in his heart. Maybe it is because I used luck path methods, my luck is really good. Fang Yuan took the heavenly secret Gu worm off his head and looked at it. At first glance, this immortal Gu looked like a dragonfly, but looking closely, it looked like a willow branch. Heavenly secret immortal Gu was very long, it was the length of half an adult's arm. Its body was thin and long, like a willow branch, it was very soft. The willow branch had 7 wings on both sides, they were thin like veils, they were green in color, they looked like leaves. When it flew in the air, or rather, it was more appropriate to describe it as floating. But these were not important to Fang Yuan. His wisdom path attainment level was not as high as Old Man Inkstone, but he had the foundation. His greatest advantage was that he could use the light of wisdom. Wisdom Gu once again displayed the incredible power of a rank 9 immortal Gu. Several days later, Fang Yuan completed Heaven's Will Dissipation. The gray-white light was like flowing water, it flowed around his body and completely covered the strength path immortal zombie body. The gray-white light lasted for a while before it started to change. Eyes started to appear in the gray-white light. These eyes were multicolored, it could be said that they were extremely dazzling. They first appeared around Fang Yuan's palm, before increasing in number and spreading in all directions. Soon, these multicolored eyeballs covered the immortal zombie body. They continued to blink, each time they blinked, they changed into a different color. Next, the multicolored eyeballs spread into the aperture. Finally, Spring and Autumn Cicada's surface was also covered in a layer of tiny multicolored eyeballs. The multicolored eyeballs continued to blink, each time they blinked, it was an exquisite attack that targeted Providence. Spring and Autumn Cicada started to vibrate. The multicolored eyeballs kept on appearing and disappearing. Fang Yuan continued to expend red date immortal essence, causing the multicolored eyeballs to appear endlessly. Spring and Autumn Cicada shook even more intensely. After the shaking continued for a while, Fang Yuan saw that a fine crack had appeared on Spring and Autumn Cicada's surface. Love go small say net ku his heart sank, he quickly stopped the killer move. Puff! His body shook like he was struck by lightning. The killer move stopped too quickly, Fang Yuan was injured. But this light injury could not compare to Spring and Autumn Cicada's safety. Fang Yuan ignored his injuries, he quickly inspected Spring and Autumn Cicada. The crack on Spring and Autumn Cicada was not obvious, but Fang Yuan had a vigilant and meticulous nature. The moment the crack appeared, he discovered it. The appearance of the crack meant that Spring and Autumn Cicada was injured. Almost all Gu worms were very fragile, be they rank 6, 7, or even 9. Spring and Autumn Cicada was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital Gu, but it was no exception. After inspecting it carefully, Fang Yuan's expression was grim. Providence. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Spring and Autumn Cicada's injury was not heavy, thanks to his timely discovery. This small injury could not even be considered a light injury, so it was easily dealt with. But he could not continue using Heaven's Will Dissipation. If this continued, the cracks on Spring and Autumn Cicada would become larger and larger, until it was destroyed. Providence's influence on Spring and Autumn Cicada was far more severe than Fang Yuan had expected. Fang Yuan pondered for a while and thought of a way to resolve this. There were two paths in front of him now. The first path was to continue modifying the immortal killer move Heaven's Will Dissipation, so that it could eliminate Providence without harming Spring and Autumn Cicada. The second path was to use Shadow Sects method, using refinement path methods to first refine Spring and Autumn Cicada before reverse refining it. During the Gu refinement process, Providence would be eliminated. But if the inheritances method was used to nurture them, they could be improved generation after generation, they would produce better dragonfish species. Like this copper dragonfish, it was a completely new species that surpassed ordinary dragonfish. The reason for this was the food path immortal Gu formation that Fang Yuan had painstakingly set up. Fang Yuan saw that he had a lot of copper dragonfish, he placed a portion of them in Jewel Yellow Sky's market. If I had just started my dragonfish business, no one would care about this small portion of copper dragonfish in the market. But some time ago, I started selling dragonfish. Yu Chan even retaliated. The other Gu immortals now know that I am doing dragonfish business as well. Hee hee. Fang Yuan thought of this and laughed. He did not need to guess to know what kind of reaction these copper dragonfish would have after entering Jewel Yellow Sky's market. Chapter 1488. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go. TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Several days after the copper dragonfish was released, Jewel Yellow Skies was already in an uproar. What dragonfish is this? Copper dragonfish? A brand new species? According to the seller, this copper dragonfish has better effects than ordinary dragonfish. This is going to be a good show. That's right, I thought that Yu-chan had already defeated this seller. To think that after lying low for so long, he actually made such a sharp counterattack. The appearance of the copper dragonfish is beneficial to all of us. We can deduce that this seller has a food path true inheritance. Many Gu immortals were envious and jealous, especially those Gu immortal experts. The problem of feeding immortal Gu was not just limited to Fang Yuan. Food path true inheritances were something many Gu immortal experts wanted, but they did not have the opportunity. However, Jewel Yellow Skies was very safe. Even the Celestial Court could not do anything about it. These Gu immortal experts directly went to the will left behind by Fang Yuan. They directly talked about the food path true inheritance, expressing their strong desire to buy it. No matter who it was, Fang Yuan ignored them. He had too many inheritances. If he released them, the market would explode, he would earn a lot of money. But that would be like giving resources to his enemies. In the upcoming Great Era, the 5 regions chaotic war would start. Anyone could become Fang Yuan's enemy. And the Celestial Court was already his sworn enemy. Investigate, find out the identity of this seller. Even though Fang Yuan refused to look, some people did not give up. Some rank 8 Gu immortals decided to collect information and clues about Fang Yuan. They would deduce it themselves, or ask other wisdom path Gu immortals for help. He was innocent, but he was guilty because of his wealth. Those who could worry about feeding immortal Gu were mostly because they had many immortal Gu. With so many immortal Gu, these Gu immortals were elites among the same cultivation level. And the food path true inheritance was not as simple as solving the problem of feeding immortal Gu. There was also the dragonfish business. The appearance of the copper dragonfish made the Gu immortals realize that with the help of the food path true inheritance, this business had huge potential. However, they were destined to fail. Fang Yuan's wisdom path defensive methods made even Huan, one of the 3 great wisdom path experts in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world, fail. The Celestial Court and the Court of Providence were helpless. In the past, Fang Yuan had gone into hiding in order to conceal his divination. The current him had already begun to ignore such trouble. Yu-chan was holding a very ordinary copper arowana in her hands. From time to time, the copper arowana would twist its body. Yu-chan's hands were trembling slightly, and her expression was extremely ugly. This small and inconspicuous copper arowana was a huge threat in Yu-chan's eyes. This was far more terrifying and serious than Fang Yuan's ruthless price reduction. I didn't expect this opponent to be able to use such a counterattack. Amazing, truly amazing. My previous worries were completely correct. After a while, Yu-chan calmed down and sighed repeatedly. The appearance of the copper arowana was a direct threat to her arowana business. It was a huge threat to Yu-chan. The situation had become very dire for her. In fact, not just her arowana business, all the arowana businesses in the world were facing a strong challenge from the copper arowana. I have already experimented many times. The copper arowana is indeed of higher quality than ordinary arowana. The reason is that it has more food path Dao marks. What should I do? Yu-chan pursed her lips. She had a solemn expression. Chapter 1489. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Southern Border, Heaven's Ceiling Mountain. This was a small and unassuming mountain. The belly of the mountain was hollow, there was a goo formation set up to seal the strength path immortal zombie body. Thus, it was named Heaven's Ceiling Mountain, meaning to seal providence. At this time, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was floating in the air, looking down at this Heaven's Ceiling Mountain. Beside him, there was a goo immortal, it was the variant human goo immortal Sixth Hair. Bringing Sixth Hair into his sovereign immortal aperture was something that Fang Yuan had considered deeply. Normally speaking, an immortal aperture was an extremely important and secretive place, it was the foundation of a goo immortal's cultivation, it would not be shown to others easily. But Fang Yuan had already brought all of the Shadow Sect goo immortals into his immortal aperture. Sixth Hair was also a member of Shadow Sect, he was trustworthy. During this period of time, Sixth Hair had racked his brains to refine immortal goo for him, this action was engraved deeply in Fang Yuan's mind. Moreover, Sixth Hair and Wuxia had always been in contact, they were both members of Shadow Sect, they knew about the sovereign immortal aperture's existence. Wuxia had even entered the immortal aperture before, there was no need to hide it from Sixth Hair. I am going to start the goo refinement. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply and said. Sixth Hair nodded, Sect leader, go ahead, will do my best to assist you. This goo refinement involved spring-autumn cicada, it was extremely important. Fang Yuan needed the help of a refinement path goo immortal like Sixth Hair. In fact, a few days ago, Fang Yuan had borrowed many refinement path immortal goo and mortal goo from Langya sect. He placed these goo worms down and formed a refinement path immortal formation. This refinement path immortal formation was already set up, it was just waiting for Fang Yuan to activate it. Fang Yuan willed, red date immortal essence was continuously expended as the immortal goo formation started to activate. Waves of white light rippled on the Heaven's Ceiling Mountain like flowing water. A moment later, Fang Yuan started to multitask, activating a refinement path killer move. Boom! With a loud bang, the air was pushed apart, and a pillar of golden light suddenly blasted down from the sky. The golden light pillar was majestic and powerful. Wherever it passed, the flowing water and white light were all pushed aside. It landed on the Heaven's Ceiling Mountain and directly penetrated the mountain rocks, stabbing deep into the hollow of the mountain. Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body was placed inside the mountain. The golden light pillar accurately struck the immortal zombie body, directly suppressing him. His immortal zombie body started to creak, as time passed, he would be unable to bear the burden. Therefore, Fang Yuan made good use of his time. After stabilizing the golden astral beam, he took out a live desolate beast. Crack! A beam of sword light shot out, and the wild beast's head rolled off. It died on the spot. Puff! A large amount of blood gushed out from the desolate beast's neck like a huge red fountain. The smell of blood spread, and under Fang Yuan's control, the golden light pillar burst out with a strong suction force. The blood of the desolate beast was drawn by a formless force, and was sucked into the golden light pillar. As for the desolate beast's corpse, it quickly became shriveled as its blood was completely sucked dry. After the golden light pillar absorbed the blood, it was mixed with a trace of red. This color caused the originally majestic pillar of light to look a little strange and bloody. Kill, kill, kill. Next, Fang Yuan slaughtered desolate beasts for 7 days, his expression was cold as steel, he showed no mercy. The golden light beam sucked all of their blood dry, turning them completely into crimson red light beams. Their appearances changed drastically. Sixth Hair nodded as he watched. He recognized that this step that Fang Yuan used was the 7-kill blood path goo refinement method. This method was Langya sect's inheritance. Sixth Hair knew its name, but did not know the details. Fang Yuan used Shadow Sect's inheritance to exchange for Langya Sect's inheritance, and obtained this Gu refinement method. He disassembled this method and extracted its essence, he modified it and used it here, it was very suitable. Even Sixth Hair nodded inwardly, praising in his heart. Fang Yuan started to control the blood light pillar with all his strength, while Sixth Hair also started. This time, Sixth Hair was assisting Fang Yuan in the Gu refinement. He had a huge responsibility. Both sides had communicated beforehand. Sixth Hair did not need Fang Yuan to remind him, he knew what to do. He took out the Gu materials that he needed. These Gu materials were all flowers. There were Ghost Face Sunflower, Steel Wire Cotton, Smallpox Flower, Seven Treasure Flower, Milk Tea Flower, Iron Shell Flower, Boat Flower, Blood Poison Apple, Multicolored Overlord Flower, Green Beetle Water Lotus, Red Axe Flower, Smelly Fly Flower, and so on. There was a dazzling array of flowers of all sizes. There were mortal and immortal Gu materials. Sixth Hair started to use refinement path methods to process these flowers. The processing of Gu materials required a lot of knowledge. Every type of flower basically had its own treatment method. Thankfully, Sixth Hair cultivated refinement path. He had rich experience in Gu refinement. He was also a split soul of spectral soul. He had deep foundations. It was Fang Yuan's wise decision to let him process these flowers. Time passed, and after the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Sixth Hair finished processing the flowers in his hands. He did a good job. The flower materials were carefully selected, they were not wasted, their essence was extracted and fused, forming a lump of 100 flowers liquid. At this moment, Fang Yuan condensed the blood light pillar. The huge light pillar that seemed to connect heaven and earth had shrunk to the size of a tree trunk. The water is here, catch it. Sixth Hair pushed with both hands. The floating flower liquid floated in the air like a huge translucent bubble, floating towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and lightly hooked, successfully controlling the 100 flowers condensate in his hand. Next, he breathed in deeply, causing the wind and clouds to change. Strong winds blew, dark clouds started to form in the sky. Fang Yuan gave a shout, he waved his hand and sent all of the 100 flowers liquid into the sky. The 100 flowers condensate was thrown into the dark clouds, and soon after, the dark clouds in the sky were dyed pink. Swish swish swish.